Why is My Little Pony so popular among dudes in their 30s? If you have any familiarity with the subject matter I cover on this channel, then you already know that My Little Pony Friendship is Magic has an unusually high number of adult fans, those outside the intended demographic. This, in smaller numbers, would not be unusual. It's very common for a work that's popular enough to have this many fans, and statistically, a few of those fans will be from outside the intended demographic. Fans of a work who are outside the intended demographics tend to be the most openly vocal about their love of the work, if only because they tend to be the most ardent fans. They have to not only love the art, but to love it so much that they overcome the typical barriers to entry that people in the intended audience don't have to. Another more obvious contributing factor is, of course, the nostalgic value. Why would adults be into something for kids? Because they were also into it as children. But kids don't have the disposable income, and not every parent is going to dump money into a temporary fixation. So when the children of these hobbies grow up and have disposable income of their own, of course, they'll buy the things their parents never gave them. That's why 80s nostalgia was huge last decade, and why 90s nostalgia is big right now. This, however, only explains half of the later obsession with My Little Pony, merely that it could realistically be popular with adults instead of popular with adult men. So to elaborate on my theory of why it's popular, I then have to consider the other demographic shift. My assumption is that the popularity can be attributed to a sort of irony detox that occurred during this time period. Pop culture tends to ebb and flow as far as its connection to the real tends to be. People love ironic detachment for a few years, it gets tiring to hate everything all the time, and then people shift gears and talk about what they love. Then this enthusiasm is called cringe, and people go back to being afraid of showing emotion. The late aughts were rife with bathos, that is, the trend of a work of art to be afraid of its own emotions. No emotional story beat can play out to its conclusion, they have to interrupt it with a quip or a joke or something to pretend like the writers are too cool to show any feeling for the world they've made. So as a way to fight back against this ironic detachment, people sought out absurdity. And they found it in a TV show that could also lean into nostalgia for a time when they were younger and the shows on TV were less afraid of looking through the fourth wall to tell the viewers it was okay to feel. The little boys who spent the 80s and 90s making fun of girly shows for being too happy and colorful got exactly what they wanted, a pop culture landscape devoid of emotion. This wasn't all it was cracked up to be, so now they returned to what they rejected and happened to find a show eager to have colors. This, of course, is just a theory. I do not know why My Little Pony Friendship is Magic was so popular with the 18 to 35 male demographic. I'm confident that no one really does. It might feel nice to have a vague enough theory as to be hard to disprove, but without any way of gathering concrete evidence, even direct polling can be inaccurate. And since it's impossible to grab hard empirical data that can prove or disprove such a theory, this is a question I cannot answer, but not a question I can't at least understand. That might have been a few too many double negatives. Basically, to better understand why 18 to 35-year-old men really liked My Little Pony, I'm gonna watch My Little Pony while being an 18 to 35-year-old man. Then I'll record my thoughts on the episode as I watch them, while including a little bit of a recap though, not so much as to call this video a proper retrospective. And then, well, not really summarize my results in any capacity because the entire conceit of this video is that such a thing is impossible. I'd actually be very disappointed if I came away from writing this script with a solid understanding of the sole reason why people felt the need to use the word brony to describe a group of people large enough to deserve such a fandom name. Now, my experience with MLP is minimal, basically just a couple of memes that have escaped containment. This is fine. Good, actually. It means I won't have some preconceived notion of what to expect going in, other than, of course, the fandom itself. The very fact it exists will taint my expectations to a degree, so that's a bias I'll try to work around. I'm not really expecting to walk away from making this video as a hardcore brony with a cutie mark tattoo or brand new fursuit, nor am I anticipating I'll drop the show partway through in boredom and dedicate the channel to dunking on it at any chance. I could. I might still be surprised. That's part of the fun in this. Part of this video's discovery process will also consist of me attempting to engage more with the show's fandom. What does this mean? I don't know. I'm sort of winging this because any amount of research into the right way to get into the show will certainly end up either arbitrary and short, or so involved I end up creating too much of a bias for myself to navigate through to remain objective. Now for the last few bits before starting the video properly, you might have already noticed that this isn't much of a video, but a slideshow with a voiceover. That's partially correct. This is not a video meant to be watched, but listened to in the background while doing something else, like cooking, or jogging, or cleaning, or working, or just playing Balatro on your phone. This video will also be split into 2 parts. Each of these parts will consist of more than 100 episodes each, as YouTube only allows up to 100 timestamps on a video, so navigation will be a little bit awkward if you're trying to find my impressions of a particular episode. This video will cover the show chronologically, so it shouldn't be a total crapshoot, but it will still take a bit of hopping around. Anyway, enough horsing around and on with the actual video. Get it? Get it? Friendship is magic. The show opens on a fairy tale retelling in the style of the unicorn tapestries of the early 16th century, the story itself about sister princesses who ruled over the sun and moon. The moon princess was jealous that ponies played during the day but slept during her night, so she attempted to create an eternal night to be better appreciated. For this, she was banished to the moon using the powers of the elements of harmony, with Princess Celestia taking over both responsibilities. Twilight Sparkle is the one reading this tale, concerned as she has discovered that the mare in the moon will return after 1,000 years, meaning tonight during the summer solstice. The warning she sends to Celestia, still ruling 1,000 years later, is ignored as Twilight's sent away to Ponyville to help with the festival preparations instead of just researching. Twilight just wants to get back to the library, so she rushes through the other character introductions as she is meant to check on each of the other ponies' progress. Applejack insists on having her try each prepared dish, a form of southern hospitality to fit her character's accent, meant as a shorthand for her personality. Rainbow Dash is slacking on her responsibilities and clearing the clouds to practice for a racing team instead, only motivated to finish her work when Twilight casts doubt she even can. Her carelessness messes up Twilight Sparkle's mane, fixed when she meets with Rarity on decor, who fixes up her hair but also pushes a bunch of other outfits on her as well. They then meet up with Fluttershy on music, but she's too shy to greet Twilight properly until seeing Twi's assistant Spike, who, being an animal, she's enthusiastic to talk to. This is a little bit weird, like some of the horses, such as those who flew Twilight there in the first place, are treated like beasts of burden, not really responding in complete words, while others, like Spike, are more sentient and yet treated as though they're pets by Fluttershy, but also assistants to Twilight, and then the birds themselves are spoken to normally, but that could just be a Fluttershy thing. Basically, the problem of having a cast of anthropomorphic animals in a show is where you draw the line between who's treated like a person and who is a creature, so to speak. It's not really something the show addresses, it's just my observation. Twilight finishes up her tour of the new city and attempts to retire to the library to study and rest, but Pinkie Pie, the first pony she met, has thrown a welcome party / summer sun celebration inside of Twilight's new house that keeps her up all night. She ignores the partygoers to wait anxiously in her room in a useless action. Twilight's worried about the mare in the moon and is staying up all night to see what happens, which is the same thing everyone else is doing, just with far less negativity than being alone. Even earlier in the episode, there was a similar trait from Twilight. She ignored several ponies who attempted to reach out to her for social engagement to instead read alone, not wanting to make any new friends, then was sent away to start over and make new friends. Celestia does not appear in the morning to raise the sun, Nightmare Moon instead appearing to a crowd of panicked ponies, most of whom don't even recognize her, as it's been 1,000 years. The second part of the episode opens on the ponies looking up the elements of harmony in an attempt to find out how they can defeat this new threat to daytime, learning they're inside the old castle, which itself is located in the Everfree Forest, something they're afraid of entering. This forest is to not just pad out the episode's runtime, but continue with character intros, filled of trials that specifically test each of the ponies' skills on an individual level. Applejack getting to show Twilight a trust fall sort of exercise, which maybe could have been avoided if instead of saying, "Trust me," she said, "They'll catch you," but I get thematic relevance of what she was going for. The group is then attacked by a manticore, attempting to fight it off when Fluttershy stops them to reveal a thorn in the beast's paw that she removes. My Little Pony makes use of existing tropes and mythical references to quickly inform the audience of its setting and characters. Even if the intended audience is quite young, using this shared cultural language still functions as a useful shorthand for the same reasons these old folk tales became shorthands in the first place. whether that includes Princess Celestia moving the sun into the sky each morning like Helios on his chariot, or here, where Androcles and the lion is called upon to show a caring individual spared a grisly fate because of her kindness. Pinkie Pie then has them navigate a forest of creepy faces by teaching the others, through song, to laugh at the face instead of cowering. Next, they're stopped by the raging waters of a river, caused by a serpent who's upset that half his mustache is missing. The others are bothered by this inconvenience being disproportionate to the harm that befell the dragon, all but Rarity, who, mirroring the scene where she dropped everything she was doing to help style Twilight's hair, fixes up the serpent's tail by cutting her own tail short. The purpose of this generous act is not so much about the value of physical vanity, but the value that an individual places on it. It was important to the dragon, and Rarity recognized that rather than trying to place logic on other people's feelings. Finally, Rainbow Dash flies over a broken bridge and starts fixing it, only to be stopped by the Shadow Bolts, a team opposite the Wonderbolts. They offer her the position of captain, but only if she leaves the others behind. Rainbow Dash turns this down, as any group that actually cares about you won't force an ultimatum, and would respect your decision before you make it. These all serve as fitting ways to introduce the main six. First by showing their weaknesses, like how they come off too strong, and then showing how this enthusiasm is a strength. Anyway, Nightmare Moon follows them to the ruined castle, and she takes control of the 5, not 6, elements, shattering them to protect herself. But Twilight realizes that the elements were not rocks, but traits within each of them, and they all gain new powers, Twilight gaining the power of magic, because, the name of the show, to weaken the Moon Princess enough that the sun rises and Celestia returns. But rather than banishing her sister again, she offers to let her have her old job back, forgiving the other princess named Princess Luna as they return to Equestria. Here, Twilight is sad to leave her new friends behind to continue studying under Princess Celestia, but Celestia says that Twilight's new job is to study friendship in Ponyville instead. The Ticketmaster. Princess Celestia gives Twilight Sparkle 2 tickets to the Grand Galloping Gala, an event she's excited to attend. Her other friends are also excited to go as well, each of them explaining their motivations, as Applejack wants to open a stand to drum up business, Rainbow Dash wants to audition for the Wonderbolts, Pinkie Pie just wants to attend the biggest party the realm has, Rarity is hoping to wow and propose to the prince, and Fluttershy wants to explore the palace's gardens. Unable to decide who deserves the second ticket the most, Twilight tells them to give her time to decide, but instead of leaving her alone, the other ponies follow her around, hoping to bribe her with kindness so she'll be biased in their favor. Importantly, in spite of the competition between each of the ponies, they never become outright antagonistic towards one another, nor do they attempt to sabotage anyone else's chances. Everyone is acting nice to Twilight Sparkle the whole time, and this is where the real lesson takes place. It isn't about the kindness of the deeds of a pony, but the exclusivity of this kindness, like Rainbow Dash clearing the skies for Twilight but no one else. And this rudeness through omission is what bothers Twilight Sparkle, because she does want to give one or even both tickets away to her friends, but knows the other 3 or 4 will be upset they didn't get to go. No matter what she chooses, someone ends up hurt. But this is only because there was an expectation someone would be chosen to be taken along in the first place. After a royalty-free version of a Benny Hill chase, Twilight ultimately decides not to give away either of the tickets and just to send them back, to which Celestia responds by sending even more tickets so every one of them can come along, even Spike, who is pretending to be uninterested. Applebuck Season. Applejack's older brother, Big Macintosh, cannot help with that season's harvest due to an injury, though AJ insists she can handle the whole thing on her own and she doesn't need help in any way. What she also attempts to handle alone is a stampede of cattle, which she redirects away from Ponyville with the help of her dog, Winona, and now I'm further confused by the whole anthro concept of the show. The cows are mindlessly charging, following a leader who's just running to avoid being trampled, but when they're stopped by a dog who's just a dog, they can verbalize their thanks. Applejack later mentions a zoo, so I guess it's just full of, people who look weird? I'm certainly thinking about this more than the intended audience ever has. What do they use the cows for? Is it all dairy? Is that weird? To thank her for her service in saving Ponyville from the stampede, as well as for volunteering for so many other responsibilities, they give a trophy and an assembly in Applejack's honor, though she shows up late and tired from all the work she's been putting in. Twilight tries to convince her to take things easy, but Applejack ignores her, not wanting to let anybody down, least of all her friends, who she's agreed to help. But her lack of sleep and rest makes her too groggy to be a proper aid to the others, failing to launch Rainbow Dash into the air properly, poisoning Pinky's cupcakes by mishearing the ingredients, and somehow managing a second stampede of bunnies while trying to help Fluttershy round them up. After all the destruction, Applejack still has not finished with her harvest and finally collapses, asking her friends to help her out and finishing the job easily. Applejack's character is one of dependability, but being too dependable for the sake of others can have the opposite intended effect as you stop helping the most important friend you have, you. Because a real friend doesn't just want your help, they want your cooperation. That means both parties need to be better off, as friendship is meant to be two ways. What it's not meant to be is transactional. This is where Applejack ended up failing, as she assumed that with the award she was given and the fact that she doesn't want to go back on her promises, she owed the others to be dependable. That's her whole thing. But you can't work hard if you're not rested, so a dependable friend is a friend who understands self-care as much as they understand caring for others. Griffin the Brush-Off. Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie spend the day playing a series of pranks on the other ponies, save for Fluttershy, who they view as too sensitive, before eventually calling it a night. The next day, Pinkie meets Gilda, a griffin who's a childhood friend of Rainbow's, and the two spend the day flying around rather than spending any time with Pinkie, despite her trying her hardest to join in. Rainbow Dash is innocently spending her day with her old friend, but Gilda's more openly antagonistic in that she outright tells Pinkie to leave them alone and not harsh the vibe. She tells Twilight Sparkle about this, but just gets a dismissive lecture on jealousy. Later on, Pinkie catches Gilda performing a series of pranks on Ponyville, including ones targeting Fluttershy, and she decides that the Griffin needs an attitude adjustment. That night, Pinkie Pie throws a party for Gilda, consisting of 8 series of pranks, all of which are on the Griffin, embarrassing her in front of the rest of Ponyville. Gilda calls the pranks childish and lame, and she yells at the others until Rainbow Dash confesses she was the one who set all the pranks up. The only reason Gilda thought the pranks were childish is because of who she thought was pulling them. Her view was not objective, but informed by whoever she blamed. These were all more or less the same type of pranks she was pulling herself just moments earlier, meaning she was a hypocrite for not liking these instead of accepting herself as an acceptable target, something Rainbow Dash was more than eager to do before. Twilight Sparkle apologizes for giving this episode's moral to the wrong person. It wasn't Pinkie Pie who needed to stop being jealous, but Gilda herself. She told off Pinkie for not leaving Rainbow alone when she was the one hogging the attention. The real takeaway is that this sort of behavior is fine, as long as you don't act hypocritical about it, and everyone involved is okay with what you're doing. You can pull pranks if the target is laughing too, and you're okay with being the target. And you can spend time alone with a friend as long as a friend is allowed to do the same. Otherwise, you're not a friend because you are too obsessive, whether that's an obsession with the other party or an obsession with your own ego. Boastbusters. The great and powerful Trixie arrives in Ponyville to show off her magical feats, as well as to brag about other feats she's performed in the past. And while most of the town is impressed by the show, the main 6 are less taken in, calling her out for bragging and challenging her in various competitions of strength, speed, and fashion. Trixie wins all of these with her magic, rubbing the victory in as the rest of the main 6 encourage Twilight to show her up, because her own magic is becoming more advanced. But Twilight, seeing how much her friends dislike Trixie, runs away from the challenge instead, because she doesn't want to be a bragger too. This only makes Trixie more popular, to the point where Snips and Snails, 2 of her biggest fans, try to get her to show off a retelling of the time she defeated an Ursa Major, a star bear, by luring one into town. Predictably, Trixie fails to actually defeat the bear because her magic is mostly for show, and it begins to rampage through Ponyville. So Twilight, hearing all the noise, rushes in to save the day by playing gentle music and giving it a giant water tower full of milk, thus answering my question of what they're raising the cows for in a way that maybe I shouldn't have asked in the first place. Twilight was expecting to be hated for using her magic to fix the issue, but is instead thanked by the whole town, as her friends explain it wasn't the magic Trixie used that they disliked her for, but the fact that she was bragging about it. It's okay to be talented at things. It's even okay to revel in the admiration of your friends if you're talented at things. The only problem occurs not when your words oversell your accomplishments, but when they oversell how much your friends feel about your accomplishments. Even if Trixie had defeated an Ursa Major, the bear they thought was actually one of its cubs, It would have gotten old if she kept bringing it up again and again. Then at a certain point, it starts to feel sad when someone keeps bringing up old business, like someone who peaked in high school always bringing up his old sports records. Dragon Shy. Clouds of black smoke are headed to Ponyville, though Fluttershy can't raise her voice enough to be heard by the others until Twilight warns everyone instead. To stop this smoke from blocking out the sun, the main six gear up to head to the top of the mountain where the smoke's coming from to confront the dragon breathing it into the sky. As the dragon is simply snoring this smoke out, their plan is to wake him up and ask nicely for him to move. It's refreshing to have a show with a fantasy adventure element that treats fighting as the backup plan. The mission to climb a mountain to confront a dragon is to talk to him, trying to wake him up and ask him to move instead of assuming things will go wrong. And while they do prepare for the worst case scenario, the ponies still recognize that this sort of violence is just that, a worst case scenario. They eagerly begin the climb, all but Fluttershy, who's too nervous to go on, in spite of the fact that ostensibly she is supposed to be the one good with animals. Upon reaching the summit, mostly involving the others figuring out a way to carry Fluttershy up, she admits she is afraid of dragons and didn't want to go along. When they ask why she didn't speak up earlier, she says she was afraid of disappointing her friends too. They all admit that they're also afraid of the dragon, and that they understand it's more important to try anyway. And in a typical show, this would have been the message. But here, this only culminates in Fluttershy staying behind as each of the ponies attempts to move the dragon in their own way, appealing to logic or vanity or humor to no success. It's not until the dragon blasts the group away that Fluttershy finally acts on her fear, as she was more afraid of letting down her friends than she was afraid of the dragon. She shouts at it like a schoolteacher, forcing him to apologize before moving. In the end, Fluttershy is still afraid of everything. The episode just says that fear isn't so bad, as long as it's fear of the right things. Things like fearing your friends will be hurt, instead of just pure self-preservation. Look before you sleep. The ponies are removing dead tree branches in anticipation of a heavy storm, a storm that is caused by the Pegasi in order to increase rainfall. It's actually fairly interesting to look at the environmentalist angle of a series that could have been literal sunshine and rainbows. Rain is necessary, large amounts of rain too, so the fact that they don't neglect certain cycles of nature and instead prepare to adapt to them actually makes the Ponyvillians appear to live in far more of a utopia than otherwise, where these concerns are ignored or circumvented. It's a small world-building tidbit, but an underappreciated one nonetheless. Anyway, because of this incoming rainstorm, Rarity and Applejack find themselves stranded as Rarity spent more time decorating tree branches than removing them, and they didn't finish their work in time. They shelter in Twilight Sparkle's library, with Twi excited to have her first slumber party. Rarity and Applejack are unsure about spending time stranded with one another, made worse as they both try to compete in the various fun activities Twilight's planned, instead of having fun. Eventually, lightning strikes a tree outside, and Applejack's able to stop it from falling on a house, only to break Twilight's window instead. She apologizes to Rarity for breaking everything, saying that the other ponies' attention to detail would have prevented this, and they work together to break apart the branches and safely remove the remaining mess. In the end, the two are finally able to work together in spite of not agreeing on everything. Because while it's frustrating to be contradicted, having different points of view is still helpful for any degree of cooperation. Friendship's not about ignoring each other's differences, but embracing them. Bridal Gossip. Twilight and Spike find Ponyville completely abandoned, revealed to be the rest of the ponies hiding in their homes from Zecora, a strange zebra who wanders around, clawing at the ground and terrifying everyone. Okay, fine. Terrifying every pony. Ponies have bodies. Twilight Sparkle is taken indoors where they explain the rumors about this pony, because they don't know what a zebra is. But Twilight doesn't believe them, suspecting that all of this is just hyperbole and fear of the unknown, that they're acting like children. Apple Bloom, Applejack's little sister, hears this and tries to prove she's not a child, following the zebra into the woods, only to have to be rescued by the others as Zecora gives them a vague warning about a curse, all while they trot through a patch of blue flowers. The next day, Twilight finds out that her horn is flaccid. I'm not going to make the joke. And the rest of the main six have similar maladies. Apple Bloom blames herself for getting the others cursed and heads back into the woods to look for a cure, When the others find that she's missing again, they chase after her to Zeccora's house, and in spite of Twilight trying to reassure them there's a logical explanation for everything, she starts to believe in the curse when she sees the zebra chanting around a cauldron. Of course, it's revealed that Apple Bloom was actually helping out with an herbal bath that would undo the effect of the flowers, called Poison Joke, as they play pranks on those exposed, and the others should not have jumped to conclusions about her just because she spoke and acted differently. This is a pretty standard plot for a kids show, but as usual, My Little Pony does not take the easy route when making a moral. Twilight ignored a book of herbal remedies because she believed it didn't look scientific enough to trust in spite of that book having the right answers inside. Directly connected to the don't judge a book by its cover moral, even young children watching the show ought to be familiar with by now. But more importantly, Twilight began the episode already knowing this. She was the one who first told the others not to fall for hysteria around someone they didn't know. But just as the understanding of Zeccora the others had was surface level, Twilight's understanding of this lesson was equally poor. She knew not to judge, but she didn't understand not to judge, which resulted in her believing the same stereotypes as the others with very little evidence, rather than with no evidence at all. And then, this is the first openly black-coded character in the show, and she's from Africa, and she speaks in rhymes, but that's a different discussion. Swarm of the Century. Princess Celestia is visiting at the same time that Ponyville is infested by small voracious insects known as parasprites, which, despite the name, the ponies take in as pets. All but Pinkie Pie, who's the only one not preparing for the visit, as she keeps dashing around gathering instruments for a purpose she never explains. The morning of the visit, the ponies learn that their new pets have multiplied rapidly, and that the plot of this episode is basically the trouble with tribbles or maybe gremlins, depending on the viewer's preference for pop culture references. And both of these are stories that the intended audience is certainly too young to be familiar with. But maybe this ties into the point. Why are so many older people fans of the show? Because the show's written by adults, meaning they'll include things that they like and things that they know in the stories, which will then appeal to other adults without being so reference-heavy that it alienates the kids watching. Adults will recognize the pop culture reference in the same way that Pinkie Pie does, but she makes a different connection to the Pied Piper as she forms a one-pony polka band to lure them out of the village. This is the only strategy to work on them, as everyone else's attempts to defend against or remove the pests have failed. But nobody tried it out because Pinkie never really explained why she had to gather up the instruments. She spent 2 full days preparing when she could have just asked the others for help to finish her work 6 times faster. But maybe that's the point. Pinkie Pie has the most pop culture knowledge to fix the problem, but, like most people obsessed with nerdy things, lacked the social skills to explain why she was doing what she was, instead depending on blind trust from the others that they were hesitant to give. And sure, this allows the episode to have the lesson to trust your friends even if you don't know what they're doing, but it can also read as a difficult situation made worse by the one person who knows what to do not speaking up. In the end, Princess Celestia arrives just outside the ruined town, saying she can't stay because there's another infestation in a different town she has to attend to. And either she is lying about urgent business to let Twilight save some face, or Twilight's lying through omission by not telling her that they have the same infestation but have solved it and can help out. Winter Wrap-Up. It's Winter Wrap-Up in Ponyville, a holiday where every pony manually removes the signs of winter to replace them with spring. This involves splitting the town up into groups based on their strengths to do things like calling back migratory birds, removing all the clouds, breaking the ice on the lakes, waking up hibernating animals, and planting next year's harvest. Importantly, all of this is a tradition dating back since the founding of Ponyville, and they've never used magic for any of this labor. The setting of Equestria is interesting in this way in that things like the planet's tilted axis don't seem to exist, to instead have things like seasons and other natural cycles being performed by the ponies themselves. I'm not sure if this is a Gen 4 exclusive thing, or if the setting has always had some degree of natural harmony, not just existing in nature, but actively making attempts to improve the natural world. Like how today we have small, controlled wildfires to clear underbrush and promote forest health. Twilight is excited to forego the use of her magic to participate, joining with each of the other main 6 to help out as they're all understaffed. But she fails at everything with no magic. Finally, Spike convinces her to just ignore the tradition and use her magic anyway, setting up the episode to have a moral about how some traditions are fine, but like with nature itself, it's sometimes better to use the tech we have to better coexist, rather than viewing magic as an opposite to tradition or tech as the opposite of nature. But Twilight's attempts to use magic to speed up the process actually fail, and she makes things worse. This prompts Mayor Mare to worry that they'll be late for spring again, and this is when she learns that Ponyville almost always missed the deadline because they didn't have magic. Still not wanting to use her magic, Twilight finally realizes that she can use her non-magical abilities to organize everyone else into working not harder, but more efficiently. Then they meet their deadline on time, and Winter is successfully put away, thanks to the power of middle management. Call of the Cutie. Apple Bloom is beginning to feel self-conscious about her blank flank, her lack of a cutie mark. Cutie marks being the symbol that ponies have on their bodies to signify their calling in life, and to differentiate pony products from one another as I suppose a favor to the colorblind. This, or a way to sell stickers at a high markup to add an additional degree of customization to a line of toys. As she doesn't want to be the last in her class at school to develop one, she turns to Applejack to figure out what her calling in life is before the day of a cute quinceañera party for a classmate, desperately trying to sell as many apples as possible because she hopes this is her calling. But she only ends up annoying everyone instead, so she moves on, talking to Rainbow Dash and suspecting it could be a physical feat, then later tries baking with Pinkie Pie to see if her talent is in cooking. None of these work though, nor does simply faking a cutie mark with Twilight's magic, and then the day of the party arrives. She tries to hide her mark and even lies about getting it in time like all her other friends have, but when this is revealed, they all laugh at her. But Apple Bloom is stood up for by two others, Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, who also have no cutie marks and bond with her over this. Twilight Sparkle then tells the others that it's actually good not to have a cutie mark because it means you still have the potential to do whatever you want with your life. It's a mistake to try to find meaning to your existence when there's still so much of the world you are yet to experience. You won't know for certain that something is your calling or not until you've eliminated everything else first. To quote the subject of another one of my videos, "My goal is not to wake up at 40 with the bitter realization that I've wasted my life on a job I hate because I was forced to decide on a career in my teens." What comes to mind now is what happens to the ponies who do decide on a career in their teens and come to regret it. Does the cutie mark stay? Can it be changed? Do you add on to it, or can you paint over it like a regrettable tattoo? Normally, these feel like the kinds of questions that reflect on the person asking them as looking too far into a children's show, but thus far, My Little Ponies had the wherewithal to justify this sort of analysis by being self-aware enough to justify raising tougher moral questions in the first place. Fall Weather Friends. Applejack and Rainbow Dash begin arguing over which of them is the better athlete, coming up with the Iron Pony competition to see who's stronger. Rainbow Dash wins most of these contests because she uses her wings to fly through the challenges AJ had to do on the ground. When she starts to rub in her victory, Applejack accuses Rainbow Dash of winning dishonestly, violating the spirit of the competition despite not breaking the rules. So they agree to compete once again in the Running of the Leaves, an event where the ponies race through the woods, they're stomping, knocking the leaves off of the trees. Again, with the artificial environmental stuff, this comes up way too often to just be coincidence. It has to be a consciously known part of the world building. To ensure Rainbow Dash remains honest, Applejack ties up her wings to force her to run the race. Also running is Twilight Sparkle, who, despite having never run before, has read about races and thinks she can do well. Twilight mostly serves to be the rear runner, talking to the others whenever one of the main two falls behind. This is something that they frequently do as they begin to focus so much on the competition that they fail to notice rocks and stumps in the road, blaming the other racer for leaving the obstacles there on purpose. Soon, these accusations turn into actual sabotage, as Rainbow Dash and Applejack begin to stop the race to hurt another one's chances through some wacky racist-like shenanigans. After a lot of back and forth, they eventually cross the finish line together, tying for last place. As it turns out, stopping in the middle of a marathon to lay a trap is a bad idea if you want a place. Twilight managed to get 5th place as she paced herself with a slow trot before sprinting near the end, and she lectures them about how they cared less about winning than they did about making sure the other pony lost. Because there's nothing wrong with competition. In fact, at the end of the episode, when they learn that there are several leaves that are yet to fall, they race to see who can knock down the most. Even early in the episode, they were having fun with the challenges. It was just the bragging that got on Applejack's nerves. There's nothing wrong with playing to win, as long as you're still playing. Suited for success. Twilight Sparkle brings an old dress to Rarity to get it fixed up, but Rarity claims it's beyond saving and offers to redo it from scratch. She also extends this offer to the rest of her friends, agreeing to make dresses for all of them that fit their styles and personalities before the day of the event. She does this to a montage over the song Art of the Dress, which I'm not really a music guy. These days I almost exclusively listen to whatever's in the background of this video. Stuff from video games with no lyrics so I can focus on writing. So I'm not intending to do a song ranking of any sort, but I am still impressed by the songs in this show, and that's coming fresh off of Steven Universe. After finishing the dresses, she presents them to the clients, who are not impressed. Each of them has some nitpick about their outfit, each one representing a different type of problem customer. Twilight wants the stars on the outfit to be more astronomically accurate, like someone who cares more about the historical accuracy of a show to the detriment of its themes or enjoyability. Applejack keeps requesting functional upgrades and ends up with way too much tacked on. Fluttershy has some knowledge of sewing, which she uses to get incredibly pedantic about contradictory ideas. Pinkie Pie isn't sure what she wants and just makes random demands. And Rainbow Dash just wants it 20% cooler, with no context for what that means. Whoever wrote this episode has clearly taken commissions at some point. Rarity redoes all of the dresses with the updated demands from her friends, but she's personally unhappy with the results. Unfortunately, Spike has contacted a well-respected designer to visit her runway show where these dresses are going to be shown off. As they're designed by the clients and not the experts, they end up being received poorly, with Hoity-Toity, that's the guy's name, making fun of her for being bad at her job. This is an expected result. Rarity is a professional at what she does. She has a better sense for fashion and design than anyone she might be designing the outfits for. And while the client has a right to get what they want delivered, their taste often doesn't reflect more objective qualities. Each person likes different things and wants different things, which is fine. The ponies liked their personal outfits, but they assumed others would share these preferences. They end up calling Hoity-Toity back to... did his parents name him Hoity-Toity and so he started acting like a jerk, or did he act like a jerk then change his name to reflect that? They call this fashion designer back for a second show where Rarity shows off her original designs, and these are far more well received. To the point of getting Rarity a contract with the guy, which is implied to push her right back into the crunch time that nearly drove her mad before. But like, in a humorous, happy ending sort of way. Feeling pinky keen. Twilight and Spike notice odd behavior from Pinkie Pie, that is, odder than usual, and learn that her pinky sense is tingling that something will fall from the sky. Twilight assumes this is just random paranoia, but a frog does fall from the sky, then several other of Pinkie's predictions also come true. Twilight is confident that there's some sort of scientific explanation for all of this, running a few tests on her but finding no conclusive results, and then even reinforcing the truth of this pinky sense. Spike follows her around as her assistant, but tries to get her to stop obsessing over her research so much, even pointing out that Twilight can cast magic, and these things aren't so different. This is sort of true. Twilight counters the point by saying that her magic has consistency to it. You can measure an expected reaction for each magical action. Calling it magic makes an association that's exclusive for us. There's a saying that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and so the opposite ought to be true as well. Any sufficiently understood and measured magic is indistinguishable from technology. After a day of following Pinkie Pie around, Twilight still hasn't found anything logical about how Pinkie Sense works, and then Pinkie detects what she calls a doozy. As this doozy is going to take place where Fluttershy's been hanging out, they rush over to save her, with Twilight joining just to laugh if nothing happens. But something does happen, a Hydra emerging from the water to attack the ponies, sending them fleeing. Twilight turns around to distract the monster to make space for the others to get to safety, but her own escape route is cut off. Faced with a sheer drop, Pinkie Pie's Pinky Sense says that Twilight will be safe if she jumps, and she does, landing safely on a bubble which bounces her across the canyon. Pinkie still detects an incoming doozy, but this is revealed to be Twilight giving up on logic just to accept Pinky Sense works, the real surprise of the episode. The moral of this episode is presented as one of having faith in things even if you don't understand why, which is sort of a half issue. There's nothing wrong with wanting to understand more about the world, and saying things like, "that's just the way it is," only serves to stifle curiosity. The episode would be better served with some cause and effect that at least justified some of her senses going off, like if the Hydra didn't attack for no reason, but because of the frogs Fluttershy introduced into the environment, causing it to grow angry, or if all the kicking around is what caused the bubble to appear to save Twilight. That way it's less about blind faith in random coincidences, and more about a strong but misunderstood sense of intuition. Sonic Rainboom. Rainbow Dash is trying to perform the Sonic Rain Boom for a flying contest in a city in the clouds, but she hasn't succeeded in this trick since she was a filly and is beginning to doubt if she'll ever do it again. Seeing that the overly quiet Fluttershy is the only other flyer among her friends who could cheer her on, Twilight casts a spell to grant Rarity temporary wings, but it exhausts her too much, so she just uses a cloud walking spell on the rest. They arrive in Cloudsdale, where the contest will take place, but Rainbow Dash still hasn't succeeded at the trick in practice, as she keeps overthinking. When she was young and more careless, Rainbow was able to perform the trick as she didn't think about doing it. Now it's all she can think about, as she is surrounded by her friends, some old school bullies, and even the Wonderbolts she looks up to so much. Usually having one's friends surrounding you to show their support would make a person happy, but here, Rainbow Dash only gets more into her own head about it. Anxiety can take a usually positive experience and turn it into a series of increasingly devastated what-ifs until the very similar feelings of excitement and fear overlap. This isn't helped when Rarity insists on using her new wings to put on a performance of her own during the Best Young Flyer competition. They end up performing together as Rarity spent too long in the dressing room and Rainbow kept letting others cut in line because she was afraid. Rarity references the story of Icarus, flying too close to the sun and having her wings melt, and she begins to fall, flailing around and knocking out the Wonderbolts who came down to save her. It's everything that Rainbow Dash feared coming to fruition at once, as she fails the setup for her trick and her friends in mortal danger. But now, she stops thinking about doing the trick in front of others as the emergency makes her think of only one thing, catching up to the falling ponies. No longer in her own head, Rainbow Dash manages to not only save everyone, but does so by performing a second Sonic Rain Boom. This wows the entire crowd, and the Wonderbolts are grateful for saving their lives. Rainbow Dash wins, and Rarity gives the episode's moral that it's best not to try to be the center of attention. And while this moral seems to just apply to Rarity for literally flying too close to the sun, it also applies to Rainbow Dash, who spent so long at the center of attention she ended up with nothing but anxiety and stage fright. Ironically, for a show called Friendship is Magic, this episode's plot shows the other side of this statement. Stairmaster. Rarity is working on a rush order with Sweetie Belle trying to help but just making a mess of things. When the Cutie Mark Crusaders come over for a planned slumber party, Rarity recruits the help of Fluttershy in babysitting for the night so she can work, assuming that she can use her skill with animals to take care of kids. Apparently the lesson of taking your time with getting a Cutie Mark didn't really sink in. Once at Fluttershy's house, the Crusaders begin running around and trying to figure out what kind of Cutie Mark they'll have, destroying Fluttershy's furniture in the process. She attempts to corral them, trying to avoid using a technique she calls the stare to put them to bed, but the Crusaders being loud anyway causes Fluttershy's chickens to escape, and when one wanders into the Everfree forest, they head inside to retrieve the chicken to get an animal-handling Cutie Mark. Fluttershy notices them missing and follows, finding a petrified Twilight Sparkle and deducing there's a cockatrice in the woods, a monster with the head of a chicken and a petrifying stare. She tracks down the Cutie Mark Crusaders and tries to get them home, but they still refuse to listen until the cockatrice catches them too. It begins turning Fluttershy into stone, but she stares back, using her schoolteacher voice to tell off the animal and saving both herself and Twilight, while also getting the respect of the fillies who finally listen. The moral of the story written for Princess Celestia seems to be not to bite off more than one can chew, but this isn't super well enforced by the narrative. Not only did Fluttershy not realize she was biting off more than she could chew, but around the time she realized this, she ended up succeeding anyway. Additionally, she was trying to flee from the cockatrice in the third act until the end, when she confronted it despite her fears and scared it off, biting off more than she could chew on purpose, and still managing to come out better for it. The Showstoppers. Applejack passes her old clubhouse down to the Cutie Mark Crusaders, but they're not thrilled about the poor state of the old building. Their tone changes when they realize that the clubhouse might be a chance to show off a skill that earns them a Cutie Mark, and they work together to fix it up. During this montage, they each have a chance to show off their talents that have little to do with the repairing process. After a second montage of the Crusaders breaking in their new house with a series of missions, they still wind up blank, until Twilight shows them a talent show they can enter that could help out. Their plans misaimed, with the Crusaders putting on a musical performance that doesn't involve any of their actual talents, but the talents they wish they had. Apple Bloom, in spite of being good at making stuff, does the choreography. Scootaloo, in spite of being a good dancer and acrobat, wants to write the music. Sweetie Belle, in spite of being good at singing, wants to do the decorations. Each of the three basically does one job over than what they ought to have done. The night of the performance comes, and predictably it's a disaster as the set itself falls on top of them. They nervously await the award ceremony, not expecting to win anything, but because every participating act won an award, they still walk away with Best Comedy Performance. Twilight Sparkle approaches them asking if they learned anything, and they agree that it's best not to focus on what you wish you were good at, to instead think about what you're already talented at, before saying they're going to become comedians rather than the real lesson they were meant to learn. I said a bit earlier that the Cutie Mark Crusaders seem to have failed to learn anything, but I think that seems to be the point. The characters who are coded as younger than the average member of the audience, or the intended audience, are the ones who get set up an easy moral and then fail to learn from it. You're more likely to figure out the lesson if you come to the conclusion yourself, rather than having it spelled out for you. So watching the Crusaders fail and fail again to internalize any of their character growth not only allows the writers to reuse plot points, but to retread old ground and still have a satisfying lesson for the viewers to take away. Their failure to learn lets the showrunners eat their cake and have it too. A Dog and Pony Show. The pop star Sapphire Shores visits Rarity's studio, requesting multiple copies of a jewel-encrusted dress. Because Rarity doesn't have the materials to complete the commission, she recruits Spike in helping her to get more, using her magic to find jewels as Spike digs them up. But a group of diamond dogs finds the duo doing this, and they kidnap Rarity to force her to keep digging. Spike rushes back to Ponyville to recruit the rest of the main six in finding and saving her, imagining the horrible conditions Rarity must be subjected to underground, as well as Spike picturing himself valiantly saving her. But rather than any of these scenarios, the truth is soon revealed that Rarity refused to do anything, complaining the whole time until eventually the diamond dogs were so sick of her whining they were eager to let her go. The rest of the ponies are able to track her down with a combination of Twilight mimicking Rarity's magic and following the sound of her cries until they storm the place, with Spike living out his fantasy. They rescue Rarity, who leaves the caves with several carts full of gems she had the dogs dig up themselves just to stop her from complaining. There's an old fairy tale of a farmer whose wife is kidnapped by the devil, only for the farmer to not really mind because his wife complained so much that the devil brought her back. This is another example of MLP using folk tales and recognizable tropes for its stories, swapping out the characters for the cast of ponies and then examining the lessons taught centuries ago with the more critical lens, at least outwardly. The actual text of the episode does little more than expound that Rarity acting hyper-feminine is actually a good thing because it's a form of strength she has, so complaining about your hooves getting dirty and whining are therefore very feminine traits. It takes a less critical examination of the social causes behind such a story and comes across as having an ending along the lines of, "Woman, am I right, fellas?" Which is something pretty common in the media landscape of its day and decades past. But for a show that's already done so much more than a surface-level examination of culture, it is a letdown. Green isn't your color. While at the spa together, Rarity asks Fluttershy if she'll be the model for her outfits as a famous photographer, Photo Finish, is coming to her studio. Fluttershy agrees, and her shyness is quickly captured by this photographer who likes the model more than what she's modeling, to the point that she offers Fluttershy an opportunity to become her new full-time subject. Rarity is jealous of Fluttershy's newfound success, but doesn't say so because she wants to be a supportive friend. Fluttershy, meanwhile, hates the amount of attention she is getting, but doesn't want to turn it down as she wants to live out the dream for Rarity's sake. Twilight Sparkle is confided in for both of these secrets, but refuses to clear up the confusion because she fears that telling these secrets makes her a bad friend. It's interesting that the motivation everybody has is spelled out in such a way by Pinkie Pie. They have to keep the secrets to support their friend, which each of the ponies recognizes is a more noble goal than letting their own insecurities out. Every pony is attempting to self-sacrifice a bit to make life better for somebody else, not realizing the thing they're trying to protect is not as valuable as what they've given up. Fluttershy is protecting something Rarity doesn't care about and is actively hurting her, and vice versa. This misunderstanding is made worse when Twilight comes to the conclusion that she ought to sabotage Fluttershy's next fashion show, using magic to humiliate her on the runway. This works too well, and the whole crowd begins to boo Fluttershy, except for Rarity, who cheers for her friend despite getting what she wanted. The crowd, seeing Rarity's enthusiasm, changes their tone, and Fluttershy gets to keep the career. But backstage, they finally confess the truth. Rarity is jealous of Fluttershy, and Fluttershy doesn't even want to be there. Because keeping a secret for a friend is what good friends do, but good friends also don't keep secrets from each other. Not communicating can cause just as much harm as oversharing. Being a good friend isn't about following some arbitrary, rigid rule. It's about knowing a person well enough to know what they would want you to do. Over a barrel. Applejack and friends are transporting one of her orchard's trees via train to her relatives in Appaloosa, a small western town that's recently been built. On the ride over, a stampede of buffalo attacks the train, kidnapping this tree as well as Spike, who is sleeping in that car, from some quiet, as Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie chase after the missing dragon. They end up inside the camp of a group of buffalo led by Chief Thunderhooves, who apologizes as they were only after the tree, not Spike, who they've been treating well. Meanwhile, in Appaloosa, Applejack meets with Brayburn and tells him about the theft, and he mentions that the buffalo have been antagonistic towards them ever since they planted their orchard. These buffalo then show up in town alongside Spike and the others, hoping to talk about how the orchard's been planted in the way of their ancestral stampeding grounds. But before they can plead their cases, Pinkie Pie offers to explain the concept of sharing through song. And her song is so bad they decide not to talk and go to war instead. After a morning of preparations, the battle begins with a ton of collateral damage, ending when the chief is hit in the face with a pie. I mean, they're not gonna have them whip out guns. Which he actually finds delicious. In the end, they do agree to share, with the Appaloosians agreeing to clear a trail through the orchard for the buffalo to use as a path in exchange for a share of their pie. And obviously, this is not how the real-world equivalent story went. My Little Pony pulls a lot from real-world stories, and some of these stories are influenced by, well, history. But the thing about influence and inspiration is that it inherently has to paraphrase and leave details out. The proper way to read these stories then comes about by reverse engineering truth from fiction. What details were left out, by who, and why. The story told in this episode ends up telling a sanitized version of a biased account of events, that it was inevitable to wipe out native populations as they were inconvenient, with the MLP version of history being one where they could have just talked it out and shared the land. And that while this is common sense to a younger audience, it calls more attention to the fact that, in the real world, this was, for some reason, not an option. In a narrative with no interest in raising such questions, to the point where it's more suspicious that they avoided asking why, while still using so much of the set dressing of a western. Basically, the episode tries to both sides a story where one side's the aggressor, then asks the audience to avoid thinking critically about it. A bird in the hoof. Princess Celestia is visiting Ponyville with everybody nervously on their best behavior to ensure the visit goes perfectly. Mostly, at least. Everybody is so obsessed with making sure that her visit is perfect that the princess ends up wanting for nothing but entertainment, and she pulls a few light pranks on the nervous ponies. Fluttershy notices she left her pet bird, Philomena, behind, and that this bird is sick and bedraggled. So, to use her talents to help out the princess, she takes the bird home to offer it love and care. But the bird is obstinate, refusing the help and making things more chaotic around Fluttershy's house as she fails to properly care for it. Twilight Sparkle comes to Fluttershy's house to warn her that the princess's pet bird has been kidnapped, and then is shocked to learn that Fluttershy is the culprit. When she hears why Fluttershy took the bird, she agrees to help out, forcing the bird to take its medicine, get some bed rest, and so on, against its will. This causes it to flee in terror as the others chase it around Ponyville, desperate not to get in trouble with the princess and imagining all sorts of punishments for if they're found out. And then they're found out, as the princess's stoic guards find this bird right before it explodes. Fluttershy and Twilight panic over killing Celestia's pet until she laughs and watches Philomena reform into a phoenix. As it turns out, Philomena has a sense of humor just like Celestia's, and it was playing a prank on Fluttershy. Everybody spends this episode so careful not to offend Celestia that they avoid doing things like asking Celestia if they're about to offend her. The ponies are so awkward around her that they end up making things worse than had they been open, and Celestia's gentle pranks during the episode's opening somewhat inform that she would have acted this way. They assume what she wants and live in fear that they guessed wrong. A bit of upfront honesty would have gone a long way. Instead of kidnapping a bird and then trying to keep it a secret that you guessed incorrectly, she would have wanted this. Part of it is just the divine status that Celestia has. She spent 1,000 years literally causing the sun to rise. So of course, they would fear the wrath of a pony this powerful. Every episode involving Celestia thus far has had her appearance viewed as a major deal, to the point of prompting entire episodes around just preparing for her to get there. It raises a handful of questions about the power dynamics of such a monarchy, all of which I'm ignoring to instead wonder why there is a Princess Celestia and a Princess Luna who do all the ruling when there's no apparent king or queen. The Cutie Mark Chronicles. After another failed attempt at getting their cutie marks, the Cutie Mark Crusaders decide to simply ask the other ponies how they got theirs for inspiration. They seek out Rainbow Dash, thinking she's the coolest, but are stopped by each of the other main 6 along the way, starting with Applejack. She explains that she wanted to leave the apple farm to spend time with her family in Manhattan, only to fail to fit in. When feeling homesick one morning, she saw a rainbow in the distance pointing back home, and when she followed this rainbow and realized that she belonged there, she earned her cutie mark. Next is Fluttershy, who fell from a cloud during a race Rainbow Dash was flying to defend her honor. She was caught by a swarm of butterflies, only to hear a crashing noise that scared all the ground animals. After reassuring them that everything is okay, she realizes that she can talk to animals and earns her mark. Next they speak to Rarity, whose horn began glowing the day before a show that her costumes were not up to her standards for. This glowing horn leads her to a rock, which is cracked by a distant rainbow explosion, and when she finds gems inside, learns of her powers and gains her cutie mark. Then they speak to Pinkie Pie, who once lived on a gloomy rock farm. When the rainbow explosion occurred, she was so happy to see the sky again she dedicated her life to throwing parties that will spread that feeling of joy to others, thus explaining how Equestria was founded. Then they talked to Twilight Sparkle, who liked Celestia so much she began to study magic to get into her school. The entrance exam was to hatch a dragon egg, which she struggled to do until the rainbow explosion made her magic surge. This not only hatched Spike, but showed off enough magical potential that Celestia takes her in as a personal ward. Finally, they meet with Rainbow Dash, and she finishes the story of the race Fluttershy witnessed. She won the race by flying fast enough to cause the sonic rain boom that made the others discover their talents. All of these stories make the main 6 realize that they were connected to each other since before they ever formally met, and Twilight is sentimental as she writes to Celestia that maybe a person's true friends are people they're connected to on a deeper level. This was a very plot-dense episode, so the summary takes up most of my explanation. Lore episodes like this, I imagine, will have far less to analyze as they mostly exist to set up later beats in the story and give context to what's already happened. It's interesting to examine these stories through the lens of the Cutie Mark Crusaders, who became friends in order to find out their purpose in life, while the others found their purpose in life through their friends. A story can be told as much through what is said as what is implied, and since the Crusaders have already spent so long failing at figuring out their lives to the point that it's now a defining feature of their characters, we're left not to take lessons from their words, but their actions. Owl's well that ends well. Twilight Sparkle finds a new assistant, an owl named Owlicious, and adopts him as her companion to help around the library. This makes Spike jealous as he begins to worry he may lose his job, so he attempts to frame the owl for killing a mouse in the study, only to get caught and told off by Twilight. Spike sulks away to a cave where he's attacked by a full-size dragon, running then getting saved by Owlicious and Twilight, who followed him there. In the end, Twilight says that the owl was not meant to replace Spike, but to work nights while he sleeps. A pretty standard jealousy plot, this one originates from Spike's assumption that all of the affection he received was transactional, that the ponies only liked him so much because of what he did for them. When this same affection was given to an owl despite having just shown up, he assumes the owl is vying for his job rather than the other ponies are just being nice to Owlicious like they are to everyone else. Spike soon learns that his friends don't love the thing he does, but the dragon doing them, and the episode's moral is resolved with him returning to work not because he needs to work, but because he wants to work. Party of One. Pinkie Pie throws a party for her pet alligator Gummy, and has so much fun at that party, she wants to throw another one the day after. But while she's inviting the others to this party, they all come up with excuses as to why they can't make it, avoiding her and meeting in secret. After Pinkie Pie spends the day watching them all plotting behind her back, she deduces they're planning to kick her out of the main 6, so she makes new, inanimate friends and throws the after-birthday party with them instead. Rainbow Dash catches her talking to a pile of rocks and such when she comes over to invite Pinkie out, eventually dragging her to Applejack's barn, where Pinkie snaps at the sight of all her friends, mad they're throwing a farewell party. Of course, this is revealed to be a surprise party for her instead, as Pinkie forgot her own birthday, and she apologizes for assuming the worst about the others before celebrating with them. A very straightforward plot, one that kids shows have been doing for decades about someone worried about a secret they're left out of, revealed as specifically a surprise party. It's a way to make a character feel paranoid and left out without actually compromising the characterization of any of the rest of the cast, in a show that otherwise lauds how important it is to be honest. So in an otherwise mediocre plot, the only way to really differentiate this episode from so many others comes down to execution, and this is where the episode shines. Pinkie Pie is a unique character in that nothing she does is ever taken seriously, and here, that extends to a mental breakdown. These are not just told to the audience, as so many other simple morals often are, but shown through her actions and the way the animation itself portrays them. At her darkest moments, she's literally shrouded in shadows. Her eyes point in different directions to show aimless mumbling. And when she begins to attack her friends in ways that the framing of the screen implies makes her the bad guy. She's a pony who's extremely dependent on others for her emotional well-being, the parties she throws being for herself in the sense that she doesn't want the party but lives for the reactions to the party. When left to her own devices, she talks to furniture and to herself because the one thing she lives for, as seen in her flashback from Cutie Mark Chronicles, is now something she cannot achieve no matter how hard she works. The best night ever. It's the night of the Grand Galloping Gala, sort of the through line of several episodes this season. And to cap off the season finale, everybody prepares for the titular best night ever. Spike serves as their carriage driver, talking about all the things they'll get to do together. But each of the ponies heads off in different directions because they planned to do this back in episode 3, all to the tune of a Sondheim-esque musical number. Things start out well that night with each of the ponies getting to achieve their goals, but these are quickly shown to be less than they expected. Pinkie Pie attempts to start a musical number at the party only to be told it's not that type of party. Rainbow Dash spends time with the Wonderbolts, but they're busy conversing with others and it's too loud for her to get a word in. Rarity meets with Prince Blueblood, and follows him around only to learn that he's got a snooty personality. Fluttershy's excited to talk to the animals only for them to all avoid her. Applejack fails to sell any apples as the party has free food, and Twilight Sparkle doesn't get to spend any time with Princess Celestia because the princess has to greet every single guest who comes in. Soon the main six begin to snap, Applejack trying to bring in a massive cake that's hit by Pinkie's stage dive, flying into Prince Blueblood, who uses Rarity as a human shield. And then Fluttershy chases the animals into the hall and they knock down a statue Rainbow Dash fails to catch before colliding with everything else. Twilight Sparkle then corrals them all out before they can get blamed for ruining the party. They reunite at a donut shop with Spike, only to be joined by Princess Celestia herself, and instead of accepting Twilight's apology, she's grateful someone made the party interesting, because they're boring otherwise. Like usual, Princess Celestia enjoys using her position and perception to pull pranks on others, this time at the expense of the other partygoers because their assumptions about the event clash with the reality of it. Spike was right. The party shouldn't have been about doing everything they wanted to do, but doing something together. A good night with bad people isn't nearly as good as a bad night with good friends. This episode sets up so many tropes that it subverts in the interest of making the message stand out more. It isn't just the ponies' impressions of the night that are subverted, but the audience's as well. Even things like the clear Cinderella reference is pushed aside as Rarity loses a magical slipper on the steps and then smashes it on purpose because she really doesn't want to meet a Prince Charming anymore. And of course, the episode ends on what everyone who's gone through high school theater or marching band knows as a fact. The night of the event only really starts with a 2 a.m. IHOP visit. The return of harmony. Discord, a figure from the past representing the opposite of harmony, returns to Equestria after having been sealed away by Princess Celestia and the elements of harmony. The symptoms of his return include things like chocolate rain, not like the song, cotton candy clouds, popping corn, and other random events that the main six investigate. They're called to meet with the princess, who explains they must once again use the elements of harmony to seal this wicked figure in stone where he belongs. But when she retrieves the elements, they're missing. Q then taunts them for a while, and he says he'll return the elements if the ponies play a game, giving them a riddle that they deduce means the elements are hidden in the nearby hedge maze. To navigate the maze, Discord takes their wings and horns, forcing them to walk, and then separates them all so they have to do it alone. Once separated, he taunts them one by one in an inverse of the first season's opener. Back then, they all worked together while alternating which pony led the group, as their strengths were suited to particular challenges. Here, the challenges exist by creating an inverse of what they usually do, or excessive version of who they are. For example, Applejack seeks out the truth through piles of talking apples that predict the future, and when she learns that her friends will soon fight one another, she becomes incapable of telling the truth, speaking only in lies. Pinkie Pie is surrounded by a balloon garden, only to grow paranoid at these balloons, laughing at her instead of with her, becoming corrupted into thinking that she is the butt of every joke. Rarity's eye for beauty leads her to a massive gym, revealed as a big chunk of rock she refuses to go anywhere without. He also attempts to make Fluttershy feel bad so she won't be so kind to everybody, but when she's realistic about her flaws and limitations and mentions loving her friends because they accept her, he just zaps her with magic. Finally, he lures Rainbow Dash with the choice to have her wings back, saying that Cloudsdale will fall if she makes the wrong choice. The rest of the ponies see Rainbow flying away, thus ending the game in a failure, as Discord celebrates he won, taking over the land. The next episode opens on Twilight Sparkle complaining that Discord removed the maze before they had the chance to complete it, and he wasn't playing fair. He retorts that 1. He's an entity of chaos and was never going to play fair in the first place, and 2. The elements were never actually in the maze, they just guessed wrong that they were. So Twilight rethinks the riddle from before and deduces the elements of harmony are back at the library, where they started. She's correct about this, but the struggle was never about actually retrieving the elements, as it was about getting her friends to agree to help her retrieve them, and then use them to stop Discord. They're more interested in pranking Spike or hoarding gems and so on to bother with the plot, and after a failed attempt to use their powers together, Twilight turns monochrome as she no longer believes in the power of friendship. But before she can pack up her things to leave, Spike begins belching up letter after letter, revealed to be the letters Twilight has been writing to Celestia all of last season, serving as reminders of what she's learned of friendship. The slowest part of the first season always was Twilight ending each plot by writing back to Princess Celestia. And sure, this was the entire reason she was in Ponyville in the first place, but to try to work each story into a solid, quickly summarized end beat wound up either making for awkward transitions to her at home, or a necessity not to leave things ambiguous, as Twilight needed to tell the audience what they just saw. And while this could be an affordance for the series' roots as well as for younger members of the audience, here it's recontextualized as a necessity in universe. Twilight summarized each episode so the summaries could be called back to, not just the episodes themselves. After reading all of these morals to herself over a montage, she and Spike then head to the rest of the ponies to remind them of the show's tagline, "Friendship is magic." They're all cured of their lack of color, even managing to race after Rainbow Dash, who believes she abandoned them to protect Cloudsdale, which is just a tiny cloud. Once they're back together, they attack Discord again, who's not worried that they can actually succeed as he taunts them further. But once they produce their magic, he turns to stone in a scene that's actually pretty well animated in the sense that he moves realistically for someone losing bits of their limb at a time. Not a plot thing, just a neat bit of motion I noted when watching. The main six are once again recognized for their heroism in a mural similar to the mural of their first victory, and yet another parallel to the first season's opener. It's worth noting how this season's opener feels like a re-examination of the more straightforward character intros we saw before, now that the show has a season's worth of context for what it is they want to do with the plot. Rather than a simple story about friendship saving the day because of the traits of each of the individual ponies, the second season opens by taking away these traits and separating them all as if to point out how their friendship is because of the personality rather than in spite of them. They're friends because they're good ponies, and they're good ponies because they're friends. It's not enough to do one of them as they quickly lost what made them special in the absence of a person to share that part of themselves with. Lesson 0. Spike is helping Twilight Sparkle organize her organization as she heads around town trying to make sure everything is just right. But she's stopped when she realizes that she's finished her jobs earlier than usual and learns why. She hasn't written her weekly letter to Celestia about friendship. I like it when series lean against the fourth wall like this, pointing out how something unusual happens once a week or takes 11 minutes to resolve. So Twilight heads into Ponyville to look for somebody who needs help so she can fix their issues and write about what she learned. Except all of her friends seem to be doing just fine without her. Twilight begins imagining what might happen if she fails to finish her assignment on time, assuming it'll mean she gets held back and dropped to Magic Kindergarten. So instead of waiting around for something to break, she breaks it herself, trying to get the Cutie Mark Crusaders to fight over a doll, and when that doesn't work, enchanting the doll to make ponies fight for it. This works too well, and she can't undo the spell due to the big fight, so she asks her friends for help. Twilight's too late though, as Celestia comes to Ponyville to see the state of things before telling off Twilight for being so obsessive. Spike warned her about how overworked Twilight was, so she came by to give her student a break, telling the whole main six that they can each write letters instead of just Twilight being the one to learn things. The moral is that sometimes there is no moral. Most morality tales are not just business as usual. The characters in them only learn a lesson of sorts when something goes wrong or something breaks down. It's only by failing to fix it and then succeeding at fixing it that people learn anything. And while this makes sense to the audience, thinking more about it makes you wonder if it's a worthy cause to try to want something to break just to learn from it. Wouldn't it be better if there was no need to have to learn and grow if only for a while? Some lessons come easily, so why make things harder? There's a metatextual lesson here as well if one considers that Twilight Sparkle is effectively just trying to write an episode of My Little Pony, going out of her way to look for some sort of conflict to resolve but not being able to find anything that makes sense to go wrong. Rarity loses a few things around her workspace, but that's hardly an episode-worthy plotline, even if she does play up the dramatics. And when she first arrives to get the Crusaders to fight, they give her a half-hearted attempt at flattery over her old toy, the awkward and stilted performances of fictional characters, showing what happens when you go out of your way to find something wrong when everything's normal. Luna Eclipsed. It's the Nightmare Night Festival, where all of Ponyville dresses up so they can go door to door, gathering candy while partaking in festivities about... It's a Halloween episode. They're celebrating Halloween, but since it wouldn't make sense for the setting to have real-world holidays with all the historical implications, they give it a little twist to keep it consistent with the rest of the setting. For example, they dress in costumes as disguises, so Nightmare Moon won't recognize them, and the candy's meant as an offering for a statue of her, so she'll eat her fill and have no room to eat ponies. This is the story of why they all celebrate a similar but technically distinct holiday. The catch is that Nightmare Moon is no longer just a legend. She's become Princess Luna, and she lives among them now. Since they're all celebrating a night about her coming by to almost eat them all, her presence at the celebration unnerves the ponies of Ponyville, who mostly just cower in fear. All but Twilight Sparkle, who recognizes that Luna wasn't trying to scare them, but just wanted to join in on the holiday meant for her. She's just out of the loop about how to talk to her subjects. 1,000 years ago, it was acceptable to use the royal we and to yell at the top of your lungs, so the gathered masses could hear you. But in the modern day, there's no need for such yelling and so much pomp. So Twilight decides that she's going to teach Princess Luna not to act like she's been sealed away for 1,000 years by having Fluttershy teach her to speak quietly and Applejack teach her to have fun. But these new lessons all fail because Pinkie Pie keeps riling up the kids to get them to fear the misunderstandings that arise, and soon Princess Luna is back to being an outcast. That is, until Twilight Sparkle tries but fails to get Pinkie Pie to stop spreading these rumors, as Pinkie tells her that she actually enjoys being scared. So at Twilight's request, Luna, now just Luna, leans into her scary appearance and personality, continuing to demand candy and intimidating all the other ponies as she realizes that this is just a role she can play. Last season there was an episode where the others had to learn to accept Zecora for who she was instead of judging her by her appearance. Here, the moral's similar but with a more nuanced approach. Luna really is as intimidating as she appears to be. The stories about her are mostly true. But instead of placing all the pressure of adaptation onto a single person or group, the moral of this story is to meet the other halfway. Luna has already taken steps to make herself less of an outsider, but to completely abandon her scary personality would be to erase who she is. Instead, the ponies of Ponyville are asked to accept that she's still a little bit scary, not accepting the horror stories of the past, but not demanding they be dismantled outright either. Sisterhooves Social. Rarity's parents are leaving for a vacation, leaving Sweetie Belle with her for the week. But as this week goes on, the two begin to fight more and more, as Sweetie Belle attempts to help out her sister only to make things worse, while Rarity attempts to get her sister out of the way. To get closer to Rarity, Sweetie asks if they can compete in the Sisterhooves Social, a collection of outdoor challenges. But Rarity shoots down the idea, saying it's too uncouth for her. The two argue and eventually break up, headed their separate ways as Rarity goes back to work, while Sweetie goes to Sweet Apple Acres. Here, she sees Applejack and Apple Bloom working together and enjoying each other's company. Back at the boutique, Rarity begins to realize how much help her sister really was, and goes to Applejack to apologize. In a typical episode of a kids show, this would be where the moral is learned. Each of the ponies realizes that they're better off with their sister, and they say something about how family is everything. Except Sweetie Belle already knew this at the start. She began the episode going out of her way to do chores and organize her sister's workshop and make her presents. These are all nice things to do, but the end result was, to the older of the two, a disaster that got in the way of Rarity's obligations. She wasn't looking at the intention behind her sister's actions, just the end result. Sweetie Belle refused to look at the end results of her actions, only caring about her intentions. She wanted to help out her sister, but just ruined her workflow. So this is the second half of the episode's conflict. Sweetie Belle turns down her sister's apology to instead participate in the Sisterhooves social with her new sister Applejack. Applejack's unsure about this, but agrees to enter this one contest with Sweetie Belle as she and Rarity come up with a plan. On the day of the race, the two of them start together, then Applejack dives into a mud pit and is completely covered in dirt. It's not Applejack who emerges from the mud, but Rarity, and unbeknownst to Sweetie Belle, the two run the rest of the race together, barely missing out on first place. Of course, winning wasn't the point. After Rarity reveals herself, she also reveals her side of the lesson, to not care about the action of winning, but about the intention of entering a race and getting covered in mud. She didn't want to get dirty, but she did want to spend time with her sister, and made a little sacrifice. The Cutie Pox. Apple Bloom steals a potion that can grant one's heart's desire from Zecora while being treated for a chipped tooth, and then develops a hula-hooping cutie mark that she shows off to her classmates the next day. And then she develops another cutie mark, and another, unable to stop showing off the random talent she now has. As she can't stop dancing and performing and balancing and speaking French, they turn to Twilight Sparkle for help in figuring out what's going on, and Twilight learns of a disease called cutie pox, with no known cure. They seek out Zecora's help, but Apple Bloom can't make it there because she's too distracted by various performances, finally having Zecora come to them as she's investigating the ingredients that the filly took the day before. She's able to cure the cutie pox with seeds of truth that only grow after she confesses to the theft that her cutie marks are all fake. The second season of My Little Pony, I've noticed, has been steadily putting more and more of an emphasis on those not in the main six. This episode, for example, doesn't have any appearances of Fluttershy at all, and is the second in a row to focus on the Cutie Mark Crusaders. But it isn't just the side characters getting more of a spotlight, but background ponies who are more noticeable than before. Their actions in mitigating the spread of cutie pox serving as a quick plot beat in the episode where Zecora once again believes they're fleeing from her. Adding on to this, there are far more crowd shots than before, large groups of ponies appearing and reappearing as Ponyville stops being a village with a few named main characters and a bunch of extras, and onto Ponyville being a village with a more consistent character sheet. Then all of this is to say nothing of the pop culture references that are certainly added for the benefit of the show's now growing older audience. May the best pet win. The main six come together for a pet playdate, except for Rainbow Dash, as she's the only one who doesn't have a pet. So to avoid being left out, Rainbow tries to adopt a pet with the help of Fluttershy. I like how accurately Fluttershy is portrayed as a shy character. It's not that she never talks and always avoids it, she just doesn't speak up on most subjects. When her favorite topic, animals, comes up, she breaks into a full musical number. Shy people aren't untalkative, they're just selectively talkative. Rainbow Dash then spins the next act of the episode, putting all the potential candidates through a series of tests to best figure out which of them will make the best companion, narrowing it down to a quick flyer that can keep up with her. The final challenge is a race through the dangerous Ghastly Gorge, and whichever animal can keep up enough to cross the finish line with her will be her new pet. But Rainbow Dash has too much of a lead to the point of getting pinned beneath an avalanche too far out of the way for the others to see her. It's the turtle, named Tank, that's going slow enough to find her and use his hard shell to rescue the pinned pony. In the end, as the tortoise was the only one to cross the finish line with her, Rainbow Dash chooses to adopt a pet tortoise, giving him a personal helicopter to keep up. Keeping in line with some of the messages and motifs of earlier in the series, this episode borrows the story of the tortoise and the hare, just with wings. But rather than simply telling a moral about slow and steady winning the race, it instead shows that no, going slow won't win a race. The steadiness of Tank just shows how winning in terms of speed is not all that matters. Sometimes you want a companion who can keep up, but sometimes you want someone who is your opposite to keep you grounded and show off the things you missed. Her new pet is not one that matches her personality, but one who complements it. The mysterious Ne'er-do-well. Rainbow Dash saves a few ponies around Ponyville from typical comic book pratfalls, reveling in their celebrations of her. But when she's too distracted signing autographs to save the day at one point, another pony, dubbed Ne'er-do-well, flies in to save the day before she can. Rainbow Dash gets jealous of this new masked pony, who always saves the day just before she gets the chance to, and eventually she is the one who needs to be saved, which finally gets her mad enough to attempt to unmask her. Rainbow Dash then attacks Ne'er-do-well, chasing her around town before finally pinning her to reveal it's Pinkie Pie, and Twilight Sparkle, and Applejack, and the rest of the main six, working together to teach her a lesson on humility. This episode retreads a lot of the ground that the last season covered in Ghostbusters, this time replacing the antagonist with the major character and giving the story from her perspective. And sure, the difference between Trixie and Rainbow is that Rainbow actually did what she said she could, but aside from that, the approach is the same. A pony that brags a lot is publicly humiliated by coming up short of who she claimed to be. Yet while the Season 1 episode had more nuance, the plot was more about Twilight not wanting to stoop to Trixie's level. This episode plays the plot far straighter. The others do stoop to Rainbow Dash's level in an attempt to make two wrongs into a right. Instead of communicating clearly with their friend, they gaslight her into thinking she's a failure using the same methods they believed were wrong. It's not just a messy moral, but a messy moral that the show's already done well. Sweet and Elite. Rarity goes to Canterlot to work on a dress for Twilight Sparkle's upcoming birthday party, getting invited to stay in the castle because Twilight knows the princess. This causes her to become popular as people are impressed by the fact that Rarity seems to know royalty, and soon she finds herself invited to a series of parties and other social obligations by one Fancy Pants. But the entire time she's in Canterlot, she keeps bringing up her other friends and her connections to Ponyville, a town that the others view as rustic and unsophisticated. So Rarity keeps trying to hide the fact that she's from the boonies, all while ignoring her old obligations to spend time around the upper crust of society. The irony, of course, is that the very reason she is so popular in Canterlot is because of the knowledge her friends have, predicting races among the Wonderbolts because Rainbow Dash is a big fan, and getting her spot in the castle because of Twilight's connections. So when she acts embarrassed about where she is from, she's forgetting that where she's from is why people like her, even if they don't know this yet. Because Rarity blew off her obligations so much, she tells Twilight that she can't make it to the party, so the rest of her friends head to Canterlot to bring the party to her, even managing to reserve the room just outside Fancy Pants' party. For a while, Rarity tries to maintain the sitcom trope of attending both parties at the same time, while not really enjoying either of them. But the episode ends on a twist of the formula when she's finally caught between the two, as Twilight actually praises her business savvy for attending an upper crust party to meet with potential clients, and the partygoers, after Fancy Pants' lead, agree that her down-to-earth clothing designs, inspired by her friends in Ponyville, are actually a new fashion trend. It wasn't that Rarity had to decide between the two sides of her life, as the reason she had one was because of the other. Instead, it was the fact that she internalized the self-made segregation that the Canterlot ponies seem to enforce socially, rather than realizing she could push the envelope by making something new, inspired by both where she came from and where she's going. Rarity's personality is interesting because from the outside she's got the trappings of a mean girl archetype, rich and fancy and afraid of dirt and uncouth behavior. And yet, for all the appearances of someone obsessed with vanity, this doesn't define her personality. It's completely possible to be wealthy and obsessed with appearances without being a bad person, as generosity has nothing to do with those traits. Rarity's kindness comes down to the fact that her obsession with beauty extends to everyone else. She's willing to do anything she can to make sure that they live up to her standards, rather than simply looking down her nose at them. Secret of My Excess. Spike's birthday is coming up, and he's aging a ruby to eat during the celebrations. But when Rarity compliments the rock, he gives it to her as she thinks she'll like it more. The next week, his party begins, and the ponies show up to give him presents, something Spike didn't know was a tradition because this was his first Ponyville birthday. Motivated by the promise of more free stuff, Spike heads into town to demand gifts from everyone he meets. Twilight tries to tell him it's wrong to demand gifts instead of just receiving them, but he doesn't really internalize this lesson as he starts to hoard things, growing larger in tandem with his pile of stuff. Zecora teaches a lesson here when she's diagnosing what went wrong with him, that dragons are, by their biology, prone to creating massive piles of wealth and then using their size to keep it to themselves. So Twilight keeping him on as an assistant is just a ticking time bomb. It's a matter of when and not if he begins to act the way he is. This is reinforced by the other dragons we've met thus far, all of whom have been antagonistic in some way. But when Spike kidnaps Rarity and begins recreating scenes from King Kong, this fact gets questioned. Spike isn't responding to anyone's pleas to stop attacking Ponyville until he sees the necklace Rarity made from his gift, remembering how nice it felt to do something selfless. Spike then overcomes his own nature to revert to his usual baby dragon size, proving that he's not who he was born as, but who he learns to become. To reinforce this, the other ponies immediately forgive him in spite of all the collateral damage of his rampage. Not just a way to have the continuity reset for an easy ending to the episode, but a means of showing that one failure to change who you are doesn't define you as a dragon. Hearts-Warming Eve. The main six are selected to put on the Hearts-Warming Eve performance where they retell the foundation myth of Equestria. 3 races, the Pegasi of the clouds, unicorns of the sky, and earth ponies of the ground, all lived in an uneasy harmony where they exchanged their goods of rain, sun, and food respectively to the others. It's interesting that this clarifies a concept from earlier in the series, that the main 6 are not just 6 ponies, but that there are different pony races, and that the group is multicultural in a way distinct from the cultures the audience is familiar with. Like Fellowship of the Ring, but with cartoon horses. When a blizzard came in and threatened production, they fought over whose fault it was, eventually independently coming up with the idea to abandon the land entirely. They all set out on different journeys, with the leadership forcing their underlings to do most of the work before arriving at 3 sites they find to be perfect for settling. However, all 3 of these sites are actually the same location, and they begin to fight once again before being driven into a cave from the blizzard that followed them over. They end up fighting over the limited space before the blizzard forms inside, freezing the leadership in place as their ragged underlings agree that they don't actually have a feud with one another. And then their friendship is able to stave off the storm caused by Wendigos. Realizing that friendship is magic, they agree not to fight anymore and remove the previously transactional relationship to live in more harmony. That is to say, not providing food because you need to bribe the others for sunlight, but because you want them to have food. Friendship, whether it's between friends or civilizations, is something that can't be done out of necessity, but because you want to do it. And likewise, the lack of this friendship that creates the hatred the Wendigos fed off of was something that the common ponies never even wanted. Family Appreciation Day. Sweet Apple Acres is about to experience its annual Zap Apple Harvest, with Granny Smith leading the others in a series of nonsensical rituals regarding the plants that one of Apple Bloom's classmates makes fun of her for doing. This makes her self-conscious about some of her family's traditions, made worse when Family Appreciation Day comes up, and it's her turn to bring in a family member to talk about themselves. Apple Bloom never really second-guessed the things that her family did while she was growing up. These traditions were the norm for her, and she had no reason to doubt otherwise. Only having someone else to compare your life to can cause you to reconsider if you're actually doing things the right way, and this is where some of her anxiety came from. As Applejack and Big Macintosh are both going to be busy with the harvest, it's only Granny Smith available to give the presentation, so the Cutie Mark Crusaders convene to make sure she can't make it to school that day. Their plans fail and Granny Smith arrives anyway, only to tell the story behind the founding of Sweet Apple Acres, that they were personally given the land by Princess Celestia, and how she staved off starvation with the first batch. Additionally, as the Zap apples are magical, they require specific rituals to be performed for the best taste, explaining Granny's odd behavior. The story ends with Granny Smith explaining that Ponyville was founded around the orchard, as so many people visited from all over to buy their apples, including the grandfather of one of Apple Bloom's classmates who made his first fortune selling the jam Granny produced. Now with a better appreciation for her family's traditions, Apple Bloom defends her grandmother and happily joins in once again with the rituals. Baby cakes. The Cake family has twins, a unicorn and a Pegasus, and Pinkie is excited that the owners of her favorite baked goods store now have 2 babies for her to play with. But a month later, when the 2 have a large catering order they have to focus on, Pinkie Pie volunteers to babysit, and the couple agrees if only because they couldn't find anyone else to agree. Pinkie Pie is excited to have a long playdate with these babies until real responsibilities start to appear, the kids refusing to stop crying or to eat or take their baths and so on. Pinkie attempts different fun tricks to get them to behave and only manages to discover that they laugh whenever she dumps flour on herself, which she has to repeatedly do to get them to behave for even a short amount of time. The concept of baby ponies is likely a huge marketing draw. Babies are supposed to be cute. Ponies are supposed to be cute. There's absolutely a big market for the idea of playing pretend with a baby pony that the intended audience is likely to want to engage with. And while it's still perfectly likely that this would be leaned into, it's also responsible to ensure that the audience knows what they're getting into in real life. Babies are not some decorative object to be tossed into an imaginary scenario, but are actually a massive responsibility. So massive that almost everything else in your life will be paused to focus on them. And this doubles as a nice shout out to the parents of the kids watching, to give a knowing nod to the effort they've put in, whether it's changing their diapers, burping them at 3 a.m., or watching My Little Pony instead of what you actually wanted to see. The fact that this episode uses the framing devices that horror movies often employ to show that Pinkie Pie's out of her depth is not a random pop culture reference. In the end, Pinkie breaks down and cries over her inability to take care of these babies, the exact thing she was trying to avoid when she rejected the help of Twilight Sparkle earlier in the episode to protect her ego. The babies see her crying and start behaving, just as the parents finally come home, though the horror of this episode really comes when you consider what might have happened if Pinkie didn't have the parental lifeline she got here. The Last Roundup. Applejack enters the championship to win enough blue ribbons to afford to repair the damage to Town Hall caused by derpy hooves. There's a huge send-off for her as everyone celebrates the victories she hasn't yet won. And then after a few days at her welcome back party, Applejack sends a letter saying she won't be coming home for a while, but she will send money soon. The other main 6 investigate to track down where she might have gone, discovering she is in Dodge Junction rather than Ponyville. Further investigation leads them to find her at a cherry farm, working normally while refusing to tell the others why she hasn't come back with them. So they all get a job at the cherry farm too, with Pinkie Pie simply annoying the answers out of Applejack until she agrees to tell them all at breakfast the next morning. Applejack then skips breakfast to get the heck out of Dodge, the other ponies chasing her through the desert where she assumes she's lost them, forgetting that Fluttershy and Applejack can fly. Once cornered, they learn that Applejack never actually lied to the others. In her letter, she said she would send home money, not prize money, and that she'd tell them the truth at breakfast, which she never had. Yet while Applejack never technically lied, she did lie through omission by refusing to mention something she was ashamed of. Despite all her training, she never actually won any first-place ribbons, only capping at second and not having the money she needed to repair Town Hall. Applejack was nervous as there was a massive send-off for her, with everyone just assuming she would win. It's a tough position to be in, to be seated first in any competition, or to be told you're the best at something. Either you break even, or you're a disappointment, and here, Applejack assumed that she was the latter. This is similar to her mentality back in Applebuck season, where she volunteered for so many responsibilities that she could do all at once, but refused to tell anyone she couldn't keep the promises. Here, it wasn't a promise she made herself, but one others made for her. They all called her the best, and she didn't want to let them down, and in doing so, she didn't stand up for herself. But it's also hard to stand up for yourself by downplaying your abilities. It can be difficult to identify the line between modesty and self-loathing. The Super Speedy Cider Squeezy 6000. Sweet Apple Acres has once again run out of cider during cider season due to their careful process being too slow to keep up with demand. Seeing the disappointed line of customers, the Flim Flam brothers arrive with the titular Super Speedy Cider Squeezy, saying it can create cider faster than the Apple family. When the Apple ponies refuse to buy this device, the Flim Flam brothers decide to outcompete the others, challenging them to a cider-making contest to prove their speed. The Ballad of John Henry then plays out with a few character beats borrowed from The Music Man, although my audience will certainly feel more inspiration from Marge vs. the Monorail. At first, the Flim Flam brothers outpace the Earth ponies, but the rest of the main 6 offer to aid in the bottling of cider as a family of friends, rather than just the 4 of them. They use their talents to speed up production, so the Flim Flam brothers decide to outpace them further by foregoing quality control. Their idea was never to make a quality product, but to make money. The cider itself, the customers buying it, the orchard surrounding the machine, and so on, those are all just numbers in spreadsheets, with the money being the only end goal. So when they start moving these numbers around, they fail to consider them as anything tangible. The people making the money are so far removed from the product that they fail to see the effect on society their money-making machine really has. Their major goal of the episode is to drive a family off of their farm, and they consider a few rocks in their cider as an acceptable amount as long as it isn't in the way of getting a little more money. Of course, the rest of the Ponyvillians don't see it that way, and despite the Flimflam brothers winning handily, they don't keep this victory for long because nobody actually wants to buy their low-quality slop. Applejack writes in her letter to Celestia at the end of the episode that she learned nothing. She knew all along people liked the quality of her cider, as well as the fact that, once things got tough, she was able to rely on her friends. Read it and weep. Rainbow Dash is hospitalized with a broken wing, the other members of the main six trying to cheer her up, but she turns down Twilight Sparkle's offer of a book series to read, Daring Do. But after running out of other ways to pass the time, Rainbow Dash eventually caves and starts to read the series, about an explorer with a personality very similar to her own, and soon she's hooked. But reading is an egghead hobby to Rainbow Dash, and she's embarrassed to be caught doing it, in spite of the fact that her other friends read as well, and she doesn't find anything particularly off-putting about the hobby itself. In fact, the only reason that Rainbow Dash doesn't want to read is because she considers it to clash with the rest of her personality. She's an athlete, not a bookworm. Rainbow doesn't think a pony can be both of these things, and she constantly tries to get her other friends out of the room to get more reading time. She's eventually discharged from the hospital, but as she hasn't finished the copy of the first Daring Do book and is too prideful to ask to borrow Twilight's, Rainbow Dash breaks into the hospital to steal from the book cart, reenacting scenes from the novel as she begins to blend fiction and reality. Rainbow Dash is caught while being chased around Ponyville, eventually confessing to the truth as Twilight Sparkle happily allows her to borrow her copy of the book, something Rainbow assumed she would also do from the beginning. What she did not assume, though, is that the other ponies wouldn't care that she was an avid reader, that they treated her the same in spite of the betrayal of her personality. Because the moral of the episode is that reading books is not a personality. Books come in so many genres, and people read them for so many different reasons that two people, both avid readers, meeting up together, might find that they have nothing to talk about except vision problems and neck pain. Rainbow Dash's anxiety in this episode might also be a metaphor for the burgeoning brony fandom, starting to gain attention at the time. The adults who liked a show for kids but kept it a secret as they were worried about judgment from those who assumed it was for kids exclusively. But the truth is that anybody who has such a curated personality as to be a one-dimensional monolith is certainly hiding something. It's the exceptions to who we are that provide a framing contrast to who we pretend to be. Hearts and Hooves Day. Upset that their teacher doesn't have anybody to spend Valentine's Day or Hearts and Hooves Day with, the Cutie Mark Crusaders try to arrange a date between Cheerilee and Big Macintosh, Applebloom's older brother. But despite having a romantic scenario arranged, the two don't actually fall in love instantly. So they go to Twilight for help on making ponies fall in love, where they learn the ingredients to a love potion. This potion works, and soon, the arranged couple are madly in love with one another. So in love, in fact, that they ignore every other responsibility they have to spend more time together. Realizing that this isn't good for their school or their food source, the Crusaders try to undo the love potion, learning it's actually a love poison. The morality of a love potion isn't really murky. Most adults will understand that this degree of chemical coercion towards romance is not a positive thing, but it's difficult to explain this to children in terms appropriate for kids. This, in spite of the fact that love potions are a trope in a number of fantasy stories and old fairy tales. So while the narrative cannot explicitly say what's wrong with the love potion, it can still present that loss of personality that comes from one as a negative, to give the beginning of a framework for younger audiences to get a more complex idea for the future. The fact that it's really a poison helps to inform the audience that, while love itself is good, you can poison any idea to make something negative. They learn the antidote is just to keep the lovers apart for 1 hour. Their scheme is then to pretend they're planning a wedding so they have an excuse to keep them apart. But Big Macintosh is too strong for them to hold him back after jewel shopping, and his cries of love are enough to call Cheerilee out of her wedding dress try-ons. And in spite of a pitfall they dug, the two end up reunited just after the hour mark, but the poison does end up losing its effect. In the end, the Cutie Mark Crusaders are punished by having to do all the chores Big Mac was not able to do while he was following their teacher around. And then the fake couple teaches the others for a bit by leaving together for a picnic. A friend indeed. Pinkie Pie attempts to get a new citizen of Ponyville named Cranky Doodle Donkey to be her friend, rolling out a literal welcome wagon, but failing to get the guy to acknowledge her in any way as he finds her antics and her songs annoying. Not understanding that Cranky just wants to be left alone, she continues to bug him, accidentally knocking off his toupee and embarrassing him in front of the whole town. Cranky Doodle serves as an opposite of Pinkie Pie, a donkey who only wants solitude and who lacks the bombastic energy of the other pony. This isn't because he lacks the ability to behave this way, but rather the desire. No amount of excitement can force others to be similarly excited. Her attempts to correct this by giving him a new wig and a new makeover do not work, as Cranky just wants to be left alone, with Pinkie's prying revealing that he used to travel the world looking for somebody before winding up in Ponyville to retire. After accidentally destroying a scrapbook of the man's, she attempts to apologize by piecing together bits of his history, like menus from the Grand Galloping Gala and so on, eventually bringing in Matilda, who Pinkie has discovered was the special someone he was looking for after a chance meeting decades ago. Pinkie manages to get her happily ever after as Doodle finally accepts her as a friend, which he does by moving in with Matilda to be left alone with her instead. So Pinkie's new friend is really in name only, but that was sort of the point. Earlier episodes have characterized Pinkie as being the heavily dependent on other people's approval type. Without it, she feels like a failure. It's a bit of an issue that, for someone so intent on making friends, Pinkie doesn't accept what others want, forcing herself in their face against their wishes. I was expecting this to be an episode about how not everyone can be your friend, and some people aren't going to change their mind just because you keep trying. Then the moral would be Pinkie not blaming herself or the donkey for this, because that's just the way things are sometimes. I get that for a kid's show there has to be a happy ending, but it might not hurt to have a happy ending that came not from the characters get what they were trying to get, but from finding joy where they can. Putting your hoof down. Fluttershy's pet bunny is refusing to eat regular food, so she goes into town to buy a nicer meal for him, only to get cut off in lines and swindled for more than the ingredients are worth. Seeing their friend getting taken advantage of, Rarity and Pinkie Pie try to teach her to stand up for herself, but she fails to internalize any of their lessons and winds up unable to get the last of the ingredients. After Angel refuses to eat his food because of a missing cherry, Fluttershy vows to take an assertiveness course from a flyer she gets in the mail. This course is taught by a macho stereotype named Iron Will, who gives her a series of catchphrases to say that'll make her stand up for herself. At first, her friends are happy to see her standing up for herself and getting her way far more often, until Fluttershy begins to act like a bully, attacking other ponies for perceived slights and taking whatever she wants. After Fluttershy tells off the other two and scares them away, she realizes she has become the exact type of bully that she disliked so much before. So Fluttershy locks herself in her house, refusing to come out because she considers herself a monster. But when Iron Will returns to ask for his payment for the seminar, the other ponies realize she's in no state to negotiate for herself. Iron Will demands payment, but Fluttershy meekly says she was unsatisfied with the lessons after scaring everybody off, and his seminar had a satisfaction guarantee. She ends up getting the guy to leave by stating no means no, which he likes enough as a slogan to respect, and Rarity and Fluttershy celebrate that their old friend is back. Iron Will was portrayed as a bad sort of person, the kind of bully that was harassing Fluttershy from the beginning of the episode. So when she internalizes his lessons and starts to push back against others, one would expect that he would be proud of this behavior, and he is. His business model was logically sound. Either the pony he encourages becomes more assertive and thus is satisfied with the service, or they're not more assertive and thus won't stand up for themselves when they demand payment. But Fluttershy ends up learning to be more assertive without using his methods, meaning she wasn't happy with his seminar but became more assertive anyway. This was not done by copying her friend's methods, but by embodying her own. Fluttershy doesn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and as a result, ends up avoiding conflict entirely. But it's possible to have a conflict where both sides come away still respecting each other, which she does by being firm but still polite. She's nice enough to respect the other party without accepting their actions, a proper lesson in conflict avoidance. It's about time. While pacing about her study, Twilight Sparkle receives an ominous warning from Twilight Sparkle, who traveled back in time to attempt to warn herself of an impending disaster. But past Twilight is too busy asking questions about her future self's bizarre appearance and outfit, and the future Twilight ends up returning to her time before she finishes the warning. Realizing she only has a week before this disaster, Twilight begins preparing for every possible thing that could go wrong, warning the citizens of Ponyville and having them work together to disaster-proof everything. For a moment, Twilight believes they're ready, as Cerberus has escaped, nearly rampaging through the town, only to be calmed down by Fluttershy. But then a letter from Celestia warning Ponyville of the escaped animal arrives and gives Twilight a paper cut, making her realize that Cerberus wasn't the disaster. So I guess Tartarus is canon in the universe of My Little Pony? The dungeon of eternal torment that holds the damned? That's just sort of dropped in dialogue uncaringly? Oh well. Twilight then tries to find out what exactly this impending disaster is going to be, using the tech in her lab to check every possible possibility, and even resorting to asking Pinkie Pie's Pinkie Sense for advice, finding nothing. Through some magical mishaps and a misuse of a telescope, she ends up having almost the exact appearance of the bedraggled Twilight she met in the future, completing the ensemble when she dons ninja gear to break into the archives in Canterlot for a spell to prevent the disaster. But despite looking all night, she, Pinkie, and Spike find nothing, and when the sun rises, Twilight realizes that the disaster was the fact that there was no disaster, an issue existing entirely in her head. Pinkie Pie finds a one-use spell that will allow her to go back in time, since any more than one would immediately break any semblance of canon in the franchise, and Twilight goes back to warn herself not to worry for no reason. But she doesn't get to finish this interaction and returns to her time before giving the full warning, starting a stable time loop and the entire episode's plot. Stable time loop was not meant to be a pun. Dragon Quest. The main six, minus Fluttershy, have gathered to watch the dragons migrate, with Spike also observing and realizing he knows very little about dragons despite being one. He and Twilight attempt to research more about his species, but they don't learn much because ponies and dragons are too different. So Spike declares that he's going to follow the dragons to their mountainous homes so he can learn more about them and himself. After a perilous journey, Spike meets with some teenage dragons and attempts to integrate himself with their group, but they only make fun of him for not having wings and for being a baby, made worse when they learn he's from Ponyville. To prove he's not a pony on the inside, they challenge him to a series of tasks, each one more stereotypically masculine than the last, like burping contests, or wrestling, or cliff diving. The metaphor here is that Spike is the sole male character among the main cast, and therefore the sole masculine archetype among the ponies that get the most screen time. Except, as shown in this episode, Spike is a dragon in name only. His mannerisms are adopted from those around him who are not dragons. So the conflict in this episode is all about Spike being socialized as a pony despite being physically a dragon. He's suppressing some part of who he is deep inside in order to fit into those around him, who are not consciously making him into somebody else, as they don't really know otherwise how to raise a dragon. This can be seen as a metaphor for any number of things, but the closest thing we'll see here is the male fanbase of the show. My Little Pony has an episode where the presumably low male population gets to experience their grappling with being outsiders among the fandom. But those who can read into the metaphor even more will also see themselves like the young girls who latch onto My Little Pony in a landscape that views cartoons as fitting into two categories: cartoons and cartoons for girls. Spike's interactions with the dragons culminate in a raid on a phoenix nest to steal the eggs, something that isn't successful as they've all hatched but one. These chicks flee from the dragons, leaving the remaining egg to be discovered by Spike. But when the dragons encourage him to smash it, he refuses because he sympathizes with the egg as it's the only one of its kind. Twilight, Rainbow Dash, and Rarity then confront the dragon as they were following Spike all along to make sure he was okay, and they help him to flee from the others with the egg intact. In the end, Spike realizes that it doesn't matter if he's a dragon or a pony, since, after it all anyway, he's still just Spike. Hurricane Fluttershy. It's time for the annual Pegasus Tornado, an event where the Pegasi of Equestria fly in circles to produce a tornado massive enough to manually lift water out of the reservoir to provide more fuel for the clouds made in Cloudsdale. Apparently, evaporation is not a common thing in this setting, so they do it all themselves, once more having My Little Pony's world building based upon normally natural occurrences being the result of manual actions. This year, Rainbow Dash wants to lead the others not only in creating a tornado with the force to bring the water up, but to set a speed record while doing so. She leads the other Pegasi in training for this big event, though Fluttershy is too nervous to fly in front of others, let alone have her flying speed measured and compared. Her reasons for being nervous are because the other Pegasi used to make fun of her in school for being a poor flyer, and these anxieties have only festered in her mind in the time since then. As much as people say that time heals all wounds, the truth is that some internal wounds only get worse as you internalize them to the point where you start to believe the wound is a part of you. At first, Rainbow Dash tries to use the same tough love style of motivation she uses for all the other Pegasi, yelling until they go faster. But Fluttershy sets a terrible time because she's imagining laughter once again, and she flees into the woods in embarrassment. But the forest animals encourage her to keep at it, practicing her flying in secret and on her own terms, until returning to set a new time much better than the old one, but still one of the lowest speeds of any flyer. The event starts without Fluttershy, who still feels left out because she's not as fast as anyone else, yet several of the Pegasi have fallen ill, and now there's a chance they might not have the lift needed to make a tornado at all. In spite of everyone's efforts, they wind up just short, until Fluttershy gets over her anxiety to join in, finally giving them the lift to push the water over the edge and finish the mission. Because her mission was never about being the fastest, it was about having everyone work together to create a force. Logically, there will be one pony who is the slowest of any group, which is fine since we know Fluttershy's talents are elsewhere. The issue was that everyone was being judged on the same metric, meaning they were seemingly objectively ranked for a few days. So Fluttershy had to relive her past trauma where the kids making fun of her were all correct and even vindicated for doing so, only to ignore this and join in anyway in a future where no one's competing but cooperating. Ponyville Confidential. The Cutie Mark Crusaders joined the school paper, the Full Free Press, in an attempt to get cutie marks in journalism. They're put under the newspaper's editor, their rival, Diamond Tiara, who demands that the paper make more changes to get a larger reader base. At first, the trio sets out to run interviews about their neighbors in Ponyville, but these aren't juicy enough. And then they photograph an embarrassing moment between two other ponies and find success publishing under the name Gabby Gums. Wanting more and more popularity, they begin to secretly run more stories about the lowest moments of the others around town. And when they run out of these types of stories, they begin to fabricate new tales and stretch the truth to make something entertaining. At first, the ponies of Ponyville are happy to read these gossipy stories about others, and the paper sells incredibly well. But once the main six realize that there are stories being published about them, they grow furious, more so when Rarity discovers her own sisters behind all of this. Afterwards, everybody refuses to talk to the Crusaders as they don't want stories published about them anymore. This is made worse by the fact that they're trying to publish a legitimate story instead of something sensationalized because they feel guilty about ruining people's reputations. When they return to Diamond Tiara with news that they don't want to publish gossip anymore, she threatens them with photographs of their embarrassing first interviews. So the Crusaders decide that Gabby Gums ought to come clean, and they publish an apology letter to Ponyville, asking for forgiveness. While the Crusaders certainly did wrong in this episode, the only reason they were able to benefit from all of this is because the rest of the ponies encouraged that behavior. They were seeking popularity, and found out they can get that popularity from pandering to schadenfreude. And while this will get you a bit of temporary fame, in the long run it hurts your ability to be taken seriously by anyone else, as they neglect you. Gossip columns are only run because other people read them, so it's hypocritical to enjoy reading about other people's misfortune, and then to get indignant that your own dirty laundry is aired later. But while both parties, the publisher and the readers, can both be considered in the wrong, in the end it's up to the ones in charge of publishing this content to make the change first. When you call yourself a journalist, it means you have a responsibility to be curious, investigative, and morally honest that's greater than the typical ponies. This is the burden of passing yourself off as an expert. Even my own channel has this temptation from time to time. I would get more views if I published frequent videos dunking on low-rated shows, but I prefer talking about things that I enjoy or suspect I will enjoy. I try to be more positive than negative, because that's what I want other people to do. And the fact that I still have an audience of people like you means that there is wisdom in this strategy. Stooping low is a choice made more by the creator than the audience, even if both parties are culpable. Mystery on the Friendship Express. The Cake family has entered their marzipan mascarpone to a competition in Canterlot, with Pinkie Pie put in charge of safely transporting it there via the Friendship Express. Also aboard this train are 3 other chefs and their prize pastries, like Gustave Legrand's exceptionally exquisite eclairs, Donut Joe's Donutopia, and Mulia Mild's chocolate mousse mousse. This episode has a lot of alliteration. Pinkie Pie suspects sabotage and prepares to spend the night guarding the cake, chasing after a few shadows and other bumps in the night while she follows shadowy suspects. She eventually falls asleep, waking up to find several bites taken from the cake. So Pinkie Pie dons a Sherlock cap to investigate the potential suspects of the cake chomping, blaming the other chefs with no evidence other than the fact that they might have ruined the cake to boost their winning chances, something she does with a series of pop culture references like saying Gustave's an old-timey mustache twirler, complete with a black and white silent film, Donut Joe being a Bond-esque secret agent chopping up the cake with a laser, and Mulia Mild being a sneaky samurai. But none of these explanations makes any sense, and they're called into doubt further when the train enters a tunnel and the rest of the desserts are also eaten. So Twilight Sparkle takes over to look for real clues she finds throughout the cart before returning to the scene of the crime to show the culprit 3 members of the main 6. They explained that Pinkie Pie's glazing of the cake's taste was too much for them, and each one individually went after a piece when they thought no one was looking. After teaching the value of evidence and deductive reasoning to Pinkie Pie, she passes the Sherlock kit back, and Pinkie Pie solves the latter half of the mystery by finding evidence among the chefs and using the same motives from before. Her descriptions of the desserts were too dazzling, and they each devoured the other dishes. In the end, as everyone was guilty, they agreed to combine their entries, or at least what's left of them, winning a prize with their mutual effort as well as mutual blame. A Canterlot Wedding. Twilight and the rest of the main 6 are invited to the wedding of Princess Miyamore Cadenza and Shining Armor, Twilight Sparkle's old babysitter Cadence, and her older brother. She's upset at the fact that her older brother sent a letter announcing his marriage rather than telling her in person, especially because they were very close as kids. Not close enough for her to have mentioned him prior to this point, though. They head to Canterlot via train and notice a ton of extra security, explained as Princess Celestia responding to a threat made against Canterlot. As Shining Armor is the head of the guard, he's been busy with both maintaining a shield around the castle as well as planning the wedding, explaining why he was too busy to speak with Twilight, as well as why Cadenza's in charge of handling the details, things that each of Twilight's friends have been put in charge of, while Twi herself is the best mare for her brother. But Twilight's not satisfied with this explanation, following the bride to be around and seeing how nasty her behavior is compared to how kind she used to be. The others dismiss this as pre-marital stress, but Twilight wants to dig further, discovering that Cadenza has been casting some sort of spell on Shining Armor in secret. Twilight confronts her at the wedding rehearsal, telling the others that her future sister-in-law's evil. But Shining Armor explains that the spell was to help with his migraines from the effort of maintaining the shield, and her attitude was because of the stress of dealing with the prep herself. Everybody leaves Twilight saying that she's the one with the attitude problem. Instead of realizing that she has just gotten into her own head again about imaginary problems like in Lesson 0 and again in It's About Time, Twilight instead gets confronted by Cadenza, who reveals that she really was evil all along and she swallows Twilight up in green fire. Twilight wakes up in the caves beneath Canterlot as a prisoner of Cadenza, being taunted by the other unicorn before she blasts through a wall and discovers the princess, quickly realizing that she has been kept prisoner as well, and the one marrying Shining Armor is a shape-shifting imposter named Chrysalis. Chrysalis is the queen of the changelings and feeds off of love, which she's found plenty of in Equestria, and she nearly marries the captain of the guard when Twilight and the real Cadence burst in to stop it. They stop the wedding vows from going through, but it's still too late as the changeling has enough love to break through the shield, letting her minions run amok on the ponies of Canterlot. She takes out Celestia, who uses the last of her energy to tell the main 6 to retrieve the elements of harmony to defeat her. They're forced to fight through armies of changelings that take their own appearance to complicate things, and despite fighting to the armory, they're too slow and get captured. But hope is not lost as Cadence is able to use her love magic to break Shining Armor out of his trance, and the two combine their love with their magic to rebuild the barrier, launching the changelings and their queen out of the castle. With the day saved, they all throw a proper wedding for the couple, as each of the main 6 gets to assist in adding Cadence to the family. Weddings are a big draw for so many young girls as playsets. The romantic idea of a princess marrying a prince and living happily ever after is sold as the dream for so many without a lot of questioning put into the concept. Of course, in real life, a princess getting married is usually someone getting married to someone based off political convenience or necessity. It's hardly romantic not to have a say in who you spend your life with. So here, a literal interpretation of this concept gets implemented. The ideal wedding is established, and then it's revealed that the main antagonist's plan was to distract everyone with the fairy tale version so they'd be too busy and too stressed to notice odd things going on. But Twilight Sparkle noticed the odd things going on and grew suspicious as she followed ponies around and accused them of horrible things. And while she was right in the end, all the points leading up to the end made her seem like the real bad guy, trying to sabotage the wedding out of a dislike of the situation, that her brother was too busy with work to spend time with her, and the bride wasn't the same teenager who used to babysit her. But in spite of all the negativity that could have been present, the episode still acknowledges that the princess wedding pony stuff is still a draw for the intended audience. It would be cynical to act like all the things people enjoy are really awful and wicked, without at least providing an alternative or more explanation. So to simply say there's no such thing as a happily ever after would be far too far outside the tone of the series. Calling something bad isn't nuance, nor the nuance that the show has developed a reputation for. This two-parter ends with the cliché of true love saving the day, with capital letters and everything. But the ending still works because the premise of the episode had been deconstructed in the first place. It's giving the audience the exact happy ending they expected, but yanking it away partway through, so it's still a surprise when it happens. Because love saving the wedding is, in fact, the point of a wedding. It doesn't matter what else happens, so long as the people getting married really do love each other. Then they can have a well-deserved happily ever after. The Crystal Empire. Princess Celestia learns that the Crystal Empire has returned, so as a test, she tells Twilight that she needs to help protect it from King Sombra, the previous ruler who cursed the Empire when he was banished 1,000 years ago. Apparently, in My Little Pony's universe, princesses and princes are good, while kings and queens are evil. Twilight and the rest of the main six meet up with Shining Armor and Cadance, who have been doing what they can to maintain the barrier protecting the city. But Shining Armor's horn is corrupted by an attack from Sombra, leaving only Cadance to maintain the barrier instead of resting. They spread out among the town to learn how to protect it, though the sleepy citizens aren't much of a help, as they're all suffering from amnesia and don't seem to realize they've been sealed for 1,000 years. Eventually, they're able to piece together historical records teaching them of a fair that was held to recharge a crystal heart with love, something that can power the barrier keeping Sombra out. They work together to put on the fair, with Twilight carving a new crystal heart herself, only to learn too late that the crystal heart the book referred to was an actual artifact, not just a statue. So Twilight Sparkle has the rest of the ponies put on the fair to distract the crystal ponies long enough to find the real crystal heart, all while Sombra's horn, which has made it beyond the barrier, begins corrupting the surrounding land. She returns to the throne room where she discovers a massive underground cavern that leads to a door where she sees Celestia scolding her for failing the test. But Spike sees a similar nightmare and she realizes that it's not a real vision but a nightmare made of Sombra's magic. This is really all the audience ever gets from the guy. The antagonist of this episode is underdeveloped, serving as a pure evil villain, and not even getting the minor justification to his actions that Queen Chrysalis had to feed her people. Twilight returns to the surface with the gravity magic, where she finds the crystal heart, only for Sombra to imprison her. She refuses to give up on her mission, trying to escape to bring the heart to the fair and save the day, but is unable to find any way to escape in time before finally giving up and telling Spike to save the day instead. Twilight spent the entire episode focused on the fact that Celestia sent her to the Crystal Empire as a test, assuming she has to do everything herself or she might fail due to getting help. It isn't until the end, when the day is saved, where Celestia tells her that she actually passed by giving up. The fact that she prioritized the safety of the Crystal Empire over her test scores was proof enough that she was kind enough to deserve to have her studies ramping up. So the season opener has a nice moral about friendship and cooperation, but so have all the season openers by this point. The only real difference is that now Twilight Sparkle's prioritizing her friendships over things she values, like studying and impressing her teacher, who you know is more valuable than what you know. Too many Pinkie Pies. Torn between the different fun activities her friends have planned for that evening, Pinkie Pie heads to a mirror pool in the woods to make a clone of herself to attend both events at once. But when this isn't enough, as she has more than 2 friends, she creates more clones to attend everything at once. But these clones make clones of their own, and soon there are dozens of Pinkie Pies, or Pinkie's Pie, roaming around Ponyville trying to have as much fun as possible. These ponies wreak havoc on the town, prompting Twilight Sparkle to investigate magic that can undo this mass cloning event. She learns of a way to undo it with magic, but this requires her to find the original Pinkie Pie to spare her. As each of the Pinkie's Pie insists that it's her, they have to create a test to see which of the ponies is the least fun of the group, assuming that the pony most dedicated to her friends will accept being bored the longest. This test is to have them watch paint dry, and one by one the Pinkie Pies fail to pay attention before getting zapped and teleported back to the pool. Soon the original Pinkie Pie is the only one left, briefly doubting if she really is the true version of herself, before deciding that it probably doesn't matter. Pinkie Pie has a reputation both in and out of universe as being, to borrow some recent web parlance, a chaos gremlin. She's mostly there to serve as comic relief to the others, making a joke or adding some kind of slapstick humor to moments where there's too much drama or plot going on, so the episode still feels like it's fresh and childish enough for the intended audience. But it's hard to build a whole character around being the comic relief, not that this really applies to Pinkie Pie. We've already seen a few plots revolving around her in the way that she's dependent on others for self-esteem. She is far from a one-note character. But the Pinkie Pie clones are, and it's a comparison to them that makes her real character stand out even more. Once Pinkie Pie is surrounded by Pinkie Pie, she begins to lose who she is because she can't compete with the version of her other people perceive. After all, nobody could tell who the real Pinkie Pie was for the longest time. One can think of this episode as a reaction to the concept of Flanderization, when a previously deep character becomes a parody of themselves. This is commonly done for a few reasons, usually because a long-running show has passed from showrunner to showrunner, as did this show at the end of Season 2. And the new staff doesn't want to develop the old characters much out of fear that they might make an unpopular change to characters viewed as too sacred to touch, all while leaning into popular fan tropes to get a better reaction from the audience. So here we get to see a glimpse into not a clone of Pinkie Pie, but a potential future of Pinkie Pie. What happens to a character when their reputation outshines their reality? One bad apple. Babs Seed, Apple Bloom's cousin, visits from Manhattan, and the filly is eager to make a good first impression on her, as she also doesn't yet have a cutie mark. The Cutie Mark Crusaders invite her into their clubhouse, giving her a tour that ends on their planned parade float for the upcoming Summer Harvest Parade. But when Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon, their schoolyard bullies, arrive at the barn and begin to taunt the others, Babs Seed sides with the bullies, joining them. The Crusaders, not wanting to tell the adults about this out of fear of how Babs will react, decide to simply hide from the new bully until her visit's over, but Babs goes out of her way to make their lives miserable over a musical montage. Tired of running away, they make a new plan, to build a new float for the parade, one so nice that Babs will try to steal it, at which point they rig it to crash into the mud. But when Applejack sees their float being piloted by the new pony, she thinks it's an act of kindness, revealing that Babs was bullied back home for her blank flank, and she came to Ponyville to relax from that life. Realizing they've stooped to the level of their bullies, the Crusaders rush over to save Babs, ending up in the mud themselves. In the end, they apologize to her, and Babs realizes that she became the exact type of pony that she hated, and then they induct her into the Cutie Mark Crusaders once more. The moral told to the audience in this episode is along the lines of asking an adult for help when you're being bullied, which, as far as anti-bullying advice goes, is at least decent. Other morals are along the line of standing up to your bullies or ignoring them outright, which fail to acknowledge that bullying is mostly about power dynamics. It's a larger kid picking on a smaller one, or a popular pony making fun of a less popular pony. Fighting back is useless because it only makes the conflict into one in which the bully has the advantage, as in, they would receive the support of their friends while the victim would not. This is shown in the way that Babs Seed joins in with the bullies and makes fun of the blank flanks despite not having a cutie mark herself. It isn't about logic, it's about status. So talking to an adult is the way to invert the status, using the authority of a figure with your best interest in mind to make that dynamic less one-sided. This is all assuming that the authority figure in question really does care and isn't the type to punish both groups as a means of stamping out bullying reports instead of the actual bullying. Bullying is a complex issue, otherwise it wouldn't really be an issue. So for an episode about it, it's better to give viewers reasonable advice to ask for help instead of more simplistic exact answers to a problem. Magic Duel. The great and powerful Trixie reappears in Ponyville, donning the Alicorn Amulet, a device that amplifies her powers significantly, and she gets revenge on those who she perceives as having humiliated her in her last appearance. To get her to stop, Twilight Sparkle agrees to a magical duel to see whose spells are the strongest, but when Twilight fails to undo an aging curse Trixie casts, she gets driven out of Ponyville. While in the woods, Twilight trains her magic with Zecora, though she struggles with a lot of this training and barely manages to complete any of what she's assigned to do. Meanwhile, the rest of Ponyville is living under Trixie's tyrannical rule, plotting to overthrow her by getting rid of the amulet she's wearing that they discover is corrupting its user. As it can only be removed by Trixie herself, they send Fluttershy in secret to warn Twilight of this new information, where she comes up with a plan based on Zecora's advice. The next night, Twilight Sparkle brags about a new amulet she found that's even more powerful than Trixie's. To prove its power, she challenges the other pony to a second magical duel, where she's able to cast a variety of spells even the amulet-enhanced Trixie can't do. So Trixie, in character, steals Twilight's amulet and replaces her old one, which the other ponies then hide away. Trixie quickly finds out that the amulet is just a worthless rock, and Twilight never used any magic but smoke and illusions to convince every pony she was powerful. Trixie's first appearance had her deceive everybody by pretending to be great and powerful when she was not. In her second major appearance, she really is as powerful as she claims to be, and of course, no one likes her anyway, not even her biggest fans from before. It's better to be loved than feared, but if you struggle to be loved, then feared is a close second compared to ignored. At least, this is Trixie's Machiavellian mentality. The issue, of course, is that Trixie never really tried to be loved in the first place. She tricked people into loving her at first, and now authentically makes people fear her. So to serve as an opposite, Twilight, a character whose friends authentically love her, uses deceptions to make others fear her, pretending to be a powerful magic user, so Trixie herself is motivated by the fear of being left behind to sabotage herself. I'm actually a bit surprised that it took this long for Trixie to be reintroduced to the show, considering how big the fandom around her seemed to be from an outsider's perspective. You would expect her to be an honorary main character based on the merchandise and fanworks, not a character with 2 appearances across 3 seasons. Sleepless in Ponyville. Hoping to impress her idol, Rainbow Dash, Scootaloo offers to go camping with the Cutie Mark Crusaders and their older sisters, biological or otherwise, to get closer. Rarity insists on bringing along a mountain of suitcases, while Scootaloo's happy just to try and keep up with Rainbow. But this extends to more than just speed, as Rainbow tells scary stories at night that keep everyone up. She tries to play it cool, but only ends up in near-miss accidents as she tries to prevent the others from knowing anything's wrong, hoping it will make her look as cool as her idol. The next night, Rainbow Dash tells another scary story, giving Scootaloo another nightmare. But this nightmare's about Princess Luna, who can enter dreams, and she tells the filly that she has to confront her fears directly, or she'll keep having nightmares. Scootaloo fails to identify what the princess meant, fleeing from creepy noises in the night, which are actually just Rainbow Dash's snores, before winding up in the river, about to go off a cliff. She is saved by Rainbow Dash and then finally says what's actually been bugging her, that she is too scared to sleep but too proud to admit that. Rainbow Dash confesses that these scary stories scared her when she first heard them too. That's the point of a scary story. And they finally share a moment where they admit their weakness to one another. Wonderbolt's Academy. Rainbow Dash gets into Wonderbolt's Academy, where she can train to become a Wonderbolt in the future. On her first day there, she meets Lightning Dust, another Pegasus just like her, who manages to leave the other Pegasi in training in the dust. The duo setting a series of records and distinguishing themselves as the best ones there. As Lightning Dust is constantly pushing herself, Spitfire, the Wonderbolt in charge, makes her a lead pony, with Rainbow Dash as her wing pony, or number 2. Rainbow Dash is a bit demotivated by this, but tries to keep up with the other one to prove how effective she can be, and yet, Lightning Dust keeps going faster and faster, to the point of injuring Rainbow's wing and throwing a bunch of other cadets off their paths too. Lightning dismisses this as the others being too weak to keep up, with Rainbow Dash following along because she still wants to be the best. Back in Ponyville, Pinkie Pie is getting nervous about how Rainbow Dash is doing without the others, so she decides that the best course of action is that the rest of the main 6 ought to send a care package in person, ensuring Dash can't forget them. But they show up in the middle of a cloud clearing exercise that, despite having a clear lead, Lightning insists on clearing faster by making a tornado. This tornado hits the hot air balloon with the other ponies, who fall to the ground. Rainbow Dash abandons the mission to rescue them, still winning but deciding it's not worth it to be a Wonderbolt if it means ignoring the well-being of her friends and allies, and even herself. She turns in her badge and leaves, only to be stopped by Spitfire, who says that while Wonderbolts are supposed to be the best of the best, being the best also means being careful and skilled. She gives Dash the position of lead pony instead of Lightning, and they all celebrate her return to the Academy. Lightning Dust is basically just Rainbow Dash, but 20% more, each of her character traits being an exaggerated version of something Dash embodies, for better and for worse. Because Rainbow Dash is a very competitive pony who always does her best at everything, and Lightning tries her best as well, just to the point where she is willing to sabotage others. Rainbow's done this before, but that was considered a low moment for her, while Lightning is rewarded for this sabotage. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be the best at something. The only issue is when you fail to properly define what the best means, assuming it's about setting records and leaving everyone else behind, instead of using your skill to uplift others. Apple Family Reunion. The Apple Family Reunion is coming up, but Granny Smith is a bit too old to handle the preparations herself, so Applejack volunteers to take over. But while the family's reminiscing on decades of old traditions, Applejack begins trying to incorporate all the events into a single day, and when she realizes that every pony invited is going to show up, tries to outdo all the previous years because she doesn't know when they might be together again. Interestingly, when Applejack mentions that she is unsure about the next chance she'll get to meet with certain family members, 2 stars fly overhead, the same 2 that appear at the end of the episode. For all the discussion of family and get-togethers, there are 2 family members suspiciously missing, Applejack's parents, with Applejack living with other family members with their parents never really seen. The show doesn't explicitly mention what happened to them, but it implies it through the actions of the characters. This makes it more understandable when Applejack spends the rest of the episode over preparing for this reunion by trying to create every one of their traditions with several additional steps. So many, in fact, that no one at the reunion actually has any time to spend with one another. They're too busy working at various stations to have the chance to talk, with Applejack noticing this and trying to salvage the reunion with even more activities, resulting in a swarm of fruit bats knocking down the barn they were meant to take the group photo in front of. Feeling as though she has let the family down, Applejack laments that it was the worst reunion ever, until the whole family gets together to re-raise the barn, finally having the opportunity to chat now that they're all in one place. It's easy to view this as a rehash of the lessons learned back in Best Night Ever, where the ponies learn that it's not what you do, but who you do it with. But because of the small addition of the context that Applejack is trying to spend as much time with their family as possible before she loses them, it adds a layer of nuance to the plot. Of course, she wants to optimize the time together if she knows firsthand that this time is in limited supply. Spike at your service. Twilight Sparkle is studying for an upcoming exam, leaving Spike with nothing to do. He ends up taking a hot air balloon ride that goes out of control, eventually ending up in the Everfree Forest, where he's attacked by CGI wolves. Applejack saves him from these wolves, so Spike swears himself to serve her for the rest of his life, part of his Noble Dragon Code. But Spike's help isn't very helpful. He mostly gets in the way of Applejack's other responsibilities, so she attempts to get rid of Spike, first by reminding him of his duties to Twilight. When he approaches her about quitting, she's too distracted to realize what he's actually asking, and soon, Spike is completely dedicated to serving Applejack, which is when she realizes that he's actually serious about his whole life debt thing. Applejack makes a few more attempts to give him impossible tasks to complete, so he'll fail and give up, but Spike eagerly does everything he's asked to do, including making a massive pile of rocks and even offering to breathe for Applejack. Spike is a dragon, and part of being a dragon is to have a dragon's code, likely something he picked up since he last attempted to get in touch with his roots and learn more about his people. As following this newly discovered code is important to him, Applejack cannot simply tell him to leave her alone or even order him to go back to Twilight, as it would be insensitive to his culture to do so. Of course, for as much as the ponies have a responsibility to ensure that they maintain a multicultural society and aren't just erasing differences, Spike also has a responsibility to meet the others halfway. His Noble Dragon Code ought not to get in the way of the lives of those around him. They aren't dragons after all. So Applejack works with the others to fake an attack from more CG Timberwolves, only for actual wolves to show up during the attack and to trap Applejack for real. Continuing to follow his code, Spike saves AJ's life, and she rewards his behavior by telling him that they shouldn't live according to who owes what to whom, but instead just being friends, helping out their friends. Keep calm and flutter on. Princess Celestia calls the main six together to meet with an important person, Discord. She says she intends to free him from his stone prison, but that she wants them to help reform the guy so he can use his powers for good. They're hesitant to assist Celestia, but when Fluttershy is given the main responsibility, she agrees to let Discord stay at her house. Remembering the first appearance of Discord, he tried to invert the powers of each of the other ponies with some degree of trickery, able to manipulate everyone except Fluttershy, who stayed humble through the entire first half of the ordeal. Because of this, it makes sense that she would be the one chosen to reform Discord, because she was always the most resistant to his trickery. This reformation begins with Discord taking advantage of Fluttershy's hospitality by flipping her house around and having his way with all her things. But Fluttershy doesn't stand up for herself, simply allowing him to do as he wishes. This in spite of the fact that he's used his powers to control a bunch of beavers into making a massive dam in secret, while also vandalizing all the books that might have had a magical solution to the problems he was causing. But Fluttershy insists that he's a nicer guy than before, which she attempts to prove at a dinner party where he subtly harasses all the other ponies while pretending he's polite. They can't call him out on this as Fluttershy comes to his defense, saying that her friend would never hurt anyone. Then they learn that he's been mind-controlling beavers to flood Sweet Apple Acres, which they rush outside to address. At Fluttershy's behest, he agrees to fix the problem on the condition that she never uses her element of harmony against him, and then he makes everything worse. But Fluttershy keeps her end of the deal anyway, not using her magic to seal him again, but also announcing that they're no longer friends. Realizing he just gained and then lost his only ever friend, Discord realizes that her scheme worked, as he would rather be normal with friends than chaotic but alone. He undoes the damage and agrees that friendship is magic, much to Celestia's delight. Just for sidekicks. Hoping to raise the jewels needed to make a cake, Spike agrees to pet sit for some of the other ponies while they're in the Crystal Empire, even convincing some of the others to drop off their pets with him so he can get paid even more. Spike is eager to watch after all these animals, right up until the point where they actually leave him alone, and then he quickly realizes he's in over his head as they begin to cause chaos. So to ease things up, he attempts to delegate all the responsibility to the Cutie Mark Crusaders, convincing them they might get an animal handling Cutie Mark for the work. Basically, Spike intends to take the profits for watching the animals for himself, giving a small share to children who do the actual work, while he profits for doing nothing. If he had called the Cutie Marks payment in exposure, then he would have been a bit too on the nose. The Crusaders fail to take care of these animals, though, even spending the payment Spike gave them in the process, and he ends up chasing them into town where he constantly loses more and more of his money to keep them in line. Eventually they wind up following Angel onto the Friendship Express as the bunny misses Fluttershy, and he has to spend most of his money getting them all aboard. They wind up in the Crystal Empire, narrowly avoiding a run-in with the main six before sneaking back aboard the train. Angel's about to give away the whole ruse when Spike finally apologizes, not so much for getting in over his head, but for treating the pets like objects to be passed off onto others for money. When the pets realizes that he no longer sees them as things, they agree to stay quiet long enough to reunite at the station, pretending like everything is fine. In the end, Spike tries once more to make his cake, only to realize that he's either given away or eaten all of his jewels, winding up back where he started. Games ponies play. The Crystal Empire has the chance to host the Equestria Games, and an inspector is being sent over to see if they're ready for this honor. The main six are called in to be the welcome committee for this inspector to make a good impression on behalf of Princess Cadenza. But as her hairdresser is ill and the inspector is going to arrive earlier than expected, Rarity's left behind to attempt to style her hair as the other ponies set out to do their jobs. They find a pony matching the description and proceed to welcome her to the Crystal Empire with practiced routines and tours of places they're not really sure of the layout of, with Rainbow Dash assuming that the pony's odd behavior is a result of mind games that the inspector's playing to attempt to throw them off. Only after they leave is it revealed that they have the wrong horse, with the real inspector left alone. Their tour is bad, as they aren't actually sure about the layout of the castle, and the pony touring seems to suffer from the fear of the indoors, eventually winding up on the training grounds outside the castle, where she's happy to have some fresh air. When she fawns over the prince, having never met one before, the tour guides finally realize that they have the wrong pony, and they worry they blew their chances. But the real inspector wound up in the studio where she is getting her hair done near Rarity, This inspector then meets with the random pony who just got a warm welcome, and she brags about how nice everyone's been thus far. The inspector then agrees that the Crystal Empire ought to have the rights to host after all, as so many other cities will give her special treatment to suck up, while the main 6 gave that treatment to everyone. The episode then ends by tying into Spike's plot from the episode Just for Sidekicks. Magical Mystery Cure. After singing a song about how fine everything in Ponyville is, Twilight realizes that things in Ponyville aren't fine, as her 5 closest friends have all started messing things up due to being in the wrong places, lining up with where their cutie marks say they ought to be, instead of doing what they're good at. She suspects the reason why this has happened is due to a spell she was given by Princess Celestia the night before, won by Star Swirl the Bearded, who Twilight's idolized for a while. Realizing she's ruined her friends' lives by swapping their cutie marks and making them do jobs they're not talented in, she pouts for a while before some kindness from Spike makes her remember the tagline of the show. Twilight and Spike head to the other friends one by one, reminding them of their talents and asking them to help out one another as they begin to recall their old lives and old cutie marks. I've asked before what happens to a pony whose cutie mark turns into something they regret getting, and that's partially answered by this episode. Members of the main cast have their assigned talents swapped around and begin to do things they're terrible at under the assumption that things ought to be easy. This episode might have been able to do more with the plot if it weren't for the musical numbers involved, a lot of which only serve to have the characters re-explain what's going on screen. Something about how, if the things you're doing in life seem too tough or outside your abilities, then it's okay to keep looking around. I get the feeling that this episode might have been a 2-parter finale at some point, or maybe the long ending sequences were tacked on later, causing them to make cuts to earlier sections to fit everything in the 22-minute runtime. The interesting part of the episode gets far less attention than the final act. This final act involves Twilight Sparkle vanishing after she learns her lesson, talking in an extra-dimensional space to Princess Celestia where she recaps so much of what her student has learned. Twilight then appears back in Ponyville, sporting new wings and being introduced as Princess Twilight Sparkle. After a coronation ceremony, Celestia assures Twilight that she's still her student and will merely be focusing on new lessons. So Twilight has a royal title now. Does she also get lands? This show has so many of the trappings of a monarchy without really having anything behind the words queen or princess, although this comes with the peasant class missing as well, so it's probably for the best that the showrunners treat the words with about the same levity that a lot of the intended audience would too. Princess is a word you use to describe someone who acts like a princess. Princess Twilight Sparkle. Princess Twilight Sparkle is having a rough time adjusting to the fact that she is now a princess as well as an alicorn, learning how to fly but not completely in control of herself yet. But what's really worrying her is that she might become separated from her friends because of her royal responsibilities, like preparing for the Summer Sun Festival. When she talks to Celestia about this, Celestia mentions that this will be the first year celebrating the holiday where she is actually looking forward to it. While the ponies of Equestria view it as a holiday celebrating a triumphant victory, she only considers it the anniversary of a fight with her sister. The next morning, or evening, or maybe night, Twilight learns that the sun and moon are no longer moving, both hanging in the air at once, made worse by the fact that Celestia and Luna are also missing. The ponies are worried about their missing leadership, but Twilight steps into the role and assures them things will be fine while launching a search and rescue operation of the others, affirming that she really does fit into her new leadership role. Assuming she'll need the elements of harmony to solve this problem, she returns to Ponyville where the rest of the main 6 are fighting off vines from the Everfree Forest that are invading the rest of the world. They don the elements of harmony and summon Discord, blaming him for the invasion, though he plays dumb and suggests that they ask Zecora instead. Zecora has a brew prepared that can combine with Twilight's magic to show her the solution, and when Twilight drinks it, she appears before not Princess Luna, but Nightmare Moon, as she takes over the day and plunges Equestria into darkness. Twilight Sparkle continues to watch the fight between the two sisters, learning that it's a flashback when she sees Celestia use the elements of harmony to win. After finishing that vision, she has 2 more, one of the sisters sealing away Discord in stone with the elements, and another of how they found these elements inside the Tree of Harmony, a tree that produced the symbol on Twilight's cutie mark when it was activated. So Twilight and friends head into the Everfree Forest once again to find this tree, assuming that it will answer their questions. But along the way, Twi is nearly eaten by a giant monster because she still hasn't figured out how to fly. Because of this, the rest of the main six insist she go back. She is the last princess of Equestria and therefore too valuable to risk the life of in case they're not successful at freeing the others. So far, the Season 4 premiere has been a mirror of the Season 1 premiere, to the point of taking the characters to the same locations and featuring the same ones. And like before, it's also a callback to every other season opener. They even accused the guy from Season 2 of being behind everything. So for this episode to differentiate itself from the others, it asks the characters to split up, this time for a more legitimate reason. Twilight is told by her friends to turn back. But this turnaround is short-lived as Discord taunts her for not sticking with her friends, prompting her to turn back around and catch up to them just as they approach the Tree of Harmony. Too dangerous to get near as it's been possessed by the same sort of dark vine terrorizing the village. Working together, they're able to have Twilight get close enough to diagnose the issue. The tree requires the elements of harmony to maintain its power. She convinces them to give these elements up in spite of the risk of not having them available to use for anything else. This is a similar plot beat to just earlier, where they split up to keep Twilight safe. Now they're asked to give up the symbol of their friendship again to keep everything safe. But symbols are just symbols, not a real thing, and after they return the elements to where they were found, the tree fights off the corruption surrounding it, and the two princesses are freed. Once they're safe, the tree produces a small gem with 6 keyholes, which Celestia connects to the main 6 as she tells them they'll have to figure out this mystery now. Discord reveals that all the corruption was his doing as he laid a trap 1,000 years ago that just now sprung. He would have said something sooner, but he thought it would be a good test of Twilight Sparkle's character. The episode ends on the Summer Sun Festival, the first positive one in years, as the two sisters have the moon set and the sun rise. Twilight Sparkle joins in on the celebration by producing Twilight, meaning her name finally makes sense. This of course also means that Twilight was a chosen one archetype since the beginning, between having a name that puts her in between the two most relevant and powerful alicorns in Equestria, and her cutie mark being connected to some powerful ancient artifacts that came from a magic tree. Chosen One stories, I always feel, are kind of weak by default because they reduce character agency while simultaneously making so many of the characters' actions feel preordained, like they only went along with the plot because they were supposed to, instead of because they earned the position or that they fought for it. It still kind of stands to see how all of this connects to Twilight being a mix of so many different power sets and having the main element of harmony among the cast, but from here the world building feels like it's starting to swallow itself with stories of Twilight being important because Twilight is important. Castle Mania. After having exhausted the entire library in Ponyville of any potential connections to the key box from before, Twilight Sparkle heads to the Sisters' castle in the Everfree Forest to learn more of history, hoping to find an answer there. Applejack and Rainbow Dash are having a contest to see who's the bravest, deciding to spend the night in the same castle to prove their bravery. Rarity has brought along Fluttershy on a trip to this castle as well, hoping to retrieve and fix up some of the ancient tapestries from the area. As they all spend the night in this castle, they begin to notice weird occurrences, though these are only unexplainable to the ponies and their single perspectives. The truth is that each of the odd occurrences is caused by one of the other groups in the castle exploring around, flipping switches, and so on. They soon scare each other into the courtyard, where Twilight hears and stops them, explaining that they've all gotten weird ideas into their heads about the dangers around them. This explains everything but the creepy organ music that's been playing in the castle, which they investigate together, learning it was Pinkie Pie playing the instrument all along. In the end, they ask Twilight why she was never afraid, and she says that the books she was reading taught her more about the castle, giving her an academic curiosity about the location instead of fear. There's a bit of irony in the fact that the only ponies who were scared that night were the ones who were there on behalf of a friend, while the ones there on their own were less afraid and more excited about being in the castle. A lot of the emotions we feel are just us getting caught up in whatever the people closest to us feel. If your friends are happy, it makes you happy as well. If they're stressed, you might be a bit sympathy stressed. But that's what friends are for. A shared joy is twice the joy, and a shared sadness is half the sadness. In the end, Twilight decides that they ought to write a friendship journal together, just like the one between Luna and Celestia she had been reading. which will presumably be the new framing device instead of the letters to Celestia. Daring Don't. Rainbow Dash is excitedly awaiting the release of the next book in the Daring Do series, only to learn that it's been delayed due to the author having too many personal businesses to attend to. Hoping to speed up the wait for the next book, Rainbow Dash has them volunteer to help the author, aka Yearling, around the house, so she'll have fewer distractions. But when they get there, they see that her distractions are not household chores, but bandits trying to steal artifacts from her home. Yearling isn't just the author of the Daring Do novels, she's Daring Do herself, writing about actual experiences. Recognizing the scenario as a follow-up to her most recent book, Twilight Sparkle and Rainbow Dash realize they need to help her out, but Daring Do insists that she always works alone. Rainbow ignores this, continuing to follow her idol as she's too starstruck to imagine doing anything else. But she just makes the situation worse as Rainbow getting grabbed serves as a distraction for the bad guys to get the upper hand, stealing a ring-like artifact for their nefarious plan. Rainbow Dash returns to the others dejected, realizing that she's not the same as Daring Do and she made everything worse in her attempts to help, even getting the other pony kidnapped and placed into a classic adventure fantasy trap. But they remind Rainbow Dash that while Daring Do is a famous author and explorer, she's also still a pony, and deserves a helping hand more than an adoring fan. Twilight Sparkle's explanation here is the same one she's had from the beginning, that while Yearling is popular, she still has the same wants and needs as anyone else. Treating her like she's a larger-than-life figure will only cause a weird interaction between you two. This is true of basically any celebrity or a figure you may look up to. They're just people who happen to have one thing they worked on get really big. Most people are happy to discuss the things they've worked on, but they likely still don't define themselves as a creator and nothing else, while the fan might reduce them to nothing but the work they've made. They return to the ruins where they save Yearling's life, then retrieve the artifacts to save the day. For teaching her idol a lesson, Daring Do thanks Rainbow Dash, and when the next book is done, a character similar to her appears on the cover. Flight to the Finish. The Equestria Games are still being planned, with Miss Harshwinnie trying to find a routine to perform for the right to carry the Ponyville flag, and asking the school fillies to put on these routines to win that right. She puts Rainbow Dash in charge of coaching the different teams, encouraging Dash not to show too much enthusiasm and to remain restrained and professional, rather than showing favoritism. The Cutie Mark Crusaders decide to enter this competition, making a stage show about how great Ponyville is due to the diversity of ponies who live there, Pegasi, unicorns, and Earth ponies living in harmony. This performance impresses Rainbow Dash, though because of the advice from before, she refuses to show that she likes the performance and responds neutrally. Realizing they're outclassed, some of the bully ponies decide to sabotage the performance by getting into the head of Scootaloo, saying that she cannot represent the Pegasi because she can't fly. This, of course, misses the point of the performance they were putting on, that Ponyville is great because of how many different kinds it has, not because they're different, but because they bring their different strengths to the village. Scootaloo put on the choreography for the show, but since this didn't outwardly impress Rainbow Dash, she was looking for a way to make it better. This, combined with the criticism that she's not the right kind of representation Ponyville needs, is what causes her to get stressed over the performance not being good enough. There's a question about what good versus bad representation is, with extra pressure on the atypical types out there, and how they can prove their value to the society they live in enough to be celebrated. The issue, of course, being that the type of pony making up the majority of the population is never held to the same standard or asked what they specifically do. Scootaloo wants to show off how great every pony is, but then asks for examples, missing the point of the celebration. It's not about everyone being useful, it's about everyone being accepted. Scootaloo proceeds to over-practice the new performance, one that hinges on her being able to fly at the very end. But because she can't fly, their new show is worse than before, which demotivates the Cutie Mark Crusaders to the point of giving up on the show. But after splitting up, Rainbow Dash finally breaks her professionalism streak, gushing about how great the Cutie Mark Crusaders show was before encouraging them to get back together. They race to the Crystal Empire and put on their show just in time, winning the contest and getting the right to carry the flag for Ponyville at the Equestria Games. Power Ponies. The main six are repairing the damage done to the sisters' castle, while Spike wanders about uselessly, comparing himself to Humdrum, the comic relief sidekick from his favorite comic book, Power Ponies. Because the others don't need his help, he reads through some comics on his own, discovering the final page is missing with nothing but a spell written on it. And when he reads the spell out loud, he and the rest of the ponies are transported into the world of Power Ponies. Additionally, they all have the powers of the main characters from the comic book. Though when the antagonist, a disgruntled hairstylist named the Maniac, attacks and steals an artifact, they're too clumsy with their new powers to fight on their own. So Spike teaches them all about what they can do as they prepare another attack against the Maniac at her headquarters, once again lamenting that he has no powers of his own and he is useless just like in his books. The attack begins, but they're overwhelmed by a hairspray ray that freezes them in place, all being kidnapped except for Spike, who is left behind as he does not pose a threat. He attempts to save them all anyway, arriving at the site where the villain is preparing to fire a ray at the city that will allow her to take over. But when she taunts the others for hanging out with Humdrum out of pity, they point out this is only true in the comic book world. Reality isn't fiction and people's relationships are not defined based on tropes or character bits. Hearing this, Spike is motivated to save the others, which he does by using his knowledge of cartoon physics, and once free, they're able to defeat the Maniac by having Fluttershy use her rage-based powers at the sight of a firefly being hurt. They escape the comic book and return to Equestria, with Spike admitting he didn't realize the books he bought were literal magic. Bats. Applejack discovers that her apples are mushy and brown due to an infestation of vampire fruit bats sucking the juice out of the orchard. She calls in the main six to deal with the infestation, discussing what ought to be done about these bats. Fluttershy has the suggestion to create a sanctuary for them, recognizing that they're just trying to eat, and the seeds they do not digest make a healthier, larger orchard for the next harvest. But her suggestion is overruled as the ponies agree they should deal with the problem now, and Twilight Sparkle researches a spell to make them lose their appetite. They convince Fluttershy that she should use her stare ability to freeze the gathered bats in place, while Twilight uses her magic, and against her wishes and better judgment, Fluttershy agrees. But as the spell is working on the bats, the vampiric hunger is transferred to Fluttershy. The next day, Applejack begins harvesting, only to find that her apples are still mushy and something's come back to eat them. So they plan an overnight stakeout, wandering around the orchard while something in the trees flies around, stalking them. This is, because of the multiple visual and audio hints, revealed to be Fluttershy. It's one of those things that reminds the viewer they are watching a show for kids. There can't be too much of a mystery, at least not a subtle one, because it still has to be digestible for the whole audience. I don't like to claim that the wide appeal of the show ends up with one part of the audience dragging down the experience, but there are certainly things that can't be done as an affordance for kids at home. That said, the episode itself doesn't linger on the mystery, instead trying to play up the dramatic irony of Fluttershy being the vampire. This comes about because she was the only one advocating for the wild animals from the beginning. The rest of the ponies had a song about how the bats had to be driven out with no mercy, so the fact that it's now their friend they're talking about driving out changes the context. They were not okay with bats eating for survival until they personally knew somebody affected by their policy. Then they realized the error of their ways. The non-vampiric ponies use a mirror to make Fluttershy stare at herself long enough for Twilight to reverse the magic that affected her. Don't worry, vampires can see themselves in the mirror. The only reason they can't in some stories is because old mirrors were backed by silver, a vampire's weakness. So by the same logic, modern-day mirrors should work just fine. Once she is converted back to her usual self, the other ponies agree to create a bat sanctuary and live in harmony with nature once again, kind of what the show's already been about for years. They write in their journal about the lessons not to consider short-term goals over long-term ones, as well as the fact that sometimes you need to stand up to your friends even if they outnumber you. Rarity takes Manhattan. Rarity's in Manhattan for a fashion show, bringing along the rest of the main six because she's also received tickets to a musical due to having worked on the costumes. As they wander around the city, she sings about her generosity, tipping well and giving things to those in need around her. This ends up paying off when she nearly misses the start of the dress rehearsal, only getting there on time because the people she helped out came together to repay the favor. At this rehearsal, she meets with an old associate, Suri Palomaire, who compliments the original fabric Rarity's made and asks to borrow a sample. In the spirit of generosity, Rarity agrees, only to discover the next day Suri has created a whole line with this material and took credit for making it herself. Rarity confronts her about this, only to be told off as it's every pony for herself in the big city. To make up for this setback, Rarity has to redo the entire line the night before, getting all her friends together to work through the night, and even missing the musical they all came to Manhattan to see, as Rarity reminds them they only got the tickets in the first place because of her. Following this all-nighter, she debuts her new fashion line, which is loved by the entire audience, except for the empty section where her friends were meant to be. Realizing she was too demanding of them, Rarity tries to track down her friends to apologize, discovering them and admitting that she lost sight of what really mattered. She's then informed by Suri that she actually lost the contest, but Rarity doesn't care, taking her friends to a private showing of the musical that they slept through at her own expense. But while there, the assistant to Suri informs her that she actually won, and the other pony was trying to trick her into forfeiting so she could win by default. As a thanks for turning against her dishonest employer, Rarity arranges for this other pony to get the musical job she accepted. As Rarity accepts the prize, she and her friends won together. Rarity starts the episode understanding generosity and also understanding that it's valuable when she gets rewarded for her behavior as early as the first act. She is popular and well-liked, getting special treatment according to the way she treats others. But this isn't real generosity, it's just karma farming. If you only do nice things for other people because you're expecting them to do nice things to you in return, you're not actually generous, just trying to buy favors. So when Suri steals ideas from Rarity, taking advantage of her generosity, the designer ceases to understand why it's still alright to be generous. You don't shut down charity just because a few people are taking advantage of it. It's better to give help to 99 people who don't need it and then one who does, than it is to deny people help because they can't properly prove that they need it. You do kind things because kind things are the right thing to do. Any other reason is just ego repackaged as kindness. Pinkie Apple Pie. While observing Twilight Sparkle's work on genealogy, Pinkie Pie discovers she is possibly, maybe, potentially, a distant cousin of Applejack, and she excitedly announces that she's a member of the Apple family. The ponies of Sweet Apple Acres are happy to add her to the family, giving her a warm welcome, though Applejack isn't so sure that Pinkie really is one of them and hopes to confirm the fact by speaking with Goldie Delicious, a distant aunt of theirs. So they gear up for a road trip through Equestria, and as they're packing, Applejack approaches the more immediate members of her family to ask them to be on their best behavior so Pinkie Pie gets to be initiated into the family during the best of times. The road trip begins, and despite singing a song together, things begin to literally fall apart as the wagon is too weighed down by Big Mac overpacking, Sweetie Belle's excitement in throwing the map off their raft, and Granny Smith being too stubborn to admit she doesn't know the directions, as well as Applejack breaking the wheel in frustration just before a waterfall. They eventually make it to Goldie's house only to learn that she's out on an errand. The family then breaks down, fighting over whose fault everything was, before realizing that the only reason things went wrong is because they were trying so hard to make a good impression on Pinkie Pie, and they don't actually dislike one another. Pinkie Pie overhears this conversation and declares that she wants to be an apple more than ever, as he managed to stay close despite the issues between them. Then Goldie returns ready to show them her extended family tree. But her house is messy and the book with their history has its pages smudged, so Pinkie Pie doesn't know if she's actually related to Applejack or not. Applejack doesn't care though, saying that Pinkie Pie is a member of the family as long as she feels like she is. Rainbow Falls. Rainbow Dash is training to qualify for the Equestria Games alongside the rest of the aerial relay team, Fluttershy and Bulk Biceps, who aren't her first choice for teammates because everyone else had already signed up. Once this team arrives at the practice grounds, Rainbow Dash becomes enthralled at watching the other teams practice, mostly the team from Cloudsdale, as it consists of the Wonderbolts, and they're much faster and more professional than her team. When Soren, one of the Cloudsdale racers, ends up injured, Spitfire gives Rainbow Dash an offer to practice with them, which Rainbow Dash accepts as she tries to balance practices with the more professional Cloudsdale team and the sillier antics of her home team. Soon it becomes clear that Cloudsdale wants her to take Soren's spot to abandon her team. And when Twilight points out that she'll have to choose eventually, Rainbow Dash responds by faking an injury so she can't race for anyone. But while she's in the hospital recovering from her faked injuries, she winds up next to Soren, who begins to talk about how his wing is fine, but the other racers kicked him off anyway as an excuse to replace him with someone faster. She realizes that the decision was not between a fast team or a slow team, but rather a choice between people who like her personality and people who like her speed. So Rainbow Dash and Soren return to the practice field, where Rainbow admits her lie and agrees to race with her friends. At the end of the race, Cloudsdale gets first prize, but Ponyville still manages to qualify, and as a thanks for teaching them a lesson, Spitfire offers her Wonderbolts medal to Rainbow Dash, which begins to shine in a rainbow pattern, just like the spool of thread Rarity won at the end of last episode. Which I didn't point out at the time, but now I'm suspecting it has something to do with the 6 keys they have to find from the season opener. Three's a crowd. Twilight is excited to spend some time with her sister-in-law, Cadence, who's finally gotten time off her princess duties to visit a museum with family. Fluttershy's also gotten some time off to see the Breezies, so the main 6 all go to the train station. As Twilight explains, the only time she's ever gotten to see her sister-in-law is if the fate of the world is at stake, so she's happy just to spend some time doing normal things. But just after Fluttershy leaves, Discord appears, colored blue as he is sick. He tells the other ponies that they are responsible for making him feel better because they're his friends, and soon Discord is at this museum demanding that Twilight and Cadence take time off their trip to attend to his needs. These needs are excessively detailed and come in the form of a song, ending when he says the only cure is a flower on the far border of Equestria. Hoping to get back to their museum time, the two drag Discord to the far reaches of the land, finding this flower, which was far larger than Discord said it was, and then they fight the giant worm living under it. After this, they bring back the petals, only to learn that Discord was faking his illness all along, trying to pass the trials off as a test of character for Twilight to prove she really liked him. In the end, Cadence says that the outing was fun, even if they didn't get to go through with any of their original plans. She spent too much time in the Crystal Empire being bored of the predictability, so any sort of excitement alongside her sister-in-law is all she really wanted. It puts a contrast between her relationship to Twilight and Twilight's relationship to Discord, that a real friend just enjoys the time they spend with someone instead of wanting specific things from that time. Real friends don't need to test their friendship, they can just trust that their friends like them, instead of constantly needing approval about this fact. It is a little bit forgivable for Discord to act this way though, despite being the episode's clear villain, as he's still very new to the concept of friendship in general. Pinkie Pride. It's Rainbow Dash's birth-aversary, a combination birthday and anniversary of moving to Ponyville, and Pinkie Pie is in charge of planning her party. But before she can get the chance to finish up the plans, a new pony comes into town, Cheese Sandwich, and he announces his own talents as the best party planning pony in the world, complete with a musical number that convinces everyone to celebrate his abilities. But this leaves out Pinkie Pie, as her party's nowhere near as good as his, and she begins to doubt herself as she is no longer the best party planner in Ponyville, giving her a crisis of identity that lasts through a musical number of her own. But she realizes that she's given up on her identity without a fight, so she heads into town and interrupts the preparations by challenging Weird Al to a goof-off, as in a face-off to see who's the goofiest. The goof-off begins with Rainbow Dash as the judge, as it's the right to host her birth-aversary that they're competing for. Cheese Sandwich puts on an impressive performance thanks to the help of his rubber chicken, Boneless, and Pinkie Pie's attempts to one-up his showmanship ends with Rainbow crushed under a giant piñata. Realizing that she's prioritized the party over the person the party's for, Pinkie Pie concedes victory to Cheese Sandwich and prepares to leave town. But she gets stopped on her way out, not just by her friends but Cheese Sandwich as well, who confesses the real reason he was trying to impress Pinkie Pie. He used to be a shy pony, wandering the land when he came across a party so great it encouraged him to host parties himself. As this party was hosted by Pinkie Pie, he considered it an honor to attempt to impress her with the show, and the two realized that they never should have been competing but working together. Because it's one thing to be the best in the world at something, but it's another to be so great that you inspire the best at the world at something. After all, in every art form, there's an idea that each currently active artist is standing on the shoulders of giants. Nobody is great on their own, but because they have the trial and error of so many others to lean on. Greatness comes not from your achievements, but from how the achievements are recorded and remembered, and if something can be remembered, it can be built on. So the best party planner is not the pony who plans the best parties, but the pony who inspires the best parties, and that's an honor that can't be held by an individual, but every practitioner of the art form. As a thanks for inspiring him, and in celebration of a great party, Weird Al gives Pinkie Pie his rubber chicken, which glows like a rainbow as he heads into the sunset. Simple ways. The Ponyville Days Festival is coming up, and Rarity has been chosen to plan the party, choosing Small Town Cheek in line with her character, as she is hoping not just to throw a great party, but to impress the travel writer Trenderhoof, who she has had a crush on for years. Trenderhoof appears in Ponyville to tour the preparations, but when they stop by Sweet Apple Acres, he's immediately smitten with not only the small town vibe, but Applejack, who represents the hard-working Earth Pony ethic. Trenderhoof proceeds to follow Applejack around as he is obsessed with all that she does, which makes Rarity upset as she was hoping the writer would pay attention to her. So to get his attention, Rarity pretends that she is a country gal, attempting to work the fields and prove she can be an outdoorsy type to no success. But instead of giving up, she doubles down, revamping the festival from Small Town Cheek to Simple Ways, and telling all of the other ponies participating that they need to change their outfits to be more like hers. But Applejack, tired of being followed around by Trenderhoof as well as bothered by Rarity, reveals she's now Apple Jewel, and she has one of Rarity's old dresses on while pretending to be trendy like her old friend. The two argue back and forth, acting as stereotypes of the other one, until Rarity splashes mud on her friend's dress and she snaps out of it. In the end, Rarity returns the festival to its original theme as she tells Trenderhoof not to change himself to be less like himself, all for someone else's sake. Because a person who likes you will like you for who you are, not who you pretend to be. If you act well enough to attract their attention, they don't actually like you, they only like the act you put on. Rarity's not really a country bumpkin, so even if her scheme to attract Trenderhoof really had worked, then she wouldn't have been happy because she would have had to repress herself for as long as he was around, all while understanding that he would never spend time with the real version of her. Applejack learns an inversion of this lesson, attempting not to attract attention by pretending to be someone else, knowing that she would be maintaining a hurtful version of someone she cares about out of spite for her imitation. But it's not like these lessons were immediately evident. It's splattering mud on a dress that reminds Rarity of what she really believes in that causes her to realize what's actually at stake in the argument. It's not about Trenderhoof, but her friendship with Applejack. Once she realizes that that is what's at risk of being lost, she gives up on the scheme to be herself, the version of herself her friends love. Philly Vanilli. How many kids watching are gonna get that reference? Fluttershy is singing to her animal friends when the other ponies overhear her music, complimenting it, much to Fluttershy's horror, as she's afraid of singing in front of others. They offer to give her a position on the Pony Tones Quartet, but she turns it down due to stage fright. But just before a benefit for the pet center, Big Mac loses his voice, and the cure for a lost voice that Zecora has will take too long to kick in, meaning they need to cancel the concert. Fluttershy is put into the awkward position of having a hobby that she's very good at and dedicated to, but not having the ability to express the talent or passion in any way because she doesn't have the required secondary skill set to make her singing public. It doesn't matter how good you are at something if you never get the chance to share that skill with others. So Fluttershy offers to take over, not on stage, but singing backstage while under the influence of the poison joke that gave her a deep voice back in Bridal Gossip. The concert goes off without any issues, and Fluttershy enjoys singing for others so much, she accepts offers to sing in more and more events moving forward, putting on so many performances that eventually Big Mac's voice comes back. Fluttershy's upset about this, so they agree to let her put one more concert on in secret, only for her to accidentally kick down the curtain, revealing herself to the gathered crowd. Fluttershy runs away embarrassed, but the rest of the main six come to her as she's removing the effect of the poison joke, and they mention that she's now faced her greatest fear, only to see people happily cheering for the performance. Fluttershy was afraid of the crowd she had to perform for, worried they would be rude or judgmental, and when she saw that that didn't happen, she wasn't immediately cured of her anxiety. That's not how it works in real life, nor in Equestria. But she does begin to take steps. Exposure to her greatest fear is important, but not as important as the fact that she survived it. Sometimes the solution to anxiety is experience, but experience still requires a degree of consistency. Twilight time. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are upset that some of the other fillies in school are getting more attention than they are, until they mention that they are personal students of Princess Twilight Sparkle, having what they call Twilight time with her once a week. This immediately changes the social dynamic as their classmates begin sucking up to them to get closer to Twilight, which the Crusaders take advantage of by inviting select friends of theirs to attend these tutoring sessions alongside them. Twilight is happy to take on extra students, less so when they begin to follow her to other social gatherings, though the Crusaders' plan to get the others to look up to them because of who they know still works, and soon they're attending private parties and getting invited to openings. But the rest of the kids in their class start demanding to have their payment in kind by attending more Twilight time, swarming the library and entering a session where Twilight quickly figures out they aren't there to learn, but to show off that they know a princess. She threatens to kick them out unless the Crusaders can show off the skills they were supposed to be practicing, which they fail to do. But once they're all leaving, Twilight gives them one more chance to learn again, reminding them that she's doing this because they're her friends and not because they owe her something. It ain't easy being breezies. Ponyville is observing the annual migration of the Breezies, a group of fairy-like creatures who carry magic with them while requiring very specific conditions to fly safely. But as they're traveling, a stray leaf blows by a group of the bugs and knocks them off course, and they become separated from the pack and too weak to continue. So Fluttershy, who can speak their language, allows them to stay with her as they recover. Seabreeze, the leader of this group of Breezies, is ready to set out again, yelling at the others and calling them weak for taking too long to recover. But the crowd insists that they need to rest and relax for more time, and Fluttershy is too nice to tell them to leave, even in spite of the portal home rapidly closing. So Seabreeze attempts to head out on his own, nearly getting killed by random events in nature and even surrounded by a swarm of bees. Fluttershy tries to ask the bees to leave him alone nicely, but when they don't listen, she asks less nicely, and they agree to leave him unharmed. Fluttershy then realizes that sometimes the nicest thing to do for someone is to be a little bit mean to them, especially when what the other person wants is different than what the other person needs. Because the Breezies wanted to relax and rest their wings, even at the cost of not making it home. Sitting around all year while hibernating is easy. It's made easier by the fact that Seabreeze was yelling at them, calling out their laziness as destructive, and attempting to use tough love as motivation. When this is put into contrast with Fluttershy, who not only allows them to do nothing, but also tells them it's alright to think this way, then the choice on who to make into your leader is easy. So Fluttershy goes back to her house and tells the others that they have to leave. But because they waited for so long, they might not make it home in time. So Twilight Sparkle casts a spell to turn them all into marketable plushies so they can guide the others home in time, with Fluttershy getting a rainbow sparkling flower from Seabreeze as thanks, not only for getting him home to his family, but for teaching him how to be kind yet firm as a leader. Some pony to watch over me. Most of the Apple family is leaving on various chores, leaving Apple Bloom home alone with a list of her own chores. But as Applejack is taking a bunch of pies to a delivery spot, she starts to worry about the safety of her younger sister, turning around part ways to check up. Apple Bloom, meanwhile, has been handling the list of duties very well, finishing them off and then celebrating her independence, when Applejack bursts into the room, scaring her sister into making a mess. Seeing this mess, Applejack decides that she needs to stay closer to her sister, following her around and baby-proofing everything so there's no risk to doing her chores any longer. Apple Bloom gets sick of this coddling and decides to prove that she's capable of being left on her own by finishing Applejack's delivery by herself, leaving the Cutie Mark Crusaders behind to pretend to be her so Applejack won't follow. But Applejack's delivery route was through a dangerous location, at least to any pony unprepared enough to travel through. Apple Bloom ends up caught by a three-headed chimera who threatens to eat her, though the heads waste enough time arguing among themselves for Applejack to figure out that her sister's missing, then to catch up and save the day. Once they deliver the pies, Applejack says that the deliveries were too dangerous to do, but staying home by herself should have been fine, and she apologizes for not trusting her sister by herself. Because the fact of the matter is that some things are too dangerous for kids like Apple Bloom to do, but they'll always be too dangerous to do until they're done anyway. There's no way for her to grow up and take on new responsibilities if she never gets the chance to start, and coddling only leads to more coddling if not by choice then necessity. Too much protection leads to someone who needs that amount of protection, and ironically the best way to help some pony out is to ignore them and let them get hurt once in a while, while the worst thing you can do is give them a life without hardship, but also a life without growth. Maud Pie. Pinkie Pie's older sister, Maud Pie, is visiting Ponyville for the last time before she leaves for school, and Pinkie asks her friends to join in a tradition of trading rock candy necklaces that the sisters have been doing for years. After extensive preparations for her arrival, the day comes, though Maud doesn't seem particularly excited to be there with the rest of them. She mostly talks about rocks and gives 1 or 2 word answers to all their questions. Hoping to get closer to their friend's sister, the rest of the main 6 decide to spend time with her, and one of their shared hobbies, though Maud keeps answering their questions literally and refuses to show any emotion on these dates, all while keeping up her bored, detached demeanor. Pinkie Pie is finally ready to invite the others in to make their best friends rock candy necklaces, but the main 6 say that it would feel dishonest to do so as they don't consider Maud as their best friend. The main 6 are all about emotional openness. They wear their hearts on their sleeves and always let one another know about their feelings. When they don't, it becomes the subject of an episode. So in a group centered around being open and honest, they expect that others who wish to consider them friends must share the same openness. And Maud Pie absolutely does. The issue's not about Maud being emotionally closed off or hiding parts of herself from the others. The issue in this episode is the fact that the way Maud shows her feelings is not the same way a typical pony shows her feelings. It's unrecognizable to the main 6, and so they assume that she is hiding something or she's bored. It is a mistake to assume that people who feel the same way that you do will explain their feelings in the same way as well. Pinkie Pie is upset at this at first, but tries to mend the rift between the ponies with the Pinkie Rainbow Rary Twi Apple Flutter Maud Fun Time, an obstacle course she's made that combines all of their interests. On the inaugural run of this course, Pinkie Pie ends up pinned and in danger, only to be quickly saved by Maud, who, in a deadpan way, expresses her love of her little sister. It's then that the other ponies realize that Maud Pie does have something in common with them after all. They love Pinkie Pie, and they finally get together to give her all their rock candy necklaces. To then drive the earlier point home, it's revealed that Maud doesn't even like candy. She just kept all the necklaces around because she knows Pinkie Pie does, and she's making an affordance for her rituals. And as a quick aside, my favorite pony introduced as of now is Maud. I don't know if you can tell, but I tend to put a bit of extra inflection and energy into my voice when I'm reading for these videos, but when I am speaking normally, my voice sounds more like hers. For whom the Sweetie Belle toils. Sweetie Belle asks Rarity to do some work on the costumes for her play at the last minute, on the same night that Rarity is cramming to finish a headpiece for the famous pop star Sapphire Shores. Rarity agrees, and the next day the play is a success, but the audience mostly talks about how great the costumes were instead of any of the things Sweetie Belle did. Worse is that none of the main 6 showed up as they all had to help Rarity finish her work. Sweetie Belle grows resentful of her sister as she always one-ups her attempts at showing off, so to get revenge against her, she sabotages the outfit that Rarity is making for Sapphire Shores to fall apart and humiliate her sister. But that night she has a nightmare where Luna guides her through the potential future, where Rarity grows paranoid because of her failure in such an important job, as well as a few visits to the past where Sweetie Belle sees her various moments through her life where her sister outshined her from the other perspective, learning that Rarity never actually wanted to show up her sister, but she was trying to help out. So Sweetie Belle and the Cutie Mark Crusaders head to Canterlot to stop Rarity's sabotaged piece from being debuted, managing to break into a rehearsal of Sapphire's to steal it and finish up the stitching she undid, but not before a proper apology for assuming the worst out of Rarity. Sapphire Shores ends up loving the improved piece, which was improved thanks to a vision of Sapphire from a dream, and the two sisters agree not to fight over what they perceive as attacks, but that really aren't. Leap of Faith. While reminiscing on Granny Smith's days as a high diver, the Apple family hears circus music and investigates to find the Flim Flam brothers hawking a product they call a miracle tonic. As Granny Smith has been feeling nostalgic, she believes the sales pitch about how it cures everything, even the symptoms of old age. After drinking a bottle, she begins to swim around in the river as Applejack appears concerned with this fact, as she didn't think the tonic would work due to not trusting the Flim Flam brothers. She and Apple Bloom investigate the show the brothers are running, where they learn that the pony who was cured during the performance earlier was an actor. And then Applejack sees the process behind how the tonic is made. It's just regular apple juice. But the brothers convince Applejack not to tell Granny Smith, as she clearly believes that it works, and telling her it's a fake would break her heart and make her afraid of swimming again. The reason Granny Smith is able to swim has nothing to do with the tonic, as the reason she stopped swimming in the first place had nothing to do with her physical limitations, but mental ones. She wasn't so much incapable of swimming as she was afraid to swim. So the tonic served as nothing more than a placebo that removed the mental block. She could swim all along, she just didn't believe in herself. The issue, however, is that after taking the tonic, she still doesn't believe in herself. She believes in the tonic instead, attributing things she was doing to some worthless apple juice and snake oil. So Applejack is keeping the truth from her as she considers it to be a harmless lie. Granny is happy, why stop that? The issue comes when she puts herself into unnecessary danger as she believes too much in the product she's been buying, a result of Applejack not being truthful. There is a stark difference between not lying and being truthful, and to be truthful and honest, you need to be more proactive. Simply sitting back and allowing others to lie and get away with it is complacency. The key to allowing evil to win is that a good pony does nothing. The Flim Flam brothers take her silence as advocacy, especially after they start using Granny's turnaround as proof that their tonic really does work. And after she and Apple Bloom enter a swimming contest together, Apple Bloom also begins to advertise for the tonic. Finally, Granny Smith decides that she can high dive again, and Applejack's forced to stop her for her own good, confessing that she knows the tonic is fake and apologizing for keeping it a secret. The pony the Flim Flam brothers were using as an actor for their skit says that Applejack's honesty in the face of the crowd has inspired him to give back what he scammed from the others, and he gives her the first coin he made as a sales pony as a thanks, which starts to glow in a rainbow pattern. In the end, she writes in the friendship journal how sometimes saying nothing counts as a lie. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Rainbow Dash is preparing for an upcoming written test to qualify for the Wonderbolt's reserves, though when Twilight Sparkle tries to quiz her on the subject, she does so poorly that Dash begins to fear she won't make it in. So Twi offers to tutor her with lectures and flashcards, but Dash fails to pay attention to any of these classes as she is too easily distracted by other things, eventually giving up on learning as she assumes she is too stupid to learn anything. The other ponies of the main six overhear this and offer their own takes on how to study, with Fluttershy trying to use theater to teach, Pinkie Pie trying to make an educational rap, Rarity using a historical fashion show, and Applejack saying that she learns through experience. But none of these plans work as Rainbow Dash still doesn't retain any of the information, and she flies away, giving up on her dreams. Twilight tries to fly after her to cheer up her friend, but nearly collides with a helicopter, which Rainbow Dash noticed because of her multitasking skills that allow her to pay attention to anything that happens while she's flying. Seeing how good Rainbow Dash's situational awareness is, Twilight realizes that she has been failing to teach Dash anything, not because Rainbow Dash is a bad student, but because everyone else was using the wrong methods. They never question that with so many different approaches to teaching, there must surely be different approaches to learning too, and so it isn't just that Dash wasn't able to learn, she just wasn't able to learn with other people's methods. These methods being common and popular has nothing to do with those who are left out of the learning style. This raises the question as to who else is being left behind because education tends to hyperfixate on what's best for everyone aggregate instead of what's best for everyone total. Mostly, this is a lack of resources. Teachers can't teach the same lesson over and over and still get to what they have to get to, and here we see that this lack of resources leads to limitations on education that leave students behind while telling them it's their fault for not learning instead of the system's fault for not trying to teach. So Twilight and the others arrange a course, literally, for Rainbow Dash, to learn what she needs to know while flying through it normally. And when the two of them land in Cloudsdale, Dash is shocked to realize she aced a pop quiz Twilight prepared for her. She ends up passing the exam as Twilight writes in the journal that everyone learns differently and a good teacher is someone who adapts to their students instead of demanding the other way around. Trade ya. The main six go to the Rainbow Falls Traders Exchange as Twilight Sparkle has to oversee the exchange due to a law that states a princess has to arbitrate the fairness of every trade. Each of them comes up with a plan to trade for the things they want the most. Spike is trying to trade a mint-condition comic book for another. Applejack and Rarity are hoping to pool their resources to get something nice as a favor to the other one, only to argue over whether the items they've chosen are worth so much as they don't see the value. Twilight Sparkle is hoping to get rid of a bunch of her old books, but not wanting her to get ripped off, Pinkie Pie serves as the hype pony for her stall, eventually gathering, then scaring off all the potential customers as she talks about the sentimental value these books have to the princess. Rainbow Dash wants a first edition Daring Do book, but has to go through a series of trades to get it, culminating in giving away Fluttershy as an animal trainer to get what she wanted. But once the excitement at getting this book wears off, Dash asks Twi to undo her trade as she regrets giving away her friend, but because both ponies agreed to the deal as it was made, she can't do anything. Though the pony who gave her the book is so moved by Dash's speech that she voluntarily undoes the agreement. Twilight ends up keeping all of her old books after listening to Pinkie's speeches about them, as she was reminded about how valuable they really were. Applejack and Rarity both end up overpaying for trinkets as gifts for the other one, not knowing the object's true value, but not caring because their friend liked it. And Spike manages to get his new comic book, which he reads on the train ride home, as the rest of the ponies each learn about the value of sentiment, whether it's possessions or friendships. Inspiration Manifestation. When Rarity's work on a float for the Foal and Philly Fair is criticized by a customer, she starts to panic that she's losing her edge and that her art is no longer appreciated. So Spike, feeling spoiled after she thanked him for praising her work, heads to the castle library to find a spellbook that could make her work faster to make a new contribution in time. He discovers a book with the spell Inspiration Manifestation inside, which, when read, allows Rarity to instantaneously create anything she can imagine. Rarity proceeds to travel around Ponyville, turning random things jewel-encrusted and more fashionable in secret, as Spike follows her around, though after a bit of sneaking around, Rarity mentions the three of them, as though she were talking to the book itself. Spike attempts to tell her that her new designs, while attractive, are not functional, and that so much of Ponyville no longer works right because of the cumbersome changes. But Rarity assumes that he's just trying to sabotage her work. So, with Owlicious' help, the two of them get the book away from Rarity, and Spike eats it, hoping to save the day. But Rarity is still affected by the curse of the spell, and she has plans to spread her idea of beauty across all of Equestria. So Spike finally tells her that her designing spree has gone too far, and with this truth spoken, the effect wears off. Spike didn't want to tell her the truth because he valued her feelings more than the reality of what she did to the village. The episode started because someone disliked Rarity's design, and said she had to do it all over or not at all, and the puppeteer who said this had a valid reason even if his wording wasn't very polite. His issues came from the stand being too small and lacking mobility, two functions of a piece that weren't actually there. The later issues with Rarity's designs came from lacking function, like dresses too heavy for Rainbow Dash to wear while flying, or an apple cart too heavy to be pulled. But Rarity wasn't thinking in terms of function, but of form, and with no need to create anything manually, she had no reason to continue doing so. Things made by hand, or at least taking the time to go through it all yourself, is what allows a craftsman to craft things the right way, rather than the quick way. As an example, if Rarity had tried to lift the dress to take it to Rainbow Dash, she would have realized it was too heavy to work. And Rarity's problem here had to do with someone obsessed with function telling her he didn't like her form, the thing she specializes in. So for Spike to have told her he was right earlier would have hurt more, coming across as being rude for the sake of improving her art. He spent so long being wrong but nice about it, when sometimes the nicest thing to do for a friend is to tell them the truth even if they don't want to hear it. Equestria Games. It's finally time for the Equestria Games, and Spike is pulled aside to be involved in the opening ceremony. They want him to light the opening fire as he is the hero who saved them from King Sombra last season, and he'll also be the first dragon to have the honor. Spike accepts this after seeing how much the ponies there appreciate him, and when the time comes, he revels in his popularity before approaching the torch, where he finds himself unable to make any fire appear. Twilight Sparkle is watching this unfold and, hoping to save him the embarrassment of not breathing fire, uses magic to light this torch for him. Spike then brags about his ability to light fires without even breathing, and he accepts more praise, but then Twilight lets him know he didn't actually light anything, and he becomes depressed that he's useless. But not wanting to mope around forever, He plans on performing the Ponyville anthem for the crowd as he has it memorized, except Ponyville didn't win the event, and he attempts to improvise the Cloudsdale anthem. Apparently, My Little Pony is doing cringe humor now, pretty decently too, knowing to hold on the awkward moments as long as possible so it loops back around to being a gag again rather than being one-off. He intends to leave the event grounds in shame, only to get dragged back out there by Twilight Sparkle during the final ice archery game. But during this event, a stray arrow freezes a cloud, and the falling cloud threatens to land on the grounds, crushing the defenseless ponies below. Spike runs into action and blows the cloud away with his fire breath, saving everyone a second time. But when Cadance tries to thank him for this, he turns the thanks down by saying he only did what anyone with fire breath would have done. So from this, Twilight realizes why Spike was so distraught before. He was concerned with others viewing him as a hero and trying to live up to how they viewed him, because his actions were, to him, not heroic, but normal. Most good people don't really think of themselves as good people. They just do whatever comes naturally to them and consider their actions ethically neutral. So Spike was treated as a hero by everyone but himself, and when he tried to live up to their idea of him by lighting the opening fire, he realized that he didn't think he deserved the position and froze up. His other attempts to gain some degree of celebrity backfired as well, as when he began to do great things for their own sake, he didn't have any real meaning behind his actions. Spike isn't a singer, but he tried to be one. Spike is a hero, but he didn't try to be one. Spike is a hero because he didn't try to be one. Twilight Kingdom. Twilight Sparkle is sent to the Crystal Kingdom with the important task of unfurling a banner for some diplomats and then leaving. She starts to feel useless, like she is a princess in name only, but that the position doesn't really mean anything. And then they receive warning that Tyrek has escaped from Tartarus, and suddenly a bunch of my random comments from before are starting to get answers, like how princess was just a title instead of an actual responsibility, and now Twi is starting to worry about her lack of responsibilities, or how Tartarus was offhandedly canonized, and now that little detail actually has weight. The other princesses gather to discuss who Tyrek was and how they plan to stop him. He was once a villain planning to steal all the magic from Equestria, only to be stopped when an ally was intrigued by the ponies' way of life, betraying his intentions to the others. Their plan to stop him consists of calling in the help of Discord, meaning that Twilight is once again sidelined as someone else does the work. The main six are unsure about letting Discord loose on this issue, especially now that they lack the elements of harmony. But he reminds them about their friendship journal before leaving, with the rest of the main six remembering the various rainbow-coated objects they've obtained lately, and connecting these to the keyholes on the locked box from the season's opener. They all have one except for Twilight, who's yet to have any sort of sacrifice that can teach her a lesson about her element. The ponies then learn that their trust in Discord was betrayed, as he's shamed by Tyrek into joining the Minotaur's side so as to be free again, and the two begin stealing magic from the ponies of Equestria. With no magic, there's no way for the unicorns to cast their magic, and no way for the Pegasi to control weather, as well as no way to harvest the crops. Basically, the other thing I really liked about the setting's world building is now threatened, and the ponies are left in a world with no natural cycles. The princess ponies then get together in order to discuss how to stop Tyrek, by sacrificing their own magic so we cannot take it from them to get more powerful. As they cannot simply have their magic disappear though, they all transfer their abilities to Twilight, explaining that she's only recently become an alicorn, and therefore, Tyrek isn't aware of her existence, meaning their abilities will be safe. This means that Twilight is now in charge of things like raising the sun and lowering the moon, as well as having incredible alicorn powers she cannot properly control. She spent the first half of the episode wanting more to do, and now that she has these responsibilities, realizes that she was not fully prepared for the extra work. All of this on top of the context in which she gained the powers. She cannot tell any of her friends, or else there's now a new loose end Tyrek could investigate. Unfortunately, one of Twilight's friends already knows about this, Discord, and as he has betrayed Ponykind, Tyrek learns all about the fourth alicorn and heads to Ponyville to destroy the library she lives on. But first he stops to steal the powers from the rest of the main six with the help of Discord, who lured them into a trap. They appear betrayed by his turn, asking disappointed more than angry, which adds to the irony when Tyrek betrays Discord, stealing his powers as well. Seeing her friends weak and her home destroyed, Twilight Sparkle finally decides to stand up to Tyrek, having a very anime fight against the guy that ends in a draw. So Tyrek bribes Twilight with the safety of her friends, offering to let them go free in exchange for her alicorn powers. Twilight agrees, knowing that her friends are more important than her magic. And Tyrek frees them all, even Discord, who thanks Twilight for her sacrifice by giving over the amulet Tyrek gave him before the betrayal. This amulet glows, revealing it as the last key the main six need. They return to the Tree of Harmony, unlocking it as well as the one final magic Tyrek doesn't have, friendship, and with their new marketable forms, they launch an attack against the guy, defeating him and freeing all the magic he's taken for himself. As magic returns to Equestria, a new playset emerges from the ground, Twilight's Castle, and alongside the ownership of this castle, she receives the title of the Princess of Friendship, with a new council made up of her closest friends. Not Discord though, because he still clearly hasn't understood the whole friendship thing. The Cutie Map. Twilight and the rest of the main six investigate their new castle, wondering why it is that she was given a castle of her own with no other instructions. But once they all take their thrones, aligning with their cutie marks, the area between the seats starts to glow, and a map of Equestria appears out of the ground, their marks designating an area near the border as a point of interest. The main six head to this point to check out whatever their marks wanted them to investigate, assuming it has to do with spreading friendship to the area. They discover a small town arranged in the shape of an equal sign, finding that every pony living there is constantly smiling, as they sing a song about how great everything is because every pony is equal. This equality is explained by Starlight Glimmer to be caused by a removal of their cutie marks, meaning every citizen is considered completely the same, and therefore no conflicts can possibly arise as they have no unique talents to argue over. The show thus far has consistently shown that these arguments and issues are the very thing that leads to growth. Ponies will not learn from much else other than their mistakes, so to deny the ability to come into conflict means denying the ability to learn or improve. After all, ideas are a synthesis of two other ideas, a thesis and antithesis. The stronger of the two arguments winds up prevailing while adopting concepts from the weaker of the two ideas. To prevent an antithesis is to prevent a synthesis. The main six are confused by this town, trying to keep their ambiguity about the situation a secret as they begin to suspect that they are being watched. But as they're arguing over what to do, the waitress overhears the conversation as well as overhearing the ending, where they made peace with one another. Confused as to how their differences could lead to an argument but then the argument could resolve, she invites them to her basement where they are surrounded by ponies excited to see so many new cutie marks as they explain they missed their old ones, kept in a vault outside town. Because no matter how much conformity is pushed, people really like themselves. Telling them not to express who they are to better fit in will cause people to clash internally between their devotion to the system and their devotion to themselves. Only those with extremely low self-confidence ever really accept having parts of themselves eliminated to fit in better. This is why the most extreme ideologies, those that demand conformity, will often try to focus on shame, whether it's the shame of not fitting in enough or the shame inherent in being a person, convincing people that they're evil by default. They ask for a tour of this vault from Starlight Glimmer, who shows them the Staff of Sameness that removes cutie marks and gives them the equal sign every pony has. She then gets excited over how much of a boon it will be for their ideology if a princess joins them. Then she attacks Twilight to remove her cutie mark before going after the rest of the main six, equalizing them like every pony else. They are then thrown into a cell where an attempt is made to brainwash them into conformity. With no way out, Twilight suggests that they have one member pretend to accept the new ideology in order to infiltrate Starlight Glimmer's order and get the rest to safety. As Fluttershy was the most amicable to the village all along, they choose her to pretend she has accepted it. As soon as Fluttershy is accepted into the village as a new friend, her first task to prove loyalty is to turn in the ponies from the previous night who wanted to see her cutie mark. But rather than turning them in, one of these three ponies, Party Favor, turns himself in to save the others, taking the sole responsibility. Fluttershy is able to sneak out, watching as Starlight Glimmer takes the cutie marks of the main six for herself, separated from the others, before also witnessing this pony accidentally spill some water, revealing she kept her cutie mark and has been faking that she gave it up. The next day, Party Favor leaves the cell and asks for forgiveness, saying that he spent the whole night hearing all about friendship and such, but never believed it. Twilight then adds to this idea by discussing whether it's really necessary for everyone to give up their cutie mark to achieve happiness. and when Starlight says that an outsider's cutie mark might ruin everything, Fluttershy splashes her with water, revealing her mark is fake. Starlight has a breakdown, saying that she had to keep her cutie mark in order to control the others because they would never accept being ruled over by someone who didn't appear to believe in their own ideology. She runs away, barricading herself in her house alongside the main six's cutie marks as the rest of the ponies rush to where their marks are held, eager to retrieve them and show off their special talents again. From here, the focus of the episode shifts away from the main six and towards the ponies of this town, as they use their unique talents to retrieve their cutie marks, the main characters being too weakened from their loss to do anything else but slowly follow. Twilight Sparkle does manage to catch up at the end, using her reobtained magic to defeat Starlight before she can escape with the other cutie marks, lecturing the other pony about how the differences between her and her friends are what gave her the knowledge to master her magic to a greater extent than Starlight ever could. Despite overpowering her, Twilight allows Starlight to get away, hoping that she'll have time to think about what she's done and see the validity to the idea that people's differences make strength. Her priority at the moment is ensuring that the rest of the ponies are okay, and they announce that, while the place has some bad memories, they'll choose to continue living in their homes in the village again. Seeing them off, Twilight and the others celebrate that they have brought friendship to the village. Castle, Sweet Castle. The main six have noticed that Twilight Sparkle has been too helpful lately, and when they ask her about this, she confesses that she does not like her new castle due to the massive size and how empty the halls feel. So they decide to surprise her with a castle makeover, redecorating the interior as Spike takes her to the spa. After a musical montage, they finish decorating only for the house to be completely filled with random disparate decorations from each of the 5 designers, having no real theme aside from clutter. So they begin to remove their personal touches, all things that are liked by the individual ponies but likely wouldn't be to Twilight's preference. They then ask Spike to stall for longer so they can remove the offending artifacts before they eventually wind up back where they started, in an empty hall. It's at this point that they realize that the difference between a place to sleep and a home isn't about the decor, but the memories you make there. Except they can't just suddenly make new memories at once, so they do the next best thing instead, digging up the roots of the dead tree that used to be Twilight's library, and using them to make a chandelier of crystals that each contain an image of a past event. Twilight is moved by this centerpiece, more so when it's revealed that each of the other ponies still handled an individual room in secret, because they couldn't help themselves. Bloom and Gloom. The Cutie Mark Crusaders discover that Bab's seed has developed her cutie mark and may not be a Crusader anymore. This news also causes Apple Bloom to worry about what might happen when she develops her mark, that she might have one she doesn't like, or she could end up kicked out of her friend group or even her family. Applejack suggests that she get some sleep to stop worrying, and the next morning she wakes up to discover she finally has her very own cutie mark, depicting a can of bug spray and an apple. This means that she will now be in charge of pest control on the farm, a job even the previous owner didn't like because he mostly chased around Twitter mites all day. Apple Bloom tries to run from this job, entering the forest where a voice calls out to her, asking if she wants her cutie mark gone. She agrees, only to return to Ponyville, where she learns that the Twitter trolls have wiped out the whole village. Then she wakes up from this nightmare, discovering that she finally has her own cutie mark, depicting a potion flask, just like she had hoped to get from her lessons with Twilight. But when she shows the mark to her friends, they kick her out of the Cutie Mark Crusaders as she no longer fits in. Once more, she flees to the forest, and the voice from earlier removes her cutie mark, only to go back to the clubhouse where she learns the others have already boarded up the entrance because they got their cutie marks, leaving her alone anyway. Then she wakes up from this nightmare, discovering she has her very own cutie mark, this time a nonsense picture of a dolphin that, because it has nothing to do with apples, has her family kick her out and change her name. She cycles through so many other cutie marks before having enough, getting a visit from Princess Luna, who asks what's bothering her enough to cause nightmares. She confesses that she is feeling anxious about her cutie mark, so Luna shows her the dreams of the other Crusaders and the fact that they too are anxious about their futures as well. Cutie marks are pretty obviously a moderate metaphor for puberty, something that's gone unmentioned so far while still being implicit enough as to not really be necessary. This episode leans into the puberty metaphor not as the basis for its plot, but as the underlying implication. Rather than making a story about growing up, it's a story about the social ramifications of growing up. If you are told repeatedly that everything is going to change in life, then what will happen? If you like your current life, will you lose that? Is the change even positive? In the end, the Cutie Mark Crusaders agree to send Babs a care package to show that she still hasn't been forgotten about, understanding that all their anxieties can be ignored as long as they agree not to make a big deal out of the future. They are in more control of their lives than they think they are. Tanks for the memories. Rainbow Dash is watching the Cloudsdale ponies prepare Ponyville for winter, excitedly talking about all the winter sports she and Tank will get to play together, before noticing that he is slow and sleepy, at least more than usual. She gets a diagnosis from Fluttershy that Tank is preparing for hibernation and will spend the winter season sleeping underground. Dash proceeds to go through the 5 stages of grief in response to this news, at first feeling a sense of denial as she demands a second opinion from Spike. Like most denial, the second opinion tends to come from a less qualified source, a person learning an uncomfortable truth about the world, turning to an unqualified or unscrupulous source online. If you've ever seen a person react to a medical diagnosis by turning to snake oil, or react to a social or professional rejection by blaming society instead of learning inward, you know what sort of action denial leads people to do. Next, she turns to anger as she lashes out at her friends for what she perceives as ganging up on her. Really just the 5 of them telling her the truth. You can see how this sort of anger results in people cutting off their friends, pushing them further towards things like the bad ideas from the denial stage. After anger, Rainbow Dash moves to bargaining, trying to deal with the impending winter by recreating a Grinch style of removing the season. She starts off small, removing small bits of the incoming cold before moving to the source, flying up to Cloudsdale to sabotage the season itself as it's being produced. This scheme fails, and she ends up causing the entire year's worth of snow to fall all at once, resulting in Tank falling asleep immediately. After bargaining is depression, as she spent several long hours sobbing in bed over the loss of her beloved pet. It's interesting that My Little Pony is able to have a death metaphor without using the actual word, even referencing this fact by having Dash refuse to say hibernate for the longest time as soon as she understands the depth of what it means. She goes through the same stages of grief and reacts as one would to the death of a pet, without the series having to get that dark in the first place. Finally, Rainbow Dash accepts the hibernation of Tank, even making sure he is comfortable in his final waking moments and reading him to sleep like always. After accepting the loss, she grounds herself, literally in reality, moving away from the comforts of denial and onto an uncomfortable truth, but that's the only way to move on. Appaloosa's Most Wanted. The rodeo has come to Appaloosa, though the ponies hosting it are worried over the presence of the notorious outlaw, Troubleshoes, after a series of accidents have occurred near the staging area, nearly causing injuries. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are upset by this, as they wanted to enter the rodeo to earn cutie marks of their own, and after being told to stay put, they sneak out to find Troubleshoes and bring him to justice. But they end up lost in the woods as a rainstorm blows in, taking shelter in a shack where they're followed inside by a massive horse, Troubleshoes. But instead of attacking them, he performs a series of clumsy pratfalls, ending up on the floor. As it turns out, Troubleshoes is not a villainous horse, just an extremely clumsy one, due to his cutie mark forming upside down. He's always wanted to participate in the rodeo, but unable to stay balanced, he settles for watching from a distance, leaving when he inevitably knocks something over. He escorts the Crusaders back to town only to be arrested for kidnapping once he's near, with the CMC's cries being ignored as the assumed criminal is apprehended. The key discovery here is that Troubleshoes isn't a criminal, not because he's innocent of the things he's accused of, he did in fact destroy a lot of property, but because of his intentions when doing these acts of vandalism. Most criminal acts are about intention. Hurting a group by mistake is far different from hurting them on purpose. The issue is that people assume that he's a criminal, so they assign criminal context to everything he does, as though being a criminal is a perpetual state of being rather than a designation given in response to an act. Of course, it isn't just the ponies of Appaloosa who misunderstood Troubleshoes, but Troubleshoes himself. He assumes that he is a walking disaster and that he'll hurt anyone who goes near him, so he avoids social interaction out of respect for others. He never considered that he could still live out his dreams of working with the rodeo in a different way, as he had given up on that life as soon as he failed his audition. The next day, they hoped to prove his innocence by breaking him out of jail and disguising him as a rodeo clown, allowing him to participate without being recognized. He takes the stage and falls over a few times, even knocking over the hay pile like he did at the start of the episode. And yet, in spite of doing the same thing that got him arrested before, he is now loved by the ponies watching, until his clown disguise falls off. They prepare to arrest him again until the Cutie Mark Crusaders defend him, saying he never meant harm, nor did he actually kidnap any pony. In the end, Troubleshoes is forgiven for his crimes, while the Crusaders are made to clean up his mess for lying. Though, they're happy they at least helped someone else with their cutie mark, if not by helping them to get one, then by helping them interpret it. Make new friends, but keep Discord. Discord and Fluttershy are talking about attending the Grand Galloping Gala, with Fluttershy inviting her new friend, Tree Hugger, as her +1, because she assumed that Discord already had an invite. Discord did not, so he goes to all the other ponies of the main 6 to ask them out, only to learn they've either already decided or are too busy to talk. He gets angry over every pony choosing others instead of him when his invitation shows up in the mail, a bit late due to the dimension he lives in, and he immediately decides to get revenge against Fluttershy by going to the gala with someone else, his old friend, the Smooze. The Smooze is a giant green blob who eats all the jewelry he can come across, producing chaos elsewhere in the party, as Discord does everything in his power to compete for Fluttershy's attention versus Tree Hugger, who doesn't seem particularly inclined to think of them as enemies, but fellow partygoers. Discord has created a world in his head where the ponies are out to get him, thinking of their actions not as careless, but as overly careful. They must be thinking about him as much as he's thinking about them, so when he's not chosen as a +1 to the gala, he assumes it was on purpose, not just that they had other friends. This is why he attempts to weaponize the same thing that he assumes that friendship is a weapon. After all, he was hurt by it, so why wouldn't the others be? After all his attempts to be the center of attention are brushed off, the gala is interrupted by the Smooze, who has grown to a monstrous size, splattering the entire hall with slime and trapping most of the ponies. Discord tries to use this opportunity to enjoy his captive audience until Tree Hugger begins to sing, calming down Smooze until it releases every pony. Furious, Discord throws Tree Hugger into an alternate dimension, hoping to finally have Fluttershy all to himself. But she's angry that he would think to do this, demanding Tree Hugger be released. After realizing the error of his ways, he lets her go free and removes the jewels from the Smooze, who gets invited to the dance floor by Pinkie Pie, as Celestia says this was the best gala ever. She knew Discord would cause chaos, and once again just wants to liven up the party. The Lost Treasure of Griffinstone. Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash are both sent to Griffinstone, the kingdom of the Griffins. But first, Twilight gives them a lesson on the place's history. It was once in ruins until an old king found the idol of Boreas, which was an artifact so great, the Griffins united under the pride they felt at owning it. But this idol was stolen by a villain who was tossed off of a cliff alongside his prize, both of which were never seen again. Shortly afterwards, the Griffins fell back into disarray as their kingdom turned into ruined buildings and poverty. Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie both come up with different ideas on how to return the kingdom to its former glory, with Dash trying to find the abyss that this idol fell into to retrieve it. But Pinkie Pie finds Gilda from Griffin the Brush-Off to try to cheer her up enough to spread cheer to the rest of the town. Importantly, as they are navigating this place, their encounters with the others are all defined by one thing: money. The Griffins are selfish and greedy, refusing to discuss anything with the ponies unless they have coins exchanged, whether it's telling stories, giving them baked goods, or even escorting them to the edge of town. The kingdom of the Griffins is in a state of disarray, and yet none of the Griffins has any interest in fixing its problems, just in raising enough money so the problems no longer affect them. Rainbow Dash ends up falling into this abyss, which is too windy to fly out of, and her guide refuses to help her as she's run out of cash. Meanwhile, Pinkie Pie has been giving baking tips to Gilda, who's finally started to accept this pony as her friend, her second friend of the group, as she remembers that she's got too much history with Dash to throw that away. The two find a pony on a cliff in this chasm, trying to help but both falling in themselves. Gilda finds the idol of Boreas, but as Dash and Pinkie are still falling, she has to choose between her kingdom and her friends. She chooses the ponies, and the idol falls deeper into the abyss, though when they get back to the kingdom, she says that she doesn't regret her choice. Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash then ask her to start making new friends around town, assuming that once people love their neighbors, they'll be more willing to create a better world, not for themselves, but for those around them. Slice of Life. The 100th episode opens on Cranky, Doodle, and Matilda excitedly anticipating their wedding, only to realize that the invitations they sent to the rest of Ponyville have the wrong date, and their wedding is today, not tomorrow. Cranky tries to admonish the pony who said she could get the invitations cheaper, derpy, actually muffins, as she used the printing press of the full free press to rush the job. She approaches Dr. Hooves, with a V, for a way to go back in time to fix her mistake, though short of some flameless fireworks he has nothing to help, merely trying to get Rarity to press his suit in time for the imminent wedding. But Rarity is nowhere to be found, so he asks the cast of The Big Lebowski if they can extend some of their own fashion sense to his suit. They agree as long as he helps them in a bowling tournament. Meanwhile, the main six are busy dealing with an attack from a bugbear, meaning that Pinkie Pie cannot help Matilda with moving up the wedding plans, so she has to ask the second best organizer behind Twilight for help, Amethyst Star. She takes Matilda to the salon where she meets with Stephen Magnet, the dragon from the first episode, who calms down the panicking mule with tales of his travels alongside Cranky in the past, though this is undone when he points out that, while the wedding is just about the two of them, the wedding party is still a huge expectation in the minds of every pony else. Lyra and Bonbon are setting up the wedding decorations when they learn of the bugbear attack. While Lyra's unconcerned as the main six gets into and solves incidents like this about once a week, Bonbon worries that she's actually a secret agent who once captured monsters like the bugbear, and this beast must have broken out. This worries Lyra, not because of the monster fighting, but because her friend lied about her past. Octavia Melody and Vinyl Scratch, who are roommates, are both practicing for the upcoming wedding, unsure what kind of music to play when they wind up creating an orchestral dubstep mix that they agree will work. But they realize that they're late for the wedding, and they take their entire setup through town, catching up to and grabbing all the other side characters on their way until they form a massive mob that crashes outside the venue. Lyra and Bonbon make their peace as they share a few more secrets, Celestia and Luna argue over whose fault it is they forgot their gift, Shining Armor cries like he always does at weddings, Dr. Hooves dons a familiar-looking scarf, and Steven saves Cranky's hairdo by removing the part of his mustache Rarity gave him. The wedding begins, and Mayor Mare reads a fourth wall-breaking speech about how important the minor characters are, before Cranky and Matilda kiss. Twilight and the rest of the main six watch this through the window, glad to be a part of Ponyville. Princess Spike. The Grand Equestrian Pony Summit is about to begin, with delegates from all over Equestria in attendance as Twilight Sparkle wraps up the final few plans for the event. As she hasn't slept well in days, she retires to go to sleep, while Cadance gives Spike the job of ensuring nothing wakes her up. He takes his task very seriously, ordering the ponies outside her window to stop things like playing polo, cutting up trees he's allergic to, and fixing the water main. Things are going alright until two of the speech givers find out they were booked in the same hall, and, as Twilight's too groggy to give a real answer, Spike tells them to share the space. Over the next few hours, he realizes that the ponies will do just about anything he says, so long as he claims to be speaking on behalf of the sleeping princess, and he goes from fixing minor incidents into indulging whatever desires he has, all while claiming he has the authority to do so. At the beginning of the episode, Spike resented that he had spent just as long as Twilight helping out with the event's organization, and yet the gathered crowd applauded her while he was ignored and pushed aside. After all, he wasn't a princess. So now he is not only taking on the same amount of work as a princess, but he is enjoying some of the privileges that come with the prestige. The issue is that he fails to understand the amount of responsibility he has also taken on. Pretending to be a princess means this will happen eventually. It happens when the ball game he moved gets in the way of the trees that were being trimmed, which fall onto the cracked water main, flooding the hall and destroying the statue that represents unity between the different ponies. Cadance is able to stop the flow of water as the hall is drained, though, as the event space is now ruined, the rest of the gathered ponies demand that whoever is in charge take responsibility, and that means Princess Twilight, or so they assume. Spike ends up getting in front of the angry mob that forms outside Twi's chambers, where he reveals the truth. He was using the princess's authority without her permission. He's able to start fixing the issues when he apologizes, finally accepting some of the responsibilities of acting like a princess, namely that when things go wrong, it's your job to fix it. The gathered crowd begins to repair the hall as well as the statue, and everything is set right, until Spike receives a bouquet of flowers and he sneezes. Party pooped. Twilight Sparkle is hosting a friendship summit with the Prince of Yak-Yakistan in an attempt to make the usually reclusive Yaks of the far north open diplomatic relationships with Equestria. She has attempted to recreate a welcome based on Yak-Yakistan traditions, though when it's not exactly to their liking, the Yaks begin to destroy the hull. Each pony is then put in charge of some small celebration for these Yaks, though one by one, they're all destroyed by the displeased diplomats. Building more tension as the final act of this introduction is a party thrown by Pinkie Pie that she's unsure will live up to their standards. So to ensure that everything is perfect, Pinkie Pie takes a trip to Yak-Yakistan herself, hoping to learn as much about their culture in as little time as possible. But the train lines are shut down by sheep grazing on the tracks, and her attempts to get help from her other ponies all wind up with only a little bit of progress. Despite these setbacks, Pinkie still makes her way very slowly to the Yak-Yakistan border, only to, at the last second, slide off of a cliff as she quickly loses all the progress she's made towards her goal. Back in Ponyville, the rest of the main six are concerned over the apparent lack of Pinkie Pie, especially as such an important party is on the horizon. As they are searching through her home, they find a secret party room where she keeps detailed files on every pony in Equestria regarding their likes and dislikes and how to throw them the perfect party. They decide to put their trust in Pinkie Pie even if she isn't there, only for Pinkie Pie to arrive at that moment. Seeing the showing of friendship from those closest to her and having gained experience from a day trip around Equestria, she decides not to throw an authentic Yak-Yakistan party. Instead, she throws a party featuring every other culture of pony kind to show off not where the diplomats came from, but the one they're opening themselves up to. The Yak-Yakistan diplomats agree that they ought to be friends who celebrate one another's differences, and everything turns out alright, as Pinkie Pie realizes that they should have tried to be the best versions of themselves instead of a weaker version of someone else. Amending fences. Twilight Sparkle is reminded of the old times, before she was a princess and before she even moved to Ponyville, back when she, as per the theme song, used to wonder what friendship could be. While reminiscing, she realizes that she hasn't visited her old friends a single time since moving from Canterlot, and as the Princess of Friendship, this is a bad look. She returns to see her old home exactly as she left it, down to the book she was reading in the pilot. Then she meets up with Minuet, one of her old friends. Minuet has Twilight get together with Lemon Hearts and Twinkleshine, two of her other friends, as they talk about old times and forgive Twilight for not visiting very often because they knew she was somewhat aloof before and they don't really blame her. But there's one member of her old friend group who is not present, and that is Moondancer, another bookish pony just like Twilight Sparkle, and the one who was referenced in the first episode when Twilight blew off a party to warn Celestia about Nightmare Moon. As it turns out, Moondancer has become a recluse, only going from her house to the library and back every day, and refusing to talk to any pony. Twilight attempts to reach out to her but gets shut down every time, as Moondancer has no interest in making friends any longer. The reason this affects Twilight so much is because of the fact that Moondancer is basically Twilight, minus the part where she was chosen to be Celestia's student. Without that little bit of boost to her status, Twilight would have ended up a friendless recluse all the same. Worse still is that Moondancer blames Twilight for being the one to turn her into a recluse, as her attempts to put herself out there and throw a party so many seasons ago, only to be ignored, were the reasons that she gave up on friendship. Being a good friend is a two-way street. It's not just about reaching out to others, but reciprocating that relationship. Twilight, pre-Season 1, did not understand this and didn't realize that her actions were hurting others because she wasn't thinking about them and assumed that they weren't thinking about her. So Twilight tries to fix everything by throwing a huge party, even bringing in Pinkie Pie to help her plan it, and then to redo the party Moondancer threw that she skipped. Twi is even shocked to learn that Pinkie knows some of her old friends. Minuet was one of the bridesmaids at her brother's wedding. The party begins and Moondancer says that she still hasn't forgiven Twilight for abandoning her all those years ago, but who did not abandon her were her other friends who stuck with her just as much as they did to Twilight in spite of not getting to visit very much. She then realizes the other side of friendship being reciprocal. Shutting yourself off from the world, as Twilight did, hurt Moondancer, but then Moondancer shut herself off from the world too, making it hypocritical for her to assume that friendship is anything other than magic. Do princesses dream of magic sheep? Princess Luna is attacked by a blob monster called the Tantibus that turns her into Nightmare Moon as the main six watch. They attempt to use their powers to convert her back, but Nightmare Moon is more concerned with this blob disappearing through a gap in reality as she's reverted to her original form. The next day, these tired ponies are discussing the nightmare that they had the previous night, and upon letting Canterlot know of it, are immediately visited by Luna, who warns them about what it means. She tells them that there is a creature called the Tantibus that used to exist inside of her dreams that turned them into nightmares, and because it has escaped, it has the potential to ruin the dreams of all of Ponyville, and eventually to escape into reality. So they all have a slumber party together, sleeping in the same room to monitor the movement of the Tantibus between the dreams of any pony affected. The rest of this act involves the ponies each having typical dreams, with Luna hopping between them to fight off an impending nightmare before failing to stop it from escaping. They wake up, upset that they couldn't do anything about this Tantibus, until Pinkie Pie reveals that she dreamt about Ponyville, and therefore the smoky monster might escape into any dream it wants to. So Luna uses her powers to ensure that the next night, every pony in Ponyville has the exact same dream at once, meaning the Tantibus can't hop around and they can fight it together. At first, this creature is able to fight by infecting the various houses around Ponyville to attack the Dreamers, giving it cover while it attempts to escape through the sky. But when the main six fail to overpower it, they tell the rest of Ponyville that they can fight too, and everyone starts dreaming of stronger versions of themselves to assist in the conflict. But Princess Luna starts to power up the Tantibus as she worries about the harm she has inflicted by letting it go free, revealing that she created it to infect herself so she can relive being Nightmare Moon, as a punishment for the harm she caused. As her negative emotions are the thing feeding it more strength, they point out that all of Ponyville is working together to save her, and that there's no need to needlessly punish herself as she is surrounded by ponies who don't hold that against her anymore. With this confidence boost, Luna's able to fight back against her own nightmares, and the Tantibus is sealed away, with Luna finally having a full night of pleasant dreams. Canterlot Bouquet. Rarity receives word that a plot she's been waiting on in Canterlot is finally clear, and she can use the money raised from her work on Sapphire Shores' tour to open a second boutique in that city. She's working alongside Sassy Sandals, an experienced manager, for this grand opening, and the other ponies already come up with an elaborate plan to expand the business by announcing a new line of dresses inspired by the princesses of Equestria, including Twilight Sparkle. But things begin to get concerning when Sassy stands in the way of the grand opening, announcing the new line herself and talking over Rarity the whole time as she hijacks the opening day. Despite this snafu, they wind up getting hundreds of orders on this new Rain in Stain dress, but its name is changed to the Princess dress because that's more marketable. And Rarity is soon put to work to create 100 of the exact same outfit. Her attempts to spruce up each outfit to give it personal attention are rebuked when she delivers a custom princess dress to a client who's upset that it isn't what she ordered. And realizing that she doesn't want to spend the rest of her career making the same dress over and over, Rarity announces that she is shuttering her business to focus on the smaller Ponyville branch. But on the grand closing event, the rest of the dresses are put on display and the ponies browsing this inventory are fascinated by these previously unseen designs. Rarity discovers that there's still a market for her other originals, and she can put tender love and care into each outfit while still maintaining brand integrity. The conflict in this episode is about the desire to reach a wide audience or to reach a deep audience. That is to say, whether to spend a long amount of time on each customer and then meet with fewer customers, or spend a very small amount of time with a larger number of ponies. There's a desire every artist will have to spread their work as far as possible, and this doesn't necessarily favor one idea over the other. Because if you put all of yourself into your work, then you effectively have a target demographic of you alone. The less of you there is in your art, the greater the number of people who can enjoy it, though it will never be perfect to any of them, just good enough. but Rarity would rather have a smaller number of customers who are obsessed with her dresses than a large number of customers who are just satisfied. And this is the real conflict between her and Sassy Saddles. They have differing philosophies regarding what makes a boutique successful. It's not until Sassy sees a gleeful customer rather than a content one that she realizes what it means to pour oneself into your art, and that's far better than just having your name known. Rarity investigates. Rainbow Dash is given the position of flying reserve on the Wonderbolt for an upcoming aerial show, assuming that one of the others can't make it for whatever reason. While staying in the castle that night, they meet Wind Rider at a party, with Dash excitedly explaining he's the current long-distance speed record holder and considered a legend. In addition, he is coming out of retirement to fly with the others for one day only. But the next day, Spitfire's mother, Stormy Flare, gets sick and writes in a letter to her daughter that she has to get her to return home to take care of her. With Spitfire out of the show, Rainbow Dash will finally get her spot on the team until Stormy Flare shows up at the practice, healthy and unaware of the letter. This means someone wrote a fake letter to get one of the Wonderbolts out of the show, and Rainbow Dash is the prime suspect. As it's against the Wonderbolts' bylaws to sabotage an ally's chances like this, she'll be kicked out unless she can prove her innocence. So Rarity, having been on a mystery kick lately, decides to take on the case, using her attention to detail that she's learned as a fashion designer to search for clues. She finds a lock of Dash's hair and charms the guards into admitting that they briefly left their posts, but mostly she gets distracted by various other oddities around the castle, like the drapes and the smell in the envelope. This culminates in trying to figure out who bribed the guards to leave their post and getting distracted talking about the scarf the culprit was wearing, with Dash upset that Rarity's not taking anything seriously enough while Rarity's actually found out the real culprit. Predictably, it was Wind Rider, as he's the newest character to be introduced, and Rarity shows off how each of these non-sequitur clues she's found were actually connected to him, as well as the fact that he left behind evidence while framing Dash. Realizing that Spitfire might not make the show, Rainbow Dash rushes out to catch up to her to give her the spot back, and for selflessly tracking down the pony she could have replaced at the cost of her own dreams, Rainbow Dash is given a spot on the team, Wind Rider's old spot. As per the bylaws, he's kicked out for sabotaging another Wonderbolt. Made in Manhattan. The friendship map sends Rarity and Applejack to Manhattan, something Rarity's excited about as she loves the big city, though Applejack is less excited as she's not sure what she would actually be doing there. Upon arriving, she isn't given much better of an idea as to why she has been sent to such a large city, with Rarity assuming it's to stop some sort of fashion disaster, as Applejack is struggling to navigate so many of the large crowds. But soon their real reason for arriving is revealed as a flyer for the Midsummer Theater Revival flies by, hosted by Coco Pommel, the pony Rarity gave the designing job to last season. She explains that the Midsummer event used to be hosted by one Charity Kindheart, and it brought the whole neighborhood together. She wanted to take the event over, but doesn't have the time to do everything herself, so Rarity and Applejack must be there to help her to recruit. But their recruitment efforts are fruitless, as none of the ponies around the neighborhood have the time to assist in rebuilding the park for a play. Nearing the deadline, Rarity decides to do what she can with the costumes as Applejack attempts to fix up the park, though she gets very little progress done in a single day, and winds up making a much smaller scale production than the original event was. But of course it would be a smaller production. The previous incarnation of the event had the entire neighborhood coming together to do their part. This one has about 3 ponies taking it seriously, with the rest just going through the motions. All the others considered it too much work to do for free, even if it was for the sake of their community. They were looking at the project at its full scale, rather than something being done by several dozen volunteers, each doing a little bit of specialized work. Applejack feels upset because she doesn't think that one pony can make a difference to her community, and she is right. To make a real difference, it takes almost everybody chipping in a little bit. So the key to making real, tangible change is not to think big, nor to think small, but to think local. Don't fix everything, just convince your neighbor to do a small amount, and they can convince their neighbor, and so on. It's not about bringing the community together, but about convincing the community that it's worthwhile to be brought together. In the end, this small play attracts the attention of all the ponies who didn't think they had the time to contribute, and yet they still had enough time to talk to their neighbors while watching a play, which is most of the work. That is to say, half the work that needs to be done is showing up, and half of showing up is wanting to. Brother Hooves Social. While digging through the attic for the first Sister Hooves social ribbon, Granny Smith finds an old toy Big Mac used to use to entertain Apple Bloom. Though when he tries to remind her of these old times, she's too interested in her Sister Hooves social routine alongside her idol, Applejack. But Applejack is called away to deal with the plot of Made in Manhattan, meaning Bloom has nobody to attend the social with, until Big Mac gets the idea to pretend to be a distant cousin of the Apple family in order to not only participate with his little sister, but to rekindle their relationship. It's been implied up to now, but one of the problems that arises when a small cast of main characters solves all the problems is that everyone else is implied to be less useful as a result. Apple Bloom looks up to Applejack because Applejack has friendship powers and saves the world about once a season. Not to mention the fact that she's being sent all around Equestria to solve problems that a magical map sends her to. By comparison, Big Mac is just some guy. There's no reason to idolize him, even though he very consistently keeps everything running. Remember that in Season 1, an entire plot started out because he wasn't there to solve problems for his sister. So his mentality in this episode is that he has to do what Applejack used to do and win a medal in the Sisterhood Social, to the point of cross-dressing as Orchard Blossom and pretending to be a mayor for the whole event. Of course, every pony sees through this, but no one tells him, as it's revealed at the end of the episode that the Sisterhood Social has always defined sisterhood loosely. Not that it matters. Big Mac wasn't trying to be the best sibling he could be, but the best Applejack he could be, down to copying mannerisms that she doesn't even have just because he wants to act less like himself. In the end, Big Mac ends up destroying a lot of the obstacle courses and the events with his raw strength, leaving only the race at the finale event. Desperate for a ribbon, he charges forward and manages to cross the finish line first, though most of the other competitors are injured. Orchard Blossom and Apple Bloom are then disqualified from that year's games. Afterwards, the two of them are sitting on a hill back at the orchard, where Apple Bloom finally asks her brother why he went through so much effort on her behalf. He finally outright says that he's trying to live up to the standard of Applejack, and he apologizes for failing, though Apple Bloom recognizes his efforts more than the end result, and they grow closer anyway. Crusaders of the Lost Mark. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are doing the same thing they do every episode, getting distracted by some other business while they're scheming on how to get their cutie marks. This time it's an interruption from Pipsqueak, one of their classmates, as he is running for class president and wants their help managing his campaign. They work together to promote his campaign to the other students, mostly gaining votes by pointing out the alternative option, Diamond Tiara, is far worse. Pipsqueak's campaign promise of fixing the damage to the playground caused by Tirek resonates better with the students than Diamond Tiara's promise to make a statue of herself. Once the votes come in, Diamond Tiara only has a single vote. Not even her best friend Silver Spoon voted for her. She frets over this loss, returning home to her mother, Spoiled Rich, who scolds her for losing the election and making the family look bad. Seeing how her mother treats her and realizing that Diamond Tiara is merely mimicking her behavior, the Cutie Mark Crusaders start to feel sorry enough for her to invite this losing candidate to their clubhouse. Despite accepting the kindness, Diamond Tiara continues to make fun of the CMC clubhouse and everyone in it, though the others don't complain back as they now understand she really doesn't know any better. Pipsqueak returns saying that the school board rejected his suggestion to rebuild the playground as they don't have the budget, and Diamond Tiara, sensing his weakness as a leader, rushes over to the schoolhouse as the other Crusaders try to stop her. They sing about how she needs to reconsider, but Diamond Tiara's made up her mind, and once she arrives at the schoolhouse, she sees her mother, who scolds her again for hanging out with Blank Flanks. Enraged, Diamond tells her mother that she doesn't want to be like her, as in the type of full-grown adult who uses schoolyard bullying tactics despite her age. She sends an invoice to her father to pay for the new playground, using her ability to boss people around to organize the new construction of the playscape. Seeing yet another pony learn to better understand her Cutie Mark, the Cutie Mark Crusaders celebrate that they once again helped some pony out, realizing that they seem to do the most good when they're not trying to help themselves. Then the Crusaders begin to glow while floating in the air, landing with new matching Cutie Marks representing their commitment to helping others understand themselves. they celebrate these new marks with a quinceañera of their own, mirroring the quinceañera they first formed during. They announce that they intend to keep the Cutie Mark Crusaders around as an entity, not to find their own cutie marks, but now to help others find and interpret their own, because they have the experience to do so. After all, an expert is just some pony who has failed more times than the amateur has tried. The one where Pinkie Pie knows. Mrs. Cake tells Pinkie Pie the news that Shining Armor and Cadence are planning to have a baby together, and her store has been chosen to make the celebratory cake. She also says that this information is a secret, and that Pinkie Pie can't tell any pony, which she realizes she's going to struggle to do, especially as she's made a series of obligations to ponies across Ponyville to help them with various tasks. Because she made Pinkie promises to these ponies, she sets out anyway, agonizing over the fact that she cannot share her valuable secret with any pony else, and getting increasingly frazzled as she nearly reveals it on accident with double entendre. Additionally, she keeps snapping at others if they say anything related to babies. Finally, Shining Armor arrives at Twilight's castle, where he reveals a scavenger hunt for the main six, with Pinkie Pie trying to rush them through so she doesn't have to keep the secret anymore. She inadvertently ends up meeting with all the others that she had snapped at before, those who kept accidentally mentioning foals, as it's slowly revealed that they were all in on the secret as well, and were struggling just as much as Pinkie Pie was. They reach the end of the scavenger hunt, and Shining Armor finally reveals the truth, and since Cadence looks pretty normal, I'm guessing that Equestria operates on, like, stork fantasy birthing. On an unrelated note, with all the other ponies involved who struggle with their secret, they never really fell apart, that is, in the literal sense, while Pinkie Pie was doing impossible cartoonish antics to keep her end quiet. It makes me wonder how much of these reality-defying stunts are literally happening, and how much on-screen is a representation of what she's thinking. Heartbreakers. It's Hearts-Warming Eve, and the Apple family is headed to the Pie Rock Farm to have the family spend the holiday together. Both Applejack and Pinkie Pie are excited to show off their different traditions until actually arriving, where the Apple families immediately put off by the strange, stoic personalities of the others. They try to put these differences aside for the sake of the holidays, but once it's time to begin celebrating, the Apples are shocked to learn that the rock traditions are all boring. Sometimes literally. Instead of a hearty meal, they eat rock soup. Instead of dolls, they carve rocks. Instead of raising the flag, they do a search for it and then put the rock on another rock. And they don't even exchange presents, they just hide them around the farm, usually too well to be found. Realizing how drab the Pie family's holiday is compared to what she's used to, Applejack takes it upon herself to teach them her family's ways. And overnight, she redecorates to throw a hearts-warming day the Apple way. The next morning, the Pies are furious that their holiday celebration was hijacked. More so, once it's revealed that Applejack planted her flag on a fault line, and the large stone centerpiece of the Pie farm falls into the quarry below. The issue between the two families is twofold, and it all has to do with a misunderstanding of how traditions are formed. As explained at the start of the episode with Spike and Twilight, the two of them opened their present a day early because one year, Spike couldn't wait that long. Every tradition starts for a reason, usually practicality, and continues on as a reminder of that time. So Applejack fails to see that the Pie family does things in peculiar ways, not because that's how they've always done them, but because there used to be a good reason, and now the different one is based on unity instead of utility. But on the other hand, the Pie family never explains their history to the others, simply asking them to go along with it. If traditions are meant to remind the family of the way things used to be, and thus how long they've been together, then they only have as much value as the shared history is explained. If you don't explain why things are done unusually, then the actual value is strongly diminished. The Apples are asked to leave despite having gotten along decently prior to that point, but on the way back, Applejack actually manages to find her gift from Pinkie Pie. When this is combined with hearing the story of why that big rock is so important, it's set up to be a dragon's egg, they get off the train and rush back to the Pie household. Once there, they help them push Holder's boulder up to where it belongs, agreeing that this big job might just be the newest apple pie family tradition. Scaremaster. Fluttershy is preparing for a nightmare night indoors when Angel gets upset he doesn't have any carrots, so she has to go out on the one night she's too afraid to in order to retrieve more. But all the preparation for Nightmare Night causes her to grow too fearful to achieve this errand, and soon she finds herself taking shelter in Twilight's castle with the rest of the main six. They're unsure about having her along for their scary games, as Fluttershy spooks too easily. But she says she wants to experience some horror to get used to the feeling of fright. Unfortunately, Fluttershy keeps theorizing different ways the games could go wrong and refuses to partake, so they end up canceling most of the fun as she's not in the spirit of things. Twilight then gets the idea to allow Fluttershy to be the one scaring them, so she can still participate without being scared herself. She agrees and invites them to her house, where she has prepared a series of spooky, awkward dinner conversations and faux pas. The others aren't very scared by this, so they agree to celebrate the rest of the night as Fluttershy stays home alone, until her rabbit tells her to try again with his ideas. At the corn maze, the rest of the main six enter and are lightly scared by some of the tricks there. Then they fall into a pit where a series of monsters coordinates an attack against them, properly terrifying them until they're stuck on a cliff while chased by vampire Fluttershy. But despite having successfully spooked her friends, Fluttershy still isn't happy, because she just doesn't like scaring others. This episode sets up a plot about how Fluttershy might enjoy the holiday if only she would give it a chance, instead of sitting inside the whole night, which Fluttershy herself also believes in as she sees her friends and neighbors having a great time. It's assumed that once she gets over her fear, she'll finally get to see what is so great about being afraid, only to experience some of this and then feel underwhelmed from both sides too. It would be wrong to assume that Fluttershy dislikes Nightmare Night without having ever tried it, but now that she has experienced everything the night has to offer, her saying that she isn't having a good time is a much more valid statement. What about Discord? Twilight Sparkle goes on a book-sorting sabbatical over a long weekend, not emerging until 3 days later, where she is shocked at the sight of Rainbow Dash and Discord laughing about a bunch of snake puns. She tries to reconnect with the rest of the main six after so long away, only to meet Discord hanging out with them as well, with the pony speaking to him about oranges and other inside jokes Twilight was not a part of. She tries to get the others to explain the context of these new jokes to her, but all the ponies have nonsensical stories or are too busy laughing at their own humor to explain it properly. Twi then insists on getting to the bottom of this budding friendship under the guise that it's her job as the Princess of Friendship, forcing the others to recreate the conditions of their long weekend without her. Despite recreating things exactly, they just can't get the joke to make sense at all, until realizing that the common thread is Twilight wasn't watching them. Twilight refuses to leave this issue alone, concluding that her friends must be under the effect of a spell that only makes them think that they're friends with Discord, and asking Zecora for a brew that will break the effect. She attempts to get them to reverse the curse, but they tell her there never was one, and that her paranoid behavior's off-putting. Twilight finally admits the truth that she's jealous of the inside joke, and they all agree that it was probably wrong of them to keep bringing it up around her. That is until Discord admits that he intentionally left Twilight out because he wanted her to feel jealous, and the others are upset enough with him that they start to joke about Twilight's insistence there was a spell, creating a new inside joke that Discord's not a part of. The Hooffields and the McColts. Fluttershy and Twilight Sparkle are called by the friendship map to the Smoky Mountains, near a valley known for its natural beauty. But when they arrive, they discover it to be barren and inhospitable, with the opposite peaks inhabited by two feuding families. One of these families is the Hooffields, who specialize in growing crops that they mostly throw at the McColts, who specialize in building contraptions to harass the Hooffields. Twilight attempts to use her research into friendship to find a solution to their issues, hoping to make some middle ground to start building a friendship. But she's ignored as each side merely uses her outreach as a means of sneakily attacking the others. Soon the duo learns that these families are fighting for a reason they don't even remember. The conflict is now just a series of retaliations. But Fluttershy talks to the local animal life and learns the truth. They used to be allies hoping to protect the wildlife of the valley, but the Hooffields' farming overlapped with the McColts' construction, and soon they began to sabotage one another in an attempt to prove that their techniques were the most useful. But neither of them were useful because they spent more time and energy trying to prove how great they were instead of doing the things that they claimed made them great. Cooperation means giving up as much as you're taking, so when you cooperate with someone else, you have to accept that you're not going to get 100% of your way, which isn't something you're trying to achieve anyway. The objective of the ponies in this episode should have been to help out the animals, not to get credit for helping out the animals. The other side of credit is blame. In this case, it's pushing the blame of who started the fight onto some pony else. The fact that blame is being pushed in the first place means that both sides of the argument know that they are doing something wrong, they simply care about being less wrong than their neighbors instead of being more right. So after years of living as though you're trying to prove something, the thing you're trying to prove becomes less valuable than the efforts taken to prove that that thing is valuable, because that's where the Hooffields and McCults are putting all their effort. The purpose of a system is what the system does, and that matters the same whether it's a social system or a physical one. After explaining the error of their ways, the two families agree to share the valley in order to better honor what their ancestors wanted. They still attempt to be competitive, but they're shamed into behavior by Fluttershy and the animals, who were the real victims of the feud all along. The main attraction. Ponyville is having a charity festival, and Pinkie Pie's managed to book Countess Coloratura, one of Equestria's most famous pop stars, and as it turns out, Applejack's childhood friend. AJ explains that Rara used to sing with her back in their summer camp days, and she's really a kind, down-to-earth pony like AJ is, until Coloratura arrives on the massive palanquin, performing a rehearsal song about glamour. Applejack is taken aback by how changed her friend is, until hearing that she has a meet and greet arranged with these school ponies, realizing that deep down, she's still the same pony she was those years ago. Meanwhile, Pinkie Pie's been getting yelled at by Coloratura's manager, Sven Gallop, who wants everything perfect, including amenities for himself, because he claims he's the real brains behind the star. Applejack hears this conversation and vows to warn her old friend about her manager. At first, Coloratura thinks AJ's just being jealous, but when Applejack asks her for a chance to prove herself, she works with Twilight to capture a moment of him happily canceling the meet and greet with the kids against her wishes. Sven Gallop is fired, but Rara starts to worry that she's just thrown away her career with this move, as he warns. AJ assures her that things will be fine, though, as long as she's true to herself. Rara performs the following night with a slower Emmy bait song that her fans, despite at first being confused, come around to enjoy. The Cutie Remark. While giving a speech to the graduating class of Princess Celestia's Academy, Twilight Sparkle sees Starlight Glimmer in the audience, listening in on an explanation of how each of the main six are connected due to Rainbow Dash's sonic rainboom. Afterwards, Starlight visits the castle, where she uses a modified version of the time travel spell from It's About Time, and this is why I said that canon can be broken, unless time travel is used sparingly or not at all. She then heads back to the day of the sonic rainboom and uses her magic to freeze Rainbow Dash in place, preventing any of the main six from ever having their connection. Twilight and Spike reappear in an alternate timeline where the castle no longer exists, and Ponyville is a series of dilapidated houses all boarded up. She can't find any of her old friends but Applejack, who's back on the Apple Family factory as they mass-produce canned apples for the front lines. AJ explains that King Sombra recently took over most of Equestria, with Twilight realizing that they were not around to save the day, and although Celestia is leading the counterattack, it takes the efforts of every pony to stop him in a perpetual war. So Twilight and Spike go back in time themselves, revisiting the day of the race, only to be caught by Starlight Glimmer again, as she's the one who modified the spell and thus knows whenever it's being used. This time, instead of freezing Rainbow Dash, she simply tells the bullies who were harassing Fluttershy it isn't nice to be mean, throwing in some of her own propaganda. Twilight tries to stop her, but struggles to explain how being mean is okay to do. Then they're sent back to the future, or I guess the present, where Ponyville is overrun by vines, and she and Spike are surrounded by others who accuse them of being Queen Chrysalis's changelings. These ponies are led by Zecora as they're hiding in the Everfree Forest to avoid detection by the Changeling army. After confirming that Twilight and Spike are not changelings, they're taken back to the camp, where Zecora learns of their time travel shenanigans and explains how small differences in the past can have large effects in the future. Then they're accosted by Chrysalis, with Twilight sent away as the other ponies hold her off. They reappear in Cloudsdale, where Twilight Sparkle and Starlight Glimmer continue the fight, distracting Rainbow Dash long enough that they're sent back to the future. This time it's Nightmare Moon who's imprisoned her sister to take over the land. Twilight enters the castle of the two sisters, or I guess the one sister, and explains her time-traveling events to Nightmare Moon. She wants the power for herself and demands that Twilight show her how, but Twilight and Spike simply leave without her. Twilight and Starlight continuously fight over the past, getting sent to various alternate futures with different villains having taken over before Twilight gives up on trying to overpower the other pony. Instead, she offers to convince Starlight of the bad future by taking her there, to a present without any of the friendships she's broken up. This future is a barren wasteland, revealing just how important friendship is to the fate of Equestria. She then realizes that she never even asked Starlight why she dislikes Cutie Mark so much or what her real end goal is, so Starlight uses her magic to show them. She once had a close friend who developed a Cutie Mark of his own, only to be whisked away by friends and family, never to be seen again. One of the potential anxieties of the Cutie Mark Crusaders from before that it turns out is a valid fear. Starlight Glimmer's whole motivation then can come down to a fear not of Cutie Marks, but the change that comes with developing one. Since Cutie Marks are somewhat of an adulthood metaphor, what she's really after is removing the uncertainty that comes with change, assuming that a world of stagnation is an ideal one. The issue is that nothing is permanent, even discounting Cutie Marks. There will always be those out there seeking to change things, and their intentions aren't always ideal. Case in point, all the various antagonists from past seasons managing to change things their way to the detriment of society. Change is inevitable, it's just a matter of who's changing what and why. Change challenges us to adapt, and adaptation is what makes us stronger, but only if we choose to allow it to. This has been a consistent theme within MLP already, that the challenges that arise as a result of our differences are the things that make us better, and without these challenges, there's no change but that for the worse. Because sure, maybe every pony will get along with each other without Cutie Marks, but not every problem is between two ponies. If some disaster or outside influence gets in, the equal ideology gets eliminated quickly because they've never had the experience of being challenged enough to resist. They've never learned to advocate for themselves because they've never had a strong enough sense of self to advocate for. I've written before about how Twilight Sparkle is a chosen one character at this point, and this episode actually touches on that. Her friendship with the others makes her unique, so unique that it literally saves Equestria on multiple occasions. By comparison, Starlight Glimmer's friendship being doomed by a Cutie Mark only really causes her harm. She is not as important as the others because of this, even if she did lose the same amount because of the actions. To know that your suffering is something ignorable or even necessary for the future, while others can be inconvenienced out of the entire future, could affect a person's mentality as to whether such a system is even fair. And she has a point. It isn't fair that some ponies are arbitrarily selected to have Cutie Marks that make them more important than others. Some ponies get left behind by the system, by design, and it isn't their fault for being unimportant, but rather, the impetus is on those who are chosen to use their powers for good. Not just good like saving the world when it needs saving, but making sure that the ones who live in that world appreciate it enough. The main six ends up accepting Starlight Glimmer into the castle as Twilight's new apprentice, recognizing her talents as a magic user even in excess of Twilight's own power. They understand that a good world is one that adapts to the ponies in it, not one that demands that they be the ones to change. And although Starlight isn't forgiven just yet, it's clear through a montage that she's at least willing to put in the legwork to deserve forgiveness. I guess hoof work. The Crystalling. Starlight Glimmer is nervous about becoming Twilight Sparkle's new student, her unpreparedness represented by the fact that she can't even find her way around the massive castle with its identical-looking walls. Meanwhile, the rest of the main six are preparing for the Crystalling, a ceremony in the Crystal Empire where the newborn baby will be admired by the ponies of the Empire, and that admiration will strengthen the Crystal Heart. Since they'll be headed to the Crystal Empire anyway, Starlight is given her first friendship lesson, to reunite with her very first friend, Sunburst. Sunburst, as the episode recaps, is the reason why Starlight turned on the idea of Cutie Marks and removed them from an entire village with plans to take over the rest of Equestria. She's moved on from this, technically, though she is still ashamed of her past actions and does not want her old friend to know about them. So she tries to stall, encouraging Spike to regale her and the rest of the Empire the tales of how he saved the day a few seasons ago. For someone who's taken a month-long break between watching this episode and the one before, in affordance for how these retrospectives are made, this was nice to see. It was probably nicer for the folks who had to wait a year between seasons too. Unable to stall any longer, Starlight is finally forced to reunite with Sunburst, who she is told is an accomplished wizard due to his early mastery of magic. But their meeting, in spite of Twilight's over-preparedness, is short and awkward, with neither pony really explaining where they've been or what they've been up to. Twilight and the others have recently met up with a disheveled Shining Armor, who hasn't slept at all since the baby was born. They agree to take on some of the responsibilities for the crystalling so he and Cadence can both have a break from this newborn baby. The first alicorn born in so long, the other princesses thought it was impossible. They finish the preparations and only need to have the baby brought over, but this baby's a strong flyer with no control of its magic, and it cries so loud that the crystal heart shatters, just as the crowd has gathered for the ceremony. Twilight Sparkle and the other princesses lead the search for a way to fix the shattered crystal heart, also trying to frantically take care of the baby who's teleporting around and blasting magic. Twilight manages to find a spell, but it is destroyed after she reads it once, making her have to recreate it from memory. Starlight glimmers, given up on rekindling her friendship with Sunburst, returning to the castle in failure, when she and Spike notice the snow falling and realize something's wrong. When she arrives back at the castle, she's told about Twilight's discovered spell, and told to find Sunburst as his wizard abilities may help them with the shaky spell's success. But when she returns to his house, he confesses he's not actually a wizard and just lives in a messy library. As it turns out, he knows a lot about magic, but is a poor practitioner himself. Starlight also confesses that she turned villainous from her failure to keep up with him, recapping a bit of what's led up to the event when she mentions the spell and the heart, which Sunburst realizes won't actually work due to the age of the artifact. Due to the impending freezing weather, the citizens of the Crystal Empire are ordered to find shelter, but they refuse to leave because they've been waiting for a crystalling of this importance for years. But when Shining Armor arrives, ordering them back, they listen to him, only to be stopped by Sunburst, who leads them back to the castle, as he points out the spell to repair the Crystal Heart will only work if they have enough power from the crystalling ceremony itself. He directs the rest of the ponies in the various spells and ceremonies needed to perform the crystalling and repair the heart, all of which go off well, and the day is saved as the nasty weather gets rolled back. Sunburst is selected as the Crystaller for the ceremony, given a permanent job by Shining Armor to work alongside the royal family, the exact sort of position that Starlight Glimmer thought he already had at the start of the episode. Her being able to fix her friendship with the guy and make the connections needed to put him in the spot he belonged is how she was able to justify being Twilight Sparkle's student, everybody ending up with the positions that they never thought they deserved, but importantly the positions other ponies believed they were capable of. Sunburst believed that Starlight was a big-shot student of one of the princesses, but Starlight herself didn't think she was worthy of living up to that idea, and was ashamed that she may need to admit as such. Starlight thought that Sunburst was an accomplished wizard, but he was just a shut-in who failed to actually perform when it came time to prove his skill. And it's not just the two of them. Twilight came up with this elaborate list of things to do for her new student to learn her first friendship lesson, as she was nervous about not being a good teacher. This is in spite of her student thinking that she was the one unworthy to learn. So by the end of the episode, nobody's position really changes, and no one accomplishes what they thought they could do, but rather what those closest to them believed they were capable of. This episode is a series of characters with imposter syndrome, realizing that they really do belong in the positions that they've earned after all. The Gift of Maud Pie. Rarity and Pinkie Pie are going to Manhattan so Rarity can pick out a spot for her new boutique, while Pinkie Pie meets with her sister Maud for a gift exchange. Pinkie's already picked out the perfect gift for her sister, a carrying case for Boulder, her pet rock. But when they make their way to the only store that sells rock carrying cases, it's closed. Rarity helps her friend to pick out a new gift, but nothing compares to the case itself, and Pinkie Pie is beginning to worry Maud's gift will once again be better than hers. Then she sees a man with the exact case she wanted, and barters with him for it, trading her party cannon to get her sister the perfect gift. The gift exchange begins, and Maud presumably loves the case, but Pinkie's present was scented confetti for her party cannon, something she can no longer use. When Maud learns that her sister traded one of her most prized possessions for her gift, she uses her Maud sense, which is like Pinkie's sense, to track down the man who made the exchange, demanding they trade back. This unfortunately means that Pinkie has now received two great gifts from her sister, the confetti and the cannon, while Pinkie hasn't actually given anything to Maud. But before she can fret too much, Maud points out that it was never a competition, as gifts are supposed to be given for the recipient, not the pleasure or bragging rights of the one who gives the gift. On your marks. The Cutie Mark Crusaders hold another meeting, their first since they got their marks, only to realize that they don't really know what to do now that they're no longer seeking them. They attempt to do the thing that got them their marks, helping other ponies, but as every pony in Ponyville seems to be happy with their marks, they realize they have the free time to do anything. Each of the CMCs has their own idea on what to do, and they agree to go their separate ways to try these things individually. Scootaloo goes bungee jumping while Sweetie Belle crochets badly, though they had fun with the activities. Who did not have fun was Apple Bloom, as she couldn't figure out a fun solo activity she enjoyed, even attempting to do partner dancing just so she wouldn't be alone. All that happened was that she danced badly in front of Tinder Taps, a talented but shy dancer, before she gave up. She worries she has no purpose in life without her friends, but they remind her that just because they spend some time apart doesn't mean they can't spend time together, and they agree to help out Tinder Taps with his stage fright. They achieve this by having Apple Bloom go out on stage, dancing terribly, and making the crowd laugh at her. Realizing he can't do any worse than Apple Bloom, Tinder Taps gets over his stage fright and earns a cutie mark for the dance. Two opposite-sounding ideas can be true at the same time, that anything worth doing is worth doing well, and anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. While the concept of a cutie mark is about finding one special talent and dedicating one's life to it, this doesn't mean that the cutie mark has to be a limiting factor. You're allowed to do things you're not good at, and if anything, doing things that are explicitly outside your field of expertise is how you gain a better appreciation for the things you do well. For example, the Cutie Mark Crusaders go around doing stuff they're bad at, and this is how they learn to help Tinder Taps. If Apple Bloom had never taken the risk of dancing badly, she would have lacked the inspiration to dance badly enough to encourage another pony to get his cutie mark, the thing she's meant to be talented at. If everything you do in life is dedicated to a specific medium, then you'll actually stifle your growth a lot. You have to go out and try things knowing you'll fail, but not caring to really grow. This is a lesson the Crusaders already knew. They spent 5 seasons trying a bunch of things and assuming they would fail, then continuing to try new things in the future. One could even argue that they earned their cutie marks in failure, as in, they failed to get cutie marks so many times, they became experts at failing. And what does an expert do but teach others how to fail, in this case, starting out by being less afraid of failure themselves. Gauntlet of Fire. Every dragon is called back to the Dragonlands, and the Dragon Lord is abdicating the throne due to old age. He announces that the dragon who returns his scepter from a volcano will be the new Dragon Lord. At first he dismisses Spike, who doesn't want to compete, until he sees the rest of the dragons talking about their plans to pillage Ponyville should they win. As the dragons are racing there, Spike meets and saves the life of Ember, the dragon princess who was ordered not to compete because she is too small. They agree to cover for each other, Spike keeping her competition a secret, as she doesn't talk to anyone about the ponies Rarity and Twilight following him. As they work together, Ember slowly learns the value of friendship, despite dragons traditionally not having friends the way ponies do. She even saves Spike when he's attacked by Garble, who wants the scepter for himself, and Spike's able to grab it first, becoming the Dragon Lord for a brief moment, before handing the power to the princess because he does not want to leave his friends behind. Ember, who now understands friendship, takes the mantle of Lord as she rules over the dragons with a less authoritative stance. No second prances. Twilight Sparkle has invited Princess Celestia to a dinner, telling Starlight that her friendship homework is to make a new friend and invite her as their fourth. Starlight wanders around Ponyville trying to make a friend, but she keeps failing because she attempts to improve everything the other ponies are doing. Finally, she meets another pony at the spa who has the same complaints, and they agree to be new friends due to how much they have in common. Twilight is shocked to find out that this new friend is the great and powerful Trixie, though when she tries to explain why she takes exception to this, she only offends Starlight. Allegedly, Twilight has forgiven Trixie for everything she did, but the fact that she visibly distrusts the other pony means that she's slow to forgive, and this means that she likely hasn't forgiven Starlight either, further evidenced by the fact that she keeps trying to micromanage the other pony's friendship quest. Twilight and Starlight agree to work together on a stage show, one meant to represent Trixie's foray back into polite society. They're going to do a dangerous trick together by using Starlight's magic, but Twilight Sparkle tells off her student for potentially missing the planned dinner for these theatrics. But while she's talking to her student, Trixie begins to brag about winning against Twilight, revealing her intention to make a friend purely to show off and brag about her rather than a real connection, that she was only trying to befriend Starlight to get back at someone. Or so it seems. Starlight runs away, furious that no pony is going to forgive her, least of all her teacher, and the only ones who are interested in spending time with her are the ones trying to capitalize on her villainous past. Yet Trixie's also sad that she chased off her only real friend because she couldn't get over the jealousy that made her act the way she did before, wondering if the reason she's not being forgiven is because she really doesn't deserve to be. Twilight finally realizes that sure, Starlight and Trixie weren't great influences on one another, but they were far better for each other than isolation would have been. A bad friend is better than no friends, especially in the end when Trixie attempts a dangerous trick while despondent, like she doesn't care if she ends up injured. Starlight returns to save her friend even at the cost of missing the dinner, and the two wind up celebrating with the gathered crowd. Sometimes the reason ponies misbehave is because they don't have anything to lose. When they make a few friends, they start to care about the well-being of those around them. This is how even Twilight learns not to interfere with friendship, nor to tell others how they ought to meet ponies. Newbie Dash. Rainbow Dash finally gets promoted to the Wonderbolt proper, only to embarrass herself on her first day when she falls into a trash can, earning her the nickname Rainbow Crash, the same thing she was called by bullies as a child. She's worried that, as the newest and weakest flyer, she's going to stand out by being the worst of the bunch, a point driven home as she is hazed with cleaning the entire living quarters. Rainbow Dash tries and fails to get a new nickname by mimicking her main 6 friends, but the Wonderbolts chastise her attempts, telling her to keep practicing instead of trying to show off. Her concerns come from the fact that she's a poor flyer despite the fact that she grew up as one of the best. This is just the reality of any time one advances in life through merit. People tend to rise through the ranks right up until the point where they reach the limits of their competence. The reward for being the best in flight school is to be the worst in the reserves. The reward for working your way up to be the best in the reserves is to be the worst Wonderbolt. So Dash comes up with a new plan to fake a lightning strike at the end of their routine to show off. This plan fails and she winds up crashing even more spectacularly, landing in a pile of cotton candy. Rainbow Dash worries that she's going to get kicked out of the Wonderbolts for messing with the routine this way, only for the others to be okay with it all. As it turns out, they all have embarrassing nicknames too, each named after some embarrassing thing they did in their first week. Like with most nicknames, people don't earn them for good accomplishments, but embarrassing moments. The difference between Rainbow Crash as an insult and Rainbow Crash as a nickname is whether the ones saying it are doing it out of respect or not. The nickname sounds like an insult, but being part of the group is how you know it's not. Context matters more than intent, because context is something you can only get from spending time with your friends. A heart's-warming tale. Starlight Glimmer is struggling to understand why ponies bother celebrating Heart's Warming Eve, so Twilight reads her the story A Christmas Carol, Heart's Warming Tale. This is the story of Snowball Frost, a magic user who resented the celebrations, played by her modern counterpart of Starlight. So she makes a magic potion to eliminate the holiday, literally skipping over the day on the calendar. Then she gets visited by 3 ghosts. The first one shows her the past and why she hates the holiday so much. As a filly, one of her teachers, Flintheart, told her that the holiday was a waste of time when she could be spending her days bettering Equestria. This ties into the idea of Scrooge's greed from the original tale. He considers himself a captain of industry, and that all the money he was making helps out the economy, giving a literal betterment to society around him, regardless of the unseen costs of this work. Unseen costs such as telling off employees for spending their time with loved ones. This cost isn't truly seen until the ghost of Heart's Warming Presents arrives. Not present like the time, but the actual gifts. She shows the value of the holiday through the exchanging of gifts, not because of the gifts themselves, but the sense of community made by them, ponies gathering in a single place to trade presents while celebrating together. Put this into comparison with Snowfall's idea of a celebration, where she sits alone in her dimly lit lab. Measuring the improvement of society is impossible to do because it isn't really tangible, but if it's a comparison between a big party everyone comes together to take part in, and everyone trudging through the snow ignoring each other, it's hard to justify the latter being an improvement. Finally, this episode's lesson is muddied a bit by a visit from the ghost of Heart's Warming Yet to Come, who shows her that the Wendigos are real and will destroy everything if they don't celebrate. Snowfall decides not to cast the spell after all, heading out to give gifts to the others and celebrate with a newfound appreciation for the holiday. Then Starlight takes the same lesson. The Fault in Our Cutie Marks. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are celebrating their ability to help any pony who needs it, only to find the one client who they cannot help, a griffin named Gabby. Gabby witnessed the events of the lost treasure of Griffinstone, and dedicated herself to being more like the ponies by learning the value of friendship. To do this, she wants to have a cutie mark of her own. The issue is that the Crusaders have never heard of any species but a pony getting a cutie mark, but this doesn't stop them from trying to find a purpose for Gabby anyway. They make a list like one of their old ones and go through it. The problem is that Gabby is good at everything, succeeding in helping the Crusaders help others, but still never developing a cutie mark. The CMCs are depressed about their failure until Gabby shows up with a cutie mark of her own, although she isn't eager to elaborate on this anomaly of anatomy. The Crusaders end up catching Gabby while she is trying to flee, catching her only because she stopped to help a stuck wagon. They learned the cutie mark she got was fake, and she only applied a fake one to make the CMCs feel better. This reveals to them that her real special talent was helping others all along, so they decide to make her a cutie mark of her own, one that matches the rest of the Crusaders as they induct her into the organization. Cutie marks have always been, at least to me, a confusing part of the lore of My Little Pony. They started out as sort of an assigned job before shifting to be more conceptual, a general vibe of what it is that the pony wants to do with their lives. This is why, for example, someone like Rarity has gyms even though she's a fashion designer. So the general idea behind the search for a cutie mark is still to try to, as much as possible, not to find a definitive thing that you have to do in life, but to search for what feels right to do. This episode plays off of earlier episodes about cutie marks, addressing some of the confusion by ignoring it. Can griffins get cutie marks? The answer is yes, because Gabby gets one at the end of the episode as a gift. Sure, it's not a real cutie mark, but it lets her do all the same things as one. She can be a cutie mark Crusaders because she matches. She can show off that she has found her purpose in life, and many of the tricks and techniques that Gabby tried to get her mark were the same techniques used by the Crusaders themselves to get theirs. So sure, it isn't a real mark, but you have to ask yourself why it matters if the mark is real when all the things it represents are still true. The Saddle Row Review. The rest of the main six are trying to stop Rarity from reading a review of the opening of her Manhattan boutique, with their reasons explained in a series of flashbacks with the framing device of interviews with the buried lead. As they're trying to open the boutique, they encounter tons of problems with the store, with each pony put in charge of dealing with one of them. These ponies want to do things the way Rarity would want them to do, so they act out of character as they try to guess what that is. This, predictably, makes everything worse, as the ponies are not good at acting the way Rarity would want, and she's too busy to ask directly for every little thing. So they lock her in the window display as they come up with alternative solutions, doing things their own way as they decide to trust Rarity's decision-making skills, not by asking her to tell them what to do, but trusting she made the right call in hiring them in the first place. The boutique's opening is a success, cutting back to the present where the true reason the main six didn't want her to read the review is revealed. They thought she was stressed enough and didn't want her to find out how close they were to disaster. Applejack's Day Off. Tired of Applejack always showing up late to their spa days because of how long it takes to do her chores, Rarity convinces Spike and Twilight to take over for a day so the two of them can actually take some time for themselves. AJ leaves a checklist for each chore and heads out, only for the spa to be so backed up they risk wasting the entire trip. As it turns out, they're backed up due to the low steam pressure from a small leak. This low pressure means ponies have to wait for these steam rooms, so the spa gives out warm towels during the wait. But the extra demand for towels means extra wash cycles for the towels, resulting in less steam pressure, contributing to the cycle. She fixes the leak but misses out on the spa day, so they return to check on Twilight to see if she's been keeping her chores under control to determine if they can spend even more time at the spa. But Twilight's been struggling to feed the pigs as most of the stuff on the list feels nonsensical. Applejack points out that every step of the process is important, explaining why she started doing each of them to address issues that have since been fixed. Realizing that she's working as inefficiently as the spa was, she agrees to let Twilight look over her work to check for habits that no longer have a purpose. In the end, the farm runs so efficiently that Applejack and Rarity can finally take their day off. Applejack realizes that sometimes ponies can get so caught up in routine, they stop to consider if the routine is still important. Flutter Brother. Fluttershy's brother, Zephyr Breeze, has moved back in with her parents after yet another failed attempt to get a job. Despite Fluttershy's concerns, her parents are not inclined to tell their son to leave the house as he continues to mooch off them, moving things around and even ruining her father's cloud collection. So she decides to be assertive for them, telling her brother to move out, only for him to move in with her instead. Not wanting Zephyr to repeat his behavior, Fluttershy tries to force him to get a job by talking with several of her friends, but he tries to cut corners and generally fails to listen or do any of the work at these jobs she sets up for him, resulting in Zephyr going back to sleeping on her couch. So she stands up for herself again, kicking him out, only to find Zephyr sleeping in the woods, unable to even start a fire. Fluttershy relents and lets him stay with her again, this time on harsher conditions as he has to do anything she says. She and Rainbow Dash work together to encourage him to practice at being a main stylist, the thing he failed to do at the beginning, and soon Zephyr's able to graduate from beauty school with his newly discovered skills. I can't help but wonder if this episode isn't meant to represent some of the adult fans, a way of nudging them away from certain stereotypes by making a character meant to reflect them. Like, what if the stereotype of a brony actually got to meet the main six? They might find him a bit annoying, especially if he lived with them for an extended time. But I'm not inclined to really believe this, just because the show hasn't been quite so mean-spirited up to this point, so it could just be coincidence. After over 100 episodes, there's bound to be at least some plots that can be construed into just about any meaning. The episode itself is a bit more nuanced in its depiction of a character who's supposedly just a slacker. Zephyr admits that a major reason he keeps dropping out of things is because he is afraid to try. If he fails, then he's not good enough, but if he doesn't try, then he can tell himself that he would succeed, he just doesn't want to. This is especially pronounced by the fact that his sister has saved Equestria multiple times. Of course, someone comparing themselves to that would feel like nothing they do will be good enough. There's an argument in this episode over how harsh Zephyr's family needs to be with him versus how much they want to say. On one hand, if they keep letting him do whatever he wants to, he will never do anything because he doesn't want to. But if they push back too hard, then they're unhappy, as any parent wants to support their child. The key is that a parent should provide their kid with enough to do anything, but not so much they can do nothing. Spice up your life. The main six, I guess main seven, get the cutie map working again, and it immediately tells Rarity and Pinkie Pie to go to Canterlot on a quest. Once there, Rarity shows her friend the various restaurants based on the Three Hooves system, being reviewed by Zesty Gourmand according to her tastes. Pinkie is unsatisfied with the minimalist food and decor, trying to find something more flavorful when she encounters the Tasty Treat, an Indian hole-in-the-wall restaurant. Or I guess whatever the equivalent of India is in Equestria. I can't think of a decent pun, so I guess the writers didn't either. This restaurant is failing due to the fact that Zesty Gourmand refuses to review it because it doesn't already have customers, but customers won't eat there because it hasn't yet been reviewed. So Rarity uses her sway in Canterlot to convince the critic to eat there, with Pinkie Pie teaming up with Saffron to attract a crowd as Rarity works with Coriander to renovate the insides to be more to Zesty's tastes. Pinkie and Saffron are shocked to see the state of the restaurant when they return because it's now lost its sense of identity, fighting with her father over whether to keep things as they were before or to better comply with the standards that make other restaurants popular. It's a dilemma where both sides have a point. Rarity saw a failing restaurant and did what she could to make it more popular with the Canterlot crowd. But Pinkie valued the original flavors and thought it was merely a matter of spreading the word, despite the originality being the thing stopping people from eating there. In the end, Zesty claims the restaurant isn't up to her standards and refuses to give it any hooves. Yet the grand reopening still attracted tourists seeking something unique, saving the business in spite of Zesty's lack of approval. Because the real role of a critic is not to shape culture, but describe it. A good reviewer doesn't make demands, they simply outline what it is they prefer, and then put their reviews out there with the hopes the audience will do the effort of aligning their reading with a specific reviewer's preferences. If a restaurant critic or a movie critic or a YouTuber talking about TV shows gives a poor review to a work, the audience should not take that as objective truth, but rather a measurement of one person's opinions that happen to be articulated professionally. If you disagree with a critic, that isn't a problem with you, it just means you need to find a critic with similar tastes to yours and to follow their review trail more closely. Stranger than fan fiction. At a Daring Do convention, Rainbow Dash meets Quibblepants, a fellow fan of the Adventurer series. Despite having a lot in common, they begin to feud over whether the series has fallen off in quality in recent entries. Quibble argues that the later books have too much action and not enough puzzle solving, as well as the action itself being unrealistic, something Dash has a problem with as she personally knows all those adventures really happened, but she can't say why. This checks out as far as fandom wars go. The more people have in common, the more vehemently they argue over the tiny differences in what they love. It's like people can like things you like, but for the wrong reasons. When people define their personalities by their fandom, they can get defensive about different opinions, because a person claiming to like one book over another is a bit like a person claiming that their personality is better. Dr. Caballeron, Daring Do's nemesis, then kidnaps Rainbow Dash and Quibblepants, with plans to hold them hostage to lure out Daring Do and a key she possesses. Quibble is convinced that this is just an act paid for by Rainbow to try to prove a point, and all the villains are just actors. As the bad guys tie them up with predictable puzzles and fall for basic tricks, he's only more convinced the entire thing defies reality. This stops when they get dragged into a hidden temple where they proceed to go through the whole adventure story to retrieve an artifact and save the day. Daring Do even struggles with a puzzle that Patton Oswalt manages to solve faster, as if to drive home that his complaints about the direction the books have taken has some basis in the reality they're based on. He does come around in the end after meeting Daring Do in person and realizing the same truth that Dash had to keep a secret before, that if the books are cliché, it's because real life is too. Like with Flutter Brother, I'm sort of inclined to say that this is another episode where the creators are not so subtly poking at the fandom, as if to say that the fans complaining about the later seasons are wrong to do so. I'm more inclined this time to say that this was intentional, mostly because the end of the episode has the two of them make up and agree to disagree, that, as huge Daring Do fans, they still have more in common than they have different. The cart before the ponies. The Applewood Derby is coming up, with the school ponies being asked to create a cart to race in an attempt to win one of three categories: most traditional, fastest, and most creative. Scootaloo, already being one of the fastest, wants to win most creative, though Rainbow Dash insists on upholding her reputation as fastest in spite of this. Applebloom wants to be the fastest, but Applejack insists she uphold the family's legacy because they're the ones providing the Applewood. And Sweetie Belle wants to win most traditional, but Rarity insists on flexing her creative muscles because she is still upset over getting second place back when she participated. The CMCs begrudgingly go along with what their older siblings want, as they assume that the more experienced ponies know better. After a montage of their suggestions being shut down, the race begins with the fillies upset that, in addition to having no input on the carts themselves, they aren't even allowed to drive. The race begins, though, between Rarity's design blocking the road, Applejack's being too slow, and Rainbow Dash's falling apart. There's a massive pile-up in the middle of what's honestly a very poorly designed track. Like, of course they're going to crash when the carts all cross the same intersection that many times. In the end, the adults realize that they got a little bit too obsessive with their designs, deferring to the younger ponies as the competition was supposed to be for their sakes in the first place. Importantly, this episode doesn't actually show who won what category because that isn't the point. The older ponies were so obsessed with winning the competition, they forgot the actual goal of the Applewood Derby, or any competition for children for that matter. Everybody involved is supposed to have fun in an event where they get to spend time with family. The actual competition is just an excuse to get everyone together, so they don't just phone it in as the kids are playing with power tools. 28 pranks later. Apparently, Rainbow Dash has forgotten the first season lesson not to prank Fluttershy, as the episode opens on her being spooked by Dash in the woods. The other ponies confront her about this, reiterating the moral from that story. A good prank is one where both the pranker and prankee are laughing afterwards. But Rainbow Dash takes the wrong lesson from this lecture. They say pranking Fluttershy is too easy, so Dash begins to put more effort into her pranks instead of more effort into selecting victims. After going on an elaborate pranking spree across Ponyville, the Ponyvillians meet up with Pinkie Pie to convince her to convince Rainbow Dash to stop. Pinkie Pie's apprehensive at first, but when she learns of Dash's newest prank to swap out the Philly Guide cookies with cookies that will dye one's mouth rainbow-colored, she changes her mind. The next day, after helping to deliver all the cookies alone because Pinkie was sick with rainbow mouth, Rainbow Dash excitedly waits for all the ponies to notice the prank. But she only hears a silent village, investigating to find cookie-crazed ponies, chasing her and the fillies down for more cookies. Dash and a few of the survivors, language I'm using because of the clear zombie movie references made through the second half of the episode, hole up inside of a barn where they are eventually surrounded. And then everybody wipes the rainbow dye off their mouths and reveals it was just a prank, one done as revenge for her pranking spree before. Essentially, this is just the plot for the mysterious Mare-do-Well, but on a larger scale. Every pony gets together to trick Rainbow Dash to teach her a lesson, this one about pranking despite the fact that, ostensibly, she's learned it before. Maybe Rainbow Dash just thought that, after saving the world half a dozen times, Fluttershy might be a bit more resilient. But she never really said as much, so we have to assume she's just forgotten that moral for the sake of plot. The times they are a changeling. Starlight and Twilight are headed to the Crystal Empire to visit Flurry Heart, the royal baby. Spike comes along incognito, as he doesn't want to attract too much attention with his celebrity status, but when they arrive in an empty city and he removes his disguise, he is swarmed by terrified citizens, warning of a changeling that's been spotted nearby. After confirming that the guests are all real, the royal guard heads out with Spike to search for this changeling, when Spike, left alone, falls into a ravine and discovers the monster hiding in a cave. Except this monster saves his life, introducing himself as Thorax and admitting he isn't like the other changelings because he doesn't want to take love by force like they do. Spike says he'll advocate on Thorax's behalf to encourage the others to accept him, but they assume it's a joke. The ponies of the Crystal Empire are slow to accept not outsiders, but specifically changeling outsiders. Sure, the morals of the show tend to be about accepting every pony, but after a long war and the royal family being torn apart, this sort of acceptance is a slow process. Spike attempts to speed the process along by having Thorax disguise himself as a pony, with Spike vouching for him with a lie they're pen pals from the Equestria Games. The rest of the Crystal Empire accepts this new pony, until he gets to see Flurry Heart up close and, overwhelmed by the love, he shifts back to his true form. Thorax asks Spike to stand up for him, but Spike doesn't and the changeling is chased out. But Spike feels bad about this, tracking his friend down not just to apologize but to try again. He introduces Thorax to the rest of the court and then uses his celebrity status to force them to give Thorax a chance with a song. The song's lyrics are interesting in that they at once apply to the ponies he's talking to, while also being about Thorax, and also about himself being sung to Thorax. He is asking for a second chance for everybody involved, the changeling wanting to prove he's different and kinder than the rest, Spike asking for a second chance where he won't abandon a new friend, and the Crystal Empire ponies for not chasing away someone who wants to spend time with them. The moral being that it's not just enough to have celebrity status. Anybody with the ability to make a positive change in the world who refuses to do so is effectively reinforcing the harm. In other words, with great power comes great responsibility. Dungeons and Discords. The main six are going to Yak-Yakistan on a goodwill trip, with Discord begging Fluttershy to take him along. She suggests that he spend time in Ponyville with Spike and Big Mac for their Guys' Night, a prospect that he's hesitant to do at first, only to begrudgingly go along. When they arrive at Twilight's castle after sundown, Discord's ready for a rowdy night of revelry, only to learn that they're playing Dungeons and Ogres and Obulettes instead. I think Hasbro owns both, so I don't know why they couldn't use it. Discord is bored by this game, with his boredom turning into rage when he keeps failing skill checks his character isn't built for, being laughed at by imaginary guards. He tries to use his magic to transport the other guys around for different plans, but they insist on playing the game like they planned. So Discord transports them into the game, a prospect they enjoy at first until they start getting overwhelmed by cardboard enemies. Spike finally says the real reason they invited Discord to play with them. They felt sorry for him because he didn't have any other friends. Discord leaves in shame until Spike invites him back for another chance, this time still using Discord's magic to bring the game to life, just in a little bit less of a literal way. The ponies return in the middle of Guys' Night to see them role-playing, with Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie joining in. Buckball Season. Rainbow Dash and Applejack are preparing for a big Buckball game against Appaloosa's team, Buckball being a game that's sort of like Magic Basketball, but with a unicorn as a reverse goalkeeper, an Earth Pony as a shooter, and a Pegasus as a regular goalkeeper. They hold auditions to see who their unicorn will be, only for Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy to show surprising aptitude. What's also surprising is that they find a Pegasus in Snails, who was nonchalantly carrying water when he caught a few stray balls. With the team of 3 now selected, Rainbow Dash and Applejack start training their counterparts while emphasizing how important it is they try their best because all of Ponyville is counting on them. But Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie completely fail at this training, much to the disappointment of their coaches. On the train ride to Appaloosa, they realize why. They put so much pressure on their team they've become nervous. Applejack and Rainbow Dash are the more overtly competitive of the main cast, and they thrive under pressure. But their friends, the girlier Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy, only performed well when there were no stakes. Much like Snails, who teaches them that he never gave in to pressure because he never thought to be worried. Rainbow Dash and Applejack do a warm-up game against the other team under the guise of practicing to take back their role, but when the other ponies perform well in the practice game, they reveal the lesson to the others, showing how they can play well again once they free their mind of the anxieties of trying so hard to win. In the end, the game against Appaloosa winds up as a victory for the Ponyville team, as Pinkie Pie, Fluttershy, and Snails don't care about winning and just having fun. It's a little bit disappointing that the episode shows them winning in the end, especially when the entire moral of the episode thus far was that winning or losing doesn't matter. I only point this out because a similar episode, The Cart Before the Ponies, had a similar lesson, with a different ending reinforcing their moral. Viva Las Pegasus. Applejack and Fluttershy are sent by the friendship map to the noisy party city of Las Pegasus, despite it not being either of their types of scene. They enter the hotel belonging to one Gladmane, who speaks like an Elvis impersonator, and he happily invites them in as friends of his, as he claims that the reason this hotel is so nice is because he treats all of his guests and employees as close friends. Applejack is shocked to see the Flim Flam brothers not only working in the casino, but arguing with one another as they used to be so close. Not wanting her mission to involve those two, Applejack begins to look for some pony else to help, as Fluttershy interviews the brothers, not only learning about the things they believe about one another, but also asking the performing animals nearby for the truth, discovering with Applejack all the performing duos are fighting among themselves, as Gladmane has been turning them against each other behind their backs. The reason he's able to get away with this is due to his perception among the ponies of Las Pegasus as a kind and generous man. He uses the goodwill from his reputation to make false claims, with ponies assuming he has their best interest in mind because, as far as they know, that's true. People are more likely to believe a person when they have a reputation for this sort of thing, even if that reputation doesn't match up with any reality. A similar lesson came from an earlier episode, The Times They Are a Changeling, where Spike used his reputation as the savior of the Crystal Empire to help out Thorax. Here we see the same dynamic used for bad instead of good. But while Gladmane's reputation let him exploit the other ponies, Applejack's reputation for honesty is what convinced the Flim Flam brothers to put aside their differences and work to catch Gladmane in the act. At first they disguise Fluttershy as impossibly rich, a wealthy pony looking to compete against Gladmane. He sees through the disguise and refuses to give up his secret, but when he gloats about it afterwards, they broadcast this gloating to the entire casino, ruining his financial empire, as all of his performers realize they would be better off elsewhere. The Flim Flam brothers end up taking over the casino in Gladmane's absence, much to Applejack's annoyance because they didn't learn a thing. Every little thing she does. Starlight Glimmer is showing off her newly learned magical abilities with Twilight, even creating new spells that are nearly better than what her teacher can do. But what she struggles with are the friendship lessons, which she has been putting off for the last season, pretending she's learning about friendship instead. As Twilight's leaving to give a lecture, she gives Starlight 5 friendship lessons to spend time with the rest of the main 6, something she is nervously unprepared for. Starlight Glimmer calls over the other ponies into the castle and tries to get the lessons over with as fast as possible, baking a cake with Pinkie Pie, sewing a dress with Rarity, scrapbooking with Applejack, taming animals with Fluttershy, and chillaxing with Rainbow Dash. As each of the ponies has their own way of doing things, she casts a spell to make them more agreeable, which turns them into mindless versions of themselves that agree with whatever Starlight says, like a sycophantic LLM. They end up performing exactly the tasks they are told to, but because Starlight isn't specific enough, these wind up chaotic because Pinkie Pie follows the entire recipe book instead of just the recipe, Rarity keeps trying to make a bigger dress using all the fabric in the castle, Applejack won't stop summarizing every single picture, Fluttershy tames all the animals in the castle, and Rainbow Dash ends up flooding the castle in an attempt to put out the fire because Starlight didn't extinguish one. Twilight returns to see the chaos of the castle, with Starlight admitting she doesn't really know what she's doing when it comes to making friends. Her idea was misguided as she was trying to clear the tasks Twilight left for her rather than actually spend time with the ponies associated with these tasks. She ends up apologizing and trying to make things up to those that she mind-controlled, ultimately going through with the original lessons despite being very bad at them. It's then that she learns the lesson. Friendship isn't about what you do, but who you do it with. And this is a lesson that the others have all learned before, just implemented in a new way. The purpose of Starlight as a character is that she is new to the idea of friendship, much in the same way that Discord was in seasons past and arguably still is now. Having the main 6 make the same friendship mistakes over and over again would allow for more episodes, but after a while every lesson learned means far less when you realize they won't remember it. Starlight being added to the cast late allows for the showrunners to touch on older plot lines without it looking like the characters are growing in reverse for the sake of the plot. Pony Point of View. Applejack, Pinkie Pie, and Rarity have recently returned from a boat trip meant to take them out of their elements. But when Twilight meets them at the station, they're all disheveled and they refuse to talk to one another. Wanting to know why they're all so angry, Twilight and Spike interview each of the three ponies to hear what happened. Rarity explains that she intended to show the others an elegant cruise with snacks, but Applejack's piratey obsessions and Pinkie Pie's lollygagging drove him off course. After they knock the snacks into the water, a tidal wave approaches and they're too busy fighting over the map to get out of the way, crashing the ship. Realizing there are gaps in the story, Twilight seeks out Pinkie Pie, and she tells a different story. Pinkie wanted to turn the trip into a party vote, but Rarity's insistence on being fashionable distracted them from her games. After a piñata game gone wrong, they wind up off course, veering into a tidal wave. Next, they ask Applejack for the truth, and she tells him about a piratey adventure she planned for the others. But Pinkie Pie spent too much time messing around, and Rarity was too stuck up to help, with their games colliding as a blindfolded Applejack struggled to keep them on course. Twilight realizes that all three ponies are telling the truth selectively, each one telling the same story but putting focuses on what they personally noticed about the others through a biased lens. This is the core idea behind a Rashomon-type story, that the truth is different to each person as what each one considers to be the truth will be different from every other pony's idea of the truth. This is because people tend to stop looking for something once they think they've found it, but continuing to look for facts after you think you have them all is the basic foundation of scientific discovery. After all, everybody knew that the sun revolved around the Earth until people started double-checking it. Twilight realizes that the three ponies aboard the ship did this exact thing. Each one boarded the ship with a different idea in mind for how it would go, and based all of their interactions on whether they supported that idea. Pinkie and Rarity both looked at the fact that the snacks went overboard, but didn't care why because they stopped looking. Applejack's story explained how the snacks were thrown overboard, by accident, but she also stopped thinking about this incident instead of continuing to check to see the effect it had on the others, which is how they all missed the sea monster that the food attracted. This was kind of a cop-out ending. I would have preferred if the three of them were all equally guilty of crashing the ship and simply didn't put their own fault into the equation. Where the Apple Lies. After Apple Bloom is caught lying about a delivery to look better, she's compared to the usually honest Applejack who, it turns out, has not always been that way. The episode flashes back to Big Mac and Applejack in their younger years, arguing over who's going to take over the farm, Big Mac's strength or Applejack's brains. Applejack gets the idea to expand the business by selling their cider to filthy rich, but Granny Smith shoots down the idea as the cider has to be served fresh, punishing Applejack by making her call off the deal. Worried this will hurt her reputation with a client, Applejack makes up a lie by calling off the deal with claims Granny is sick. This works for a while until the rich family tries to offer their condolences and flowers to Granny. As it turns out, Filthy also recognizes the importance of maintaining good personal relationships with those with whom you work, so Applejack has Big Mac stall for her while she tries to hide Granny from the others, eventually saying she's recovering in the hospital. The two ponies then try to stop the Riches from learning the truth at the hospital by tricking Granny into giving a speech about apple blight while donning a gown and face mask. Big Mac is set to play the role of Granny by hiding under the covers as Applejack tries to corral so many of her lies at once. Eventually she admits the truth to stop Granny from amputating a limb she believes is infected, and the episode cuts back to the present, where Apple Bloom has learned the lesson that people with positive traits like honesty aren't born that way, but learn to become better ponies. Top Bolt. Twilight and Dash are called to the Wonderbolt's Academy for a friendship emergency, though all they see are a few new recruits who don't seem to have much wrong with them. That is until Dash notices one of the haughtiest students, Sky Stinger, isn't actually a great flyer, but is being supported by the wings of the meek Vapor Trail. Sky is unaware of this as he assumes he's naturally talented, and he wants Vapor to succeed alongside him as he thinks that she is the weak flyer of the two. Twilight and Dash both have differing opinions on how to deal with the issue, with Twilight wanting them to be honest with each other, while Dash thinks that the honesty might ruin their chances of making it in the solo trials due to how mental flying is. So they attempt to give the duo some one-on-one training under the guise of the two students' cover stories, that Vapor Trail is getting tutored on the advanced stuff, while Sky Stinger is being re-taught the basics. But because Sky is so overconfident, he doesn't take his lessons seriously and learns nothing. Then Vapor is the one to admit that she's been boosting him all along. As Rainbow Dash suspected, this discovery breaks his confidence and he fails to perform even basic maneuvers. Worse is that he and Vapor are no longer on speaking terms, so they won't even practice together. At least until Rainbow Dash and Twilight get the two of them together to talk it out, where they almost immediately make up. Both of them were concerned for each other from the start, so it's not really an abrupt ending. One of the advantages of the friendship map system from a writing standpoint is that it introduces new ponies into each plotline. Having the main six be the focus of every episode would result in a lot of retreading their same ground, meaning that an ending such as this one would be cliché and predictable. We already know the main six are friends, so ending the episode on the status quo would be boring rather than the relief it's meant to be. To where and back again. A letter arrives from Starlight Glimmer inviting her back to the village she is from for a festival. She has a nightmare that night about all her old pony acquaintances hating her and telling her off for trying to show up. Luna talks to her, saying that although it is just a dream, the fear behind it is real and she ought to talk to her friends about it. Her friends suggest bringing a friend to the village for emotional support, and she chooses Trixie. But when the two of them arrive in the village, what actually happens is far worse than any nightmare. The other ponies want to put her in charge of the activities around the festival. Starlight has a panic attack and Trixie covers for her, the two escaping with magic to return home that evening. Here, she tries to tell her friends about how disastrously the event went, seeking further emotional support, but the rest of the main six are acting strange and avoidant, like Twilight saying she ought to cut her losses and cut the village out of her life. That night, she has another nightmare about the village that's interrupted again by Luna. This time it's Luna who needs help, as she says that she and the other princesses have all been kidnapped by the changelings. Starlight Glimmer warns Trixie about this, and they meet up with Thorax, who warns them that the Crystal Empire has been taken over as well. After they confirm the rest of the princesses are taken, they meet with Discord, who uses his magic to teleport them closer to Fluttershy's location, because he's furious she's been taken. Once outside the Changeling Hive, they wonder what to do next, all of them turning to Starlight despite the fact that she does not want to be put in charge. Thorax explains that the inside of the hive has an anti-magic barrier around it, powered by Chrysalis's throne, meaning that they have to sneak in and destroy it without the use of their magic. Thorax leads the way through the constantly changing hallways as Discord and Trixie begin to argue, but Starlight's able to put herself in the middle of the conflict to get them to focus. After a while, they are swarmed by changeling drones, with Trixie able to delay them with her illusions and a few smoke bombs, only to end up lost afterwards. But Starlight realizes that some of the changelings are headed to the throne room, and with the help of a distraction by Discord, they make their way deeper into the hive. Discord's distracted by multiple illusions of Fluttershy and fails to rejoin the others, though a changeling disguised as him does take his place. They realize he's a fake, and Trixie pretends to fall for it to distract an upcoming ambush, while Starlight and Thorax make their way to the throne room. Starlight, actually Thorax in disguise, is caught by Chrysalis, with her monologue serving as a distraction as Starlight hacks away at the throne. But she's caught before she can finish the job, and is soon going to join the rest of the powerful ponies in pods, replaced by changelings who farm love from the adoration the others get. But Starlight Glimmer points out Thorax's new form as proof that there is a better way to harvest love, that the changelings can give it to each other, and they don't have to steal or trick their way into feeding. Thorax is able to share his love with Chrysalis and the others, overpowering her magic and shapeshifting the rest of the hive into new marketable forms. Chrysalis tries to lash out in spite of the change, but the rest of the changelings, no longer starving for affection, reject her commands, and the former queen runs away, refusing to be reformed with the others. Starlight Glimmer is the main character of this season finale, just as she was the main character of the season's premiere. Back then, her role in the story was accepting her place as one of the main cast, playing a small role in the actual rescue of the Crystal Empire, as she mostly encouraged the others to be in the places they had to save the day. Here, she is the central character, the one who incites the incidents to save the day after Equestria has been taken over off-screen. There are even a few parallels to past plots, like how Tyrek didn't know there was a fourth princess he had to capture, while here, the changeling armies are unaware they needed to capture and impersonate a seventh member of the main six. And why would they? They feed off of love and would have been able to locate her if she was getting plenty of it from her former friends. She just didn't accept any of that love because she ran from their attempts to get closer. Starlight's arc of redemption completes itself here as she becomes redeemed not in the eyes of those around her, but in her own. She even admits that she wasn't sure if she deserved to have a position of power because she thought she might abuse it, much in the same way that she avoided friendship lessons before as she thought that she would fail. Here, she's avoiding power or any of the trappings of it, similarly to how she used to live. If she avoids the temptation, then she never has to learn for real if she has changed. She can live in denial forever. But she gets to take on a leadership position in this episode and still manages to not only succeed, but to teach a lesson about friendship to the changelings at the climax of the episode, proving that she can not only lead others, but to do it in a good way. A true redemption arc is not just changing a character such that they can never do harm again, but putting them in a position where they could inflict harm if they chose to do so, and then have them choose not to do so. Chrysalis refused the offer to feed off of the love of her subjects, preferring the kidnapping and sabotage that she's been doing while the rest of the cast learns to accept their flaws as things that have happened, but only in the past. Celestial Advice. Starlight Glimmer and the rest of her group are being recognized for a celebration of their heroics in not only fighting off Queen Chrysalis's invasion at the end of last season, but the formation of a new changeling kingdom and an era of peace. Twilight's excited to honor her new student at this party, until Discord begins to point out that her student is beginning to surpass the need for a mentor. Twilight asks Celestia what to do as her friendship lessons are becoming unnecessary, and realizes an uncomfortable truth. It's time to repeat the student-mentor cycle between her and Celestia by sending away her pupil. Twilight uses her magic to model a few scenarios about what might happen to her student in various new locations, all of which result in an imaginary disaster, as Twilight slowly copes with the fact that she's too worried about Starlight's safety to spend any time apart. That is until Celestia points out that she had the exact same worry about sending her star student, Twilight, away to Ponyville. This whole conversation recontextualizes the relationship between Twilight and Celestia, the latter of whom has appeared as a perfect, incomparable monolith of perfection and stoic learning. As it turns out, Celestia is not perfect. She has the same worries that any pony else might have. She simply hid her negative feelings to give Twilight more confidence. If Celestia had visibly worried about letting Twilight Sparkle study independently, maybe Twilight would have given up more easily because even her teacher isn't confident she'll be successful. Twilight returns to the party where Discord's made a big deal of her impending announcement, that her student is going to be sent away for independent study. But Starlight confesses that she doesn't think she's ready, much to Twilight's relief as she embraces her former student before unveiling a new gift of a mirror. All bottled up. Starlight and her friend Trixie are left alone in the castle to practice magic, though Trixie is not taking the lesson seriously because she's spending more time on vanity projects than work. Starlight gets visibly angry. With smoke coming out of her horn, she uses magic to dissipate. As she explains to Spike, her magic is based off of her emotional state. The stronger her emotions are, the stronger her magic is. This is why she was able to outdo Twilight before. Starlight was so angry, she overpowered Twilight's years of experience. While practicing a teleportation spell together, Trixie accidentally misfires and teleports the friendship map away, and she can't remember where she put it. Too angry to dissipate her anger anymore, Starlight begins to literally bottle the emotion away as she and her friend head out to look for this table by going through Trixie's thought process before she casts the spell. This mostly consists of visiting various stores and doing shopping as Trixie keeps getting distracted, and when she notices Starlight's anger bottle glowing, they fight over it and then the bottle breaks. Starlight's obviously in the wrong in this episode for bottling up her emotions and not being open or honest with her friend, and yet her motivations for doing so are easy to understand. Getting mad at your friends and yelling at them is not a very friendly thing to do, even if it is honestly how you feel. There's a difference between being nice and acting nice, where the nicest thing to do to somebody might be to let them know that they're doing something wrong, even if you do need to be a bit firm to get the point across. This unleashes all of Starlight's rage, which infects the ponies they've been shopping from, and they all begin to shout the things Starlight's been thinking at Trixie as they surround her. Starlight tries to undo the spell with her magic, but finds herself unable to cast anything due to exhaustion. Eventually she gives in and admits her anger to Trixie, apologizing for not speaking up about her friend's annoying habits earlier. Trixie also apologizes, as she didn't realize her affectations were considered annoying instead of cute. With their friendship repaired, Starlight and Trixie are able to fix everything, because it turns out that not only is the tagline of the show true, but its inverse is as well. Friendship is magic, but magic is friendship too. A flurry of emotions. Shining Armor and Cadence need a day off to visit a friend's art exhibit, and they ask Twilight if it's okay that she watch her niece Flurry Heart for a day. Twilight agrees in spite of Spike's warnings their schedule is too packed to babysit, as she wants to be the best aunt ever. She spends too much time playing around with Flurry and ends up behind schedule, trying to bring the baby along on all the chores in anticipation of a visit to some children at the hospital. But Flurry Heart dislikes when Twilight tries to split her attention, causing mayhem at the toy store, cake store, and the library anytime she's out of Twilight's sight. Twi and Spike end up having to stay late to clean up the messes, eventually getting to the hospital in a rush when Flurry once again tears up the building searching for a doll. Twilight finally snaps at Flurry Heart for being such a pain, only to realize that the baby is, well, a baby. It's silly to try to take out anger on an infant who can't know any better, as the fault lies on Twilight herself. Not because she failed to watch after Flurry, she was trying her best, but because she agreed to watch the baby despite knowing she couldn't pay enough attention to her. It's not like she had bad intentions, she just prioritized helping out more than things like whether she was capable of doing so. Sometimes the nicest thing you can do for someone is to give them an honest, "I'd love to, but I can't." Rock-solid friendship. Maud Pie has graduated with a rock doctorate, and is trying to choose between moving to Ghastly Gorge, well, there'll be a lot of rocks, or Ponyville, with fewer rocks but other ponies. Pinkie Pie wants her sister nearby, and attempts to show off all the good Ponyville has to offer. But the rocks in the village are things Maud has seen before, and Pinkie Pie fails to sell her sister on the idea of living near. So she pivots strategies to convince Maud to live in Ponyville by making her a new friend from Starlight Glimmer. After a brief flashback revealing that apparently Maud was the one to help Starlight take over Equality Village, the two begin to grow closer as friends, sharing Starlight's love of flying kites and Maud's love of rocks. But Pinkie Pie keeps getting in the way of all their bonding activities, even turning their discovery of a secretive cavern into a bonding exercise they quickly navigate away from. Pinkie Pie's behavior here is incredibly out of character. She at once cares a lot about her sister to the point of trying to manipulate her into friendships to stick around, but then she contradicts this love of her sister by failing to recognize when she actually does make a friend. Pinkie Pie gets what she wants as Maud and Starlight grow closer, but apparently has forgotten enough about her sister she's now failing to recognize the signs of this affection. Maud leaves a note for Pinkie Pie announcing her decision to leave Ponyville and work with rocks instead. When Pinkie Pie tries to warn Starlight about this, Starlight says it's pretty understandable that would happen, because Pinkie Pie scared her sister away by refusing to give her space. Pinkie then rushes to Ghastly Gorge to find her sister, nearly being eaten by a giant eel, as Maud finally admits that she does want to open up to some pony and moves back. Not quite to Ponyville, but the cavern she and Starlight found before. Fluttershy leans in. When Angel's leg is hurt in a parkour accident, Fluttershy takes him to the vet, only to see Fauna, the veterinarian, is struggling to deal with her crowded workspace due to how many animals are there. So Fluttershy offers to build an animal sanctuary to make her job easier, calling over some friends to help out, which they do by putting Fluttershy in contact with a few of their friends from various construction jobs. Fluttershy unveils her plans for this sanctuary, but these are less blueprints and more of a dream board, something the experts called in can't really read. So they ignore Fluttershy's requests to add in their own ideas, but Fluttershy warns them that these ideas won't work as they aren't right for the animals. Predictably, the sanctuary winds up being a bad fit when Fauna comes to visit with them and the entire incomplete structure collapses. So Fluttershy decides to rebuild, this time being more specific about what she wants while only hiring outside help she can trust, like one of the Macolts. This new sanctuary is perfect for the animals who happily live there instead of inside of the cramped vet's office. It's a weird moral, though. This episode's plot is effectively the Season 1 episode, Suited for Success, where Rarity tried to meet the demands of various clients who didn't know what they wanted. It's just told from the point of view of the client instead of the designer. Fluttershy's design for the sanctuary was not much of a design, and the vagueness was interpreted by the experts brought in the way that they would typically make something. The mistakes that they made were from a lack of information about the client's needs. So Fluttershy could have been more specific or tried to micromanage a bit better, but the experts are unlikely to try to listen to someone with less experience in what they do. The ideal solution is to find a middle ground between what the client wants and what the client needs, but it's impossible to reach such a compromise if you don't at least advocate for your position. And Fluttershy's whole character is that she frequently is too shy to advocate for herself. This episode represents a degree of character growth in that she eventually told off the contractors and made more demands of them. But because she's inexperienced with actually making these demands, she overcorrected and came on too strong. The moral is hurt a little bit by having everything turn out fine with just Fluttershy in charge, but that's likely an affordance for the fictional animals. Forever Philly. While setting up for the spring fashion season, Rarity realizes that she hasn't spent time with her little sister in too long and decides to spend the entire day with Sweetie Belle to make up for this lost time. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are in the middle of meeting with a client, Zipperwill, and her unaffectionate puppy, Ripley, when Rarity bursts in to take her sister along on a tour of everything. This tour consists of tiny plates of ice cream, puppet shows, and several other activities that Sweetie Belle has aged out of long ago. But she doesn't say anything because she just wants to spend time with her sister. Meanwhile, the CMCs are struggling to get Ripley to pay attention to his owner at all, as he is uninterested in anything they try to do together. Eventually, Sweetie Belle sees what's going on and connects it to her struggle. All of Zipperwill's activities are appropriate for a puppy, not a full-grown dog. Rarity overhears this conversation and realizes she is doing the same thing, trying to get her little sister to do childish things instead of acknowledging she's grown up. It's not like she had bad intentions in this episode. She was just nostalgic over all the good times they had had together and didn't realize that the last time they got to play was the last time they got to play. Sure, a good older sister would want to see Sweetie Belle grow older, but growing up is different because it means she's losing something too. In the end, Sweetie Belle realizes that she snapped at her older sister seemingly out of nowhere because she hadn't implied up to that point she wasn't enjoying their time together. It's difficult to tell some pony off when they're trying to help you. Rarity and Sweetie Belle both wanted to spend time with one another, and that's what they did. They simply struggled to find that line where you can appreciate a person's effort while still rejecting those efforts. Parental Guidance. Scootaloo is doing a report on a pony that inspires her, Rainbow Dash, and she has the Crusaders launch her into Cloudsdale to do research. There she meets Bo Hothoof and Wendy Whistles, Rainbow Dash's parents, and when she tells them of her report, they're excited to meet some pony who is as much a fan of Dash as they are. They give Scootaloo a tour of Dash's old room, as well as all the trophies she's ever won, including trophies for things like walking and eating. And then Scootaloo reveals that Rainbow Dash is a Wonderbolt, something Bo and Wendy didn't know. They follow Scootaloo to a Wonderbolts practice where they not only cheer louder than every pony else, but even shoot fireworks in an excessive display. When they follow her into the locker room, Rainbow Dash finally snaps at them for being too supportive, breaking their hearts. Later on, Rainbow Dash explains her real annoyance. She was a poor athlete before, but her parents cheered her on no matter what, even as she worked her way up the ranks and eventually became one of the best. The problem is that her parents supported her regardless of what she actually did, meaning that the cheering for last place was the same as the cheering for first. While they had the best of intentions, the reality is that it made Rainbow Dash feel less accomplished because they would have cheered for anything. This is an issue with telling kids they're very talented. Talent refers to something a pony is born with, a thing intrinsic to them, and if you're born with it, that's it. You can't improve talent, and praising effort regardless of how little effort there is means there's no reason to give any effort. Why bother to earn something you would have gotten anyway? But this over-celebration is then compared to Scootaloo's parents, or lack of them. She never had any pony to cheer her on, regardless of what she did. It's seeing what happens on the opposite extreme that finally makes Rainbow Dash appreciate her parents for their efforts instead of the reality of the praise. While the constant celebration was annoying, the complete lack of acknowledgement would be far worse. It's a bit jarring that the moral of this episode was that Rainbow Dash should appreciate her parents because it could have been a lot worse instead of them realizing that, to be good parents, they need to understand where their kid's coming from. The fact that they didn't even know she accomplished her childhood dream of being a Wonderbolt should have led to at least some introspection. If your kids are keeping secrets from you, it's at least worth trying to understand why. Because what good parent doesn't want to understand their kid? Hard to say anything. The Cutie Mark Crusaders grow suspicious of Big Mac when they see him running an unusually high number of apple shipments to Starlight's old village, which from what I can tell is just called Starlight's Old Village, and they follow him on a trip to find out why. They see his apples are all going to the same overstocked bakery, but they also see that Big Mac keeps making eyes at Sugarbelle, the bakery's owner. Realizing Apple Bloom's brother has a crush, the Cutie Mark Crusaders encourage him to confess his feelings, but another pony named Featherbangs beats him to the punch, showing off his talents and pushing Big Mac aside. But they don't want him to give up, and they tell Big Mac to try a better confession of his feelings by copying the romantic moments from one of Sweetie Belle's fairy tale books. As before, Feather keeps stealing the spotlight from Big Mac, culminating in the two singing competing songs for her attention to mess up her bakery. Sugar Belle kicks them out, and Big Mac pouts about this, talking about how she really did have feelings for her, as the CMCs realize that she also likes Big Mac, but not the things he does. Big Mac confesses to her one more time, this time not mimicking another type of confession, but confessing in his own way with an extended display case for her store. Sugar Belle returns his love as Featherbangs admits that he knows how to flirt, but not to hold a proper conversation, to which the CMCs agree to teach him to talk normally instead of acting like Justin Bieber. Honest Apple. Rarity is putting on a fashion show meant to spread the word of up-and-coming artists, inviting many of the greatest designers of Equestria to judge, and also Applejack. Rarity's logic is that Applejack's honesty and logical mind will be an asset to the panel of judges, and after giving a few utilitarian tips to Apple Bloom, Applejack agrees to judge. But Applejack visits the studio as the designers are working on their outfits, unable to follow the conversation the others are having about them and chiming in with criticisms about how impractical the clothes are. Rarity realizes that Applejack's honesty doesn't translate well to fashion advice, but insists on giving her friend another chance to judge, and when a more confident Applejack returns to the studio to start altering the outfits, the contestants and judges all walk out. Applejack doesn't believe she's done anything wrong, as she was asked to be honest, and then she was. But there's a difference between honesty and tact. Just because something is true doesn't mean you need to say it out loud. More pronounced is the fact that Applejack is being asked for her opinion on the outfits, and since opinions can differ, calling one opinion more valuable is dishonest. And then there's the difference between being honest and being right. Applejack admitted she knew very little about fashion, and so she missed out on some of the details of what the creators were trying to do. When you call in a fresh pair of eyes, they might offer a unique perspective, but a lot of expertise is just being able to tell when new perspectives are not worth looking into. Rarity finally proves this when she introduces Applejack to Strawberry Sunrise, a pony who loves strawberries but hates apples. When Applejack gets upset at Strawberry's dismissiveness of apples, she realizes that she treated the designers the same way, and attempts to get them all back into the studio. The fashion show goes on, with Applejack being chosen as the final judge, but since she can't decide, she chooses all three contestants rather than declaring the tie-breaking vote, a pragmatic choice that Rarity selected her to do. A royal problem. The friendship map sends Starlight Glimmer alone to Canterlot. This terrifies Twilight as she's torn between sending her student alone, as that's what the map wants, versus micromanaging the mission and making it look like she doesn't have faith in the student. So Twilight uses a spell to appear as a music box in Starlight's room, offering advice to her as she spends her time in the castle with the royal sisters, who are fighting, just not publicly. She realizes that Celestia never recognizes any of Luna's efforts because she's too busy with diplomatic meetings and being the face of Equestria, tasks that Luna resents her sister for as she believes these jobs are easy. Trying to confront the sisters about their lack of appreciation, Starlight casts a spell that swaps their cutie marks, and because she can't undo the spell herself, they'll have to wait 24 hours for it to wear off. So Celestia and Luna need to swap jobs for the day, something they're both confident is going to be easy because they believe they have the harder of the two jobs normally. Except Luna struggles to do any of these jobs Celestia does, as keeping a smiling royal demeanor is difficult to do, and she winds up terrifying the ponies of Canterlot when she defaults to her resting face. The next morning, Celestia takes over only to quickly realize all the ponies are asleep at night and she has to do everything alone. She enters a few dreams to calm ponies down, only to enter a nightmare of Starlight about the two sisters fighting one another, resulting not just in Luna becoming Nightmare Moon again, but Celestia turning into Daybreak, an evil version of herself who wants to rule exclusively. Celestia and Luna need to work together, pulled from Luna's dream of not being good enough, to prevent Daybreak's takeover by telling her she isn't the real Celestia, because the real Celestia does appreciate her sister too much to ever hurt her. Now appreciating one another's jobs more, the sisters return to a level of understanding. Celestia no longer has to pretend to be perfect around her sister, while Luna's given some pony to talk to so she isn't as lonely. Not asking for trouble. Pinkie Pie is invited to Yak-Yakistan for their holiday Yak Slurbert Fest, and Twilight sends her there as the official diplomat to the Yak-Yakistani Yaks. Yak. She watches him celebrate the holiday by stomping and destroying chunks of wood, as well as several other traditional feasts and so on. Then, when their stomping causes an avalanche that buries the city in snow, their plan to dig themselves out takes too long and exhausts them. But the prince refuses to acknowledge that anything is wrong, telling off Pinkie Pie for trying to help the Yaks out of their snow as he pretends that everything's fine and they enjoy being buried. Pinkie tries a few things to convince them that it's alright to ask for help, but the prince is stubborn even while his subjects are freezing. So she returns to Ponyville to tell the other ponies they need to go help, but stealthily so the Yak's pride isn't hurt. The next day, they've magically unburied the town and Rutherford celebrates a win until he sees Pinkie Pie leaving, where he realizes that he probably should have just asked for help all along. It seems like a bit of a muddy moral for this episode, that you should try to infer if your friends need help, even if they never outright ask for it. On one hand, you might not know a person's full story, or if they even need the help, versus if you're just imagining they're struggling. But the real message is a bit clearer if you imagine that Prince Rutherford's actions were not meant to be looked up to. Sometimes an episode isn't trying to present a nuanced depiction of a situation, and you just have to look at the basic facts, something that even Pinkie struggled to do here because she kept looking for reasons why Rutherford and the others were telling the truth when they said they were fine. Sometimes pride comes before a fall, but sometimes pride comes after a fall. Sometimes a town buried in snow needs to be dug out, even if those struggling refuse to admit as such. Discordant harmony. While having a tea party at Fluttershy's place, Discord realizes that Fluttershy's never had tea at his place. He travels around Ponyville preparing for this party by making everything weird, only to meet Pinkie Pie and ask her for help, where she says he ought to plan the party around things Fluttershy would like. Realizing Fluttershy's normal and he's not, Discord, and Discord redecorate the house to be more normal in time for Fluttershy's arrival. But when she gets there, she is unimpressed by the boring tea party, with this emotion turning into horror when Discord starts to fade to nothingness. So Fluttershy messes up his house to make it more chaotic, not the way she likes it, but the way she was expecting it. Because Fluttershy likes Discord because of his eccentricities and not in spite of them. It's probably the shortest episode description thus far. I don't know. I don't really keep track of the word count. This is because A, this is a moral the show's had before, just with different characters, and B, Discord-focused episodes tend to be about the visual gags and zaniness, two things that do not translate very well into this style of video. The perfect pair. Apple Bloom gets a free jar of pear jelly at the market from William Shatner, but her siblings quickly hide it from Granny, saying that pears and apples have been feuding for longer than they can remember. But Apple Bloom asks why, and they don't know, so they all head to Goldie Delicious to hear the full story. She explains that the two families have always feuded as they had adjacent market stands and adjacent farmhouses, bickering over their competition, although in true feud fashion, a simple business rivalry seems too small to be the actual reason. It's more likely they hate each other because they hate each other. The two ponies in these families who do not blindly hate each other are Bright Macintosh, their father, and Pear Butter, also known as Buttercup, their mother. In case the hints weren't obvious enough, this is a repurposing of Romeo and Juliet just with ponies and farms. Goldie Delicious directs them to Burnt Oak, their father's childhood friend, and he tells them about the two growing up. Here they learn that Macintosh had an honest streak similar to Applejack's. Then he directs them to Mrs. Cake, Buttercup's childhood friend, who talks about how she always seemed to know what people were meant for, like Apple Bloom's Crusader work. The story reaches a climax as the two are about to be separated because the pair family's moving away from their longtime nemesis to keep them apart. So the Apple trio heads to Mayor Mare to hear the rest of the story. She was asked to marry the two in a small secret ceremony, like Big Mac likes, the night before they were set to leave for Van Hoover. Their grandparents, Grandpere and Granny Smith, catch them in the act, and Buttercup is forced to choose between her old family and the new one. She chooses the apples, and Grandpere leaves that morning. Back in the present, they realize that Grandpere was not in Ponyville for business reasons, but to patch things up with his in-laws. They accept his apology and let him in the family as Pears and Apples are finally together, even if Buttercup and Bright Macintosh aren't present. Though the episode still ends on a bright note, as they revisit the spot where they were married between the farms to see a pear and apple tree growing together. Fame and misfortune. Twilight helps two fillies with a friendship problem by quoting her old friendship journal, reminding her it exists. She calls the rest of the main 7 over to show off this old relic, which has aged a lot in about 3 seasons. And after they spend a bit of time reminiscing, she has Starlight Glimmer make copies for each of them, and then makes even more copies so they can spread these friendship lessons to all of Equestria. These books immediately become bestsellers, but not all as great as it seems because the ponies of Equestria become fans of these stories and not the lessons in the stories. Rarity is now unpopular as people who read the journals dislike her outward personality rather than the underlying generosity. They all laugh at everything Pinkie Pie does, regardless of if she's trying to be funny. People begin criticizing Fluttershy because she keeps learning to be assertive over and over instead of the lesson sticking after one episode. And they all swarm the Apple Family farm because they feel like family, but this overruns the actual family with work. People also harass everyone around Rainbow Dash as they reduce her personality to being better than every pony else, and soon, Twilight and the others are all taking shelter inside the castle. And yeah, in the previous paragraph I referred to the fans as everybody instead of every pony. That isn't a mistake, it's a conscious change. This episode was not about the ponies of Equestria, it was about the fandom. It's not just about the main 6, but the showrunners, and the friendship journals are the show itself. There's a concept in media called death of the author that the audience's interpretation of the work is valid no matter what the author meant, as the second someone finishes a work, they no longer have control over it. Effectively, the way you feel about a work is always valid, as long as you think it can be supportive. But this runs into obstacles when the fandom is so involved in the perception of, in this case a show, people will hear about My Little Pony well before they watch it. And often a new viewer's first impression of MLP is hearing about some weird thing the fandom did. The thing is, the author isn't dead, at least not in an actively airing season. So the showrunners are able to respond to what the fans are doing and can make episodes to not only address ongoing canon, but the way the canon is interpreted. This isn't meant as a way of saying that certain interpretations are invalid. After all, you can form an idea about a character's personality that's valid for the time you made it, like Fluttershy not being assertive because she wasn't at the start of the show, but a way of nudging opinions in one direction. This is ultimately a fruitless endeavor. People like their theories and will just ignore the text if they are that dedicated to them. Nothing a writer adds to the text can change the opinion of a person who ignores it. The main 6 sing a song justifying their positions by saying they aren't perfect, but the mob outside ignores it. Who does not ignore it, though, are the 2 fillies Twilight helped at the start of the episode, the honest fans of the journal, as they read it the way the author wished it would be read. There isn't really a right way to interpret a fictional work, but there are still plenty of wrong ones. Triple Threat. Spike has invited Ember for an official diplomatic meeting that will also help her to learn to better get along with dragons. But as they're setting up, Thorax arrives as Spike remembers he invited the leader of the Changelings too. Worried they might not all get along, Spike tries to make sure the 2 leaders he is hosting never meet up with one another, all while trying to ensure these meetings go well. He has Twilight distracting Thorax with a library tour as Ember and Starlight are sent to the dining hall, Spike running back and forth between where they are to try to act like a good host. It's a common sitcom plot where someone tries to entertain 2 different people at once while attempting to act like they're a committed host to both of them, but this time it's complicated by Spike being given diplomatic duties for one of the first time. So he oversells how important his task is and begins to worry that, if he fails, the personalities will clash and there'll be a war between the dragons and changelings. And then the cutie map starts to glow, ordering Spike to fix a friendship problem in Ponyville, so his attention is now split 3 ways. As he's no longer giving proper attention to any of the others, they begin to suspect they've done something wrong. Ember's aggressive, draconic personality is failing to make her any new friends, and Thorax being too polite means his citizens ignore his orders. Eventually the 2 meet up with one another as Spike faints because of his failure, and they assume the other leader's responsible. But they both step in to defend Spike, with the misunderstanding being cleared up, and soon they meet up by a lake to discuss their issues together. Thorax learns to be more assertive, as someone who cares about their friends ought to be more open. Ember learns to be less aggressive, as people who are dominated the way dragons tend to act around one another don't especially feel good about it. The friendship problem is solved not by Spike, but by his friends meeting together. Campfire Tales. While on a sibling hiking trip to Winsome Falls, the CMCs and their older siblings, biological or otherwise, stop to camp for the night when they're attacked by a swarm of flying spiders. They shelter in a nearby cave, and since they know they'll be trapped there for a while, pass the time with campfire tales. Applejack begins with the tale of Rockhoof, a Nordic pony who is too weak to join the mighty Helm. When a volcano erupts, the Helm evacuates the town, but people there refuse to leave because they want to stay in their homes. So Rockhoof himself starts to dig a trench, only to magically grow many times his size to finish the job in time. Next is Rarity talking about Mistbane, a beautiful pony sent away to study magic. When she hears of her childhood friend Sable Spirit being crowned Empress, she returns to a village devoid of any beauty, as Sable Spirit has taken it all herself due to a beautifying spell that backfired. Mistbane captures her friend and sacrifices her own appearance to bring beauty back to the land, even making her old friend young as well. Finally, Rainbow Dash tells the tale of Flash Magnus, a member of the Cloudsdale Royal Legion who watched some of his comrades get captured by dragons. He volunteers for a mission to fly as a distraction for the dragons using a fireproof shield, luring them away for a rescue of his comrades, who then form a lightning cloud to get the dragons off his tail. The ponies realize they're now trapped in the cave due to a rock barrier Rainbow Dash made for them, so they head deeper into the cavern despite Scootaloo being afraid, just as she was back in Sleepless in Ponyville. But she remembers the story she was told, and soon they arrive through a shortcut to Winsome Falls. Daring Done. Rainbow Dash is shocked to learn that Yearling is announcing her retirement after the next Daring Do book, so she and Pinkie Pie rush to her house to learn why. Yearling explains she found a series of articles from places she frequently visits about the destruction left in her wake, that even though she retrieves magical artifacts, the collateral damage makes her look like the bad guy anyway. Dash and Pinkie tell her she needs to visit Somnambula, one of the places from the article, to set the record straight. But when they arrive, they only confirm what the article said. The people of Somnambula hate Daring Do because she destroyed their businesses, left without paying, and even broke the statue of Somnambula, the hero for whom the town is named. Dash attempts to explain that the artifacts are more valuable than a statue, but the village leader explains the true significance of that statue. Somnambula was a figure from history who helped the people retain hope during a famine caused by an evil sphinx. This sphinx kidnapped the prince, holding him hostage unless she could solve a riddle, then perform a feat of crossing a bridge blindfolded, something she did because she retained her hope. Between this episode and Campfire Tales, the history of Equestria has been expanded upon, that there are a series of legendary figures who helped to shape the culture of the ponies, not simply through their deeds, but the emotions that the deeds inspired. Applejack has a legend about a pony who was faithful and strong. Rarity's story was about a pony with a beautiful heart. Rainbow Dash's heroic tale has a big adventure, and so on, with me repeating the lyrics of the opening theme. My guess is that at some point in the near future, we're going to hear more about Star Swirl the Bearded, because he's an old figure Twilight has always looked up to, and she hasn't had a story yet. The rest of the episode then kind of drops the ball as to what was actually being set up, because it turns out that no, Daring Do wasn't actually this careless menace to the villages she visits, but all of the hatred was caused by Dr. Cavalleron, her nemesis, spreading rumors about her to turn the townspeople against their hero. It would have been nicer to see that she really was causing damage to the people in spite of saving the day, that protecting an artifact that protects a village is pointless if you don't also protect the well-being of the people around it. Especially as the episode went through so much to explain how hope with a capital H is what keeps them around the area, and that dashing that hope for a symbol of it misses the point. Anyway, Daring Do comes out of her 10-minute retirement to save Rainbow Dash after she is kidnapped in broad daylight while forgetting she can fly. When they return to the village, they reveal the entire scheme by Cavalleron was just to distract the ponies with anger about Daring Do while he robs them all, and after the truth comes out, they quickly turn against him, driving Daring Do's nemesis out of town as Yearling vows to write again. A Health of Information. While helping Fluttershy retrieve some moss, Zecora falls into a pond where she is sprayed by a flower, developing swamp fever. As there's no known cure for the fever, Fluttershy sets out to find one by recruiting Twilight's help. Staying up overnight reading through the library, because she feels guilty over getting her friend sick. Fluttershy eventually discovers the legend of one mystical mask, a powerful healer from, you guessed it, another ancient pony legend. Specifically, this mystical mask is actually the mage Meadowbrook. They set out to find her journals by looking in the last place she was known to be, Hayseed Swamp, where they meet her descendant Cattail, who shows them her library. Reading through this library, they find stories of Meadowbrook diagnosing and curing several cases of swamp fever using honey from flash bees, though there's nothing about how she was able to get the honey from the hive. Fluttershy approaches because she knows she is good with wild animals, but having not slept in days, she just gets stung a lot and collapses, sleeping for several days. I should also mention that Fluttershy herself has also gotten swamp fever, though as a ticking clock element of the story, this is just sort of there, since Zecora's sickness and the guilt Fluttershy felt already served the same purpose. It was more of an Act 2 commercial break twist. Fluttershy wakes up and, now fully rested, has the idea to use Meadowbrook's old mask to calm the bees, because the mask has the same markings as the queen. She takes this honey back to Ponyville where she cures Zecora, who starts to rhyme once again. To change a changeling. Starlight and Trixie are making a surprise visit to the changeling hive, as some of Thorax's letters have been concerning, like how he keeps mentioning a Malworf attacking them. But before they can make it any closer, they get captured by a changeling who resembles their old, unreformed form, introduced as Pharynx, Thorax's brother. While the rest of the hive has taken on their new, love-sharing forms, Pharynx has refused to adopt this way of living, preferring the old ways of taking everything by force. His attitude is causing the rest of the hive to lose some of their confidence in Thorax's abilities, as their usually positive attitudes turn nasty whenever he's mentioned. Trixie and Starlight attempt to relate to Pharynx by mentioning that the two of them are reformed villains who found that kindness and the other morals have made their lives better. But Pharynx refuses to listen to these lessons because he doesn't actually want to change. He's happy the way he is, and because the changeling hive is no longer about deference to authority like a hive mind, they can't force him to improve without giving up their morals. Yet Pharynx sticking around is also weathering their kindness because they struggle to tolerate his militaristic tendencies. So Starlight and Trixie prepare to let Thorax know the hard truth, that his responsibility is to the hive and not any individual. They ask him to banish his brother, but before they can, Thorax explains his brother used to look after him and his kindly ways, even when they were all under the authority of Chrysalis. So Starlight agrees to give him one more chance, this time by luring the Malworf to the hive so Pharynx can save the day and prove he still cares for his brother. Pharynx, however, has overheard their plan and left on his own, out in the wilderness with this giant beast. They track him down in the middle of a fight, realizing that despite no longer considering himself part of the hive, he's still trying to defend it. The rest of the changelings eventually join in, though they are out of practice in combat and struggle to do anything. Who's not out of practice is the Malworf itself, and they use the stop hitting yourself strategy Pharynx used to take it out. Once the day is saved, Pharynx admits that he still values the hive over his old beliefs, and then he transforms, not into a changeling the same color as the others, but as their new shape with his original colors. The changelings accept him as one of their own, in spite of Pharynx still having some violent tendencies, because that's what acceptance has to be. You can't just be kind to the people who are easy to be kind to, you need to be kind even to those who are a little difficult to get along with. Your morals aren't defined by the easy things you do, but the challenges. It isn't the main thing about you. Following an incident involving some silly string, Pinkie Pie and Rarity go to Zecora's to get a solution to their main problems. They're each given a bottle of powerful removing agent and a strong shampoo, but the bottles are mixed up and Rarity's mane falls out completely, right before she's about to have a photo shoot with Photo Finish for Equestria's most beautiful manes. She tries to continue her chores from the start of the episode, only to be ignored and talked over by the ponies whose attention she once demanded. So Rarity begins to ask her friends for help with magical solutions and such, only for all of these to fail as her confidence wanes. Twilight gathers up the rest of the main six to remind Rarity it's not how she looks on the outside, but how she looks on the inside that matters. For as generic of a moral as this is, it manages to stay fresh the way MLP usually keeps morals fresh, by showing it's not actually the other ponies harshly judging Rarity for her hair, but Rarity herself. It's her lack of confidence that causes the other ponies to ignore her because she's no longer standing up for herself because she thinks she cannot. Nothing actually changed about Rarity, but other ponies treated her differently because she was acting like something had. Rarity decides to stop moping and fix her mane, not because she needs to, but because she wants to. Sure, it won't matter to most ponies how you look, but it does matter to Rarity. She recreates herself in a punk look to regain her confidence, fixing up all the issues the ponies had before, and making the best of situations she couldn't command earlier. After a time skip, because they have to retain continuity after all, Rarity's mane has grown back, and she finally reads Photo Finish's article, where she learns that her punk mane was recognized after all. Once Upon a Zeppelin. Twilight's parents invite her on a Zeppelin cruise they recently won, and Spike convinces her to go because she deserves a day off. She makes plans for everyone to enjoy their time, with Twi herself wanting to see the Northern Star during a sunset. But before they can start enjoying their time, the cruise's director announces the real intention of the cruise. It's Iron Will's Cruise of the Princesses, and the appeal is that the ponies aboard get to spend time with the princesses and their family. As a bit of an aside, it's good to see Iron Will back in the show. He was one of my favorite one-off characters from earlier seasons. As Twilight's parents feel tricked about signing something without reading it thoroughly, they decide to cancel the trip for the sake of their daughter. But Twilight doesn't want to see her family miss out on the fun, so she volunteers to do every princess activity planned for that day, on the condition that her family gets to do whatever they want. Twilight's then kept busy with fan greets and so on, including entertaining a pony named Star Tracker, who wins the ability to follow her around as though he were family. And she gradually misses every family event she intended to do. Finally, she snaps after missing the Northern Star, the one thing on her personal to-see list. Cadance confronts her as the two have a discussion. On one hand, Twilight wants to be a good princess and give everybody what they want. On the other hand, she wants to do what she wants to do as well and relax. The middle ground to her was to do what she wanted by making every pony else happy, all at the expense of her own enjoyment. It's a common moral to be selfless, but at some point you need to draw a line and refuse to give in anymore. This doesn't make you selfish, but self-respecting. Because the thing about givers is that they eventually reach a limit to what they can give, but the takers of the world don't reach their limit. It's a lesson that Cadance is able to teach because she felt the same way before having Flurry Heart, and once she had a baby of her own, she could draw the line at whatever was best for her. Twilight makes a few apologies to those that she snapped at, then tells the rest of the ponies on the ship that she wants time alone with her family, which Iron Will agrees to, jumping off the side of the Zeppelin when the other ponies feel ripped off, because he's learned his lesson about offering money-back guarantees. Marks and Recreation. To speed along the Cutie Mark seeking process and have more fun, the Cutie Mark Crusaders open a day camp for blank flanks to seek their potential. They have a good turnout, including one, Rumble, the little brother of a Wonderbolt, Thunderlane. Rumble phones it in during the entire camp, never finding his cutie mark and convincing the other ponies that it's for the best, because once they find their marks, they'll be stuck doing whatever it says for the rest of their lives. Side note, but why do they still call it horseshoes in this setting? Wouldn't it just be called shoes? Rumble creates a competing camp that does nothing all day, so the ponies have the freedom not to get a cutie mark, and he steals all the campers from the CMCs. They ask his older brother about this and learn that Rumble's a great flyer and wants to be a Wonderbolt one day, but is worried that he might end up with a non-flying cutie mark that might disqualify him. So they rebrand the camp, putting an emphasis on the fact that it's for every pony and not just those who don't have cutie marks already, meaning all the campers get to try out every fun thing, regardless of if their cutie mark says it's their talent or not. Secrets and Pies. Pinkie Pie delivers a random pie to Rainbow Dash, who eats it immediately off-screen. And then Pinkie Pie finds the pie in the garbage and begins to suspect that Rainbow Dash hasn't been eating them after all, going through a few memories and realizing she's never actually seen her friend eat any of the pie she's baked over the years. And it's obvious to the audience that she's just throwing the pies away, but Pinkie Pie goes through an entire mystery to figure this out. Not so much because she isn't smart enough to, but because she can't believe some pony would lie about the gifts she's given them. After all, a good deduction is to eliminate every illogical option and then see what you're left with, and some pony hating Pinkie's cooking is, to her, illogical. Eventually she confronts Dash about her hatred of pies with a pie and then another and another, with Dash secretly getting rid of all of them until the ruse is finally revealed as Pinkie Pie's snapping. Rainbow Dash feels bad about lying to her friend, a lie a bit justified because Pinkie Pie really did crash out, to borrow some parlance, when she learned the truth, and she attempts to make it up by eating a pie she made herself. Of course, because Rainbow Dash dislikes all pie and can't tell the difference between a good one and a bad one, this final forgiveness pie is disgusting. So Pinkie, finally understanding where her friend's coming from, stops Dash from eating it, as it was enough that she was willing to try something that extreme for the sake of their friendship. Uncommon Bond. Sunburst visits Ponyville to spend time with his friend Starlight Glimmer, though they both have different ideas on what to spend their time doing. Sunburst is excited to go antiquing, meeting with Twilight in the store as they have fun looking at old artifacts. Later on, they discuss close-up magic with Trixie and perform a few tricks together, then later spend time in the caverns with Maud as they talk about old rock formations. Starlight feels left out of all of these activities except for a board game called Dragon's Pit, which they used to play as fillies, though Sunburst isn't super excited about this game because he's outgrown it. It's common to outgrow hobbies, but this also comes with the idea that as you move on from certain interests, you'll move on from the people with whom you shared the interest. If the only thing you have in common with someone is the stuff you do together, then are you actually friends? The answer is of course yes, it's just that you'll struggle to come up with the reasons to spend time with the people you care about. So Starlight asks Twilight for help, mentioning that she feels as though she's grown apart from a childhood friend, though she misinterprets Twilight's advice and uses a spell to make them kids again. Sunburst gets upset that she won't move on, and Starlight runs away, with Sunburst realizing that he's been spending more time on other hobbies than with the things they have in common. In the end, he makes a life-sized version of Dragon Pit for them to play together, an adaptation of the game for kids that makes it a little more grown-up so they can still enjoy it. Even if they did outgrow the hobby, they can't outgrow each other. It's about figuring out why you shared those interests specifically that lets you keep your friends while you grow up, not keeping the interest the same forever. The episode ends on an ominous shot of a book in a barrel. Shadow Play. The episodes open on a tale of the Pillars of Equestria, the 6 ponies who, led by Star Swirl, used their elements to save Equestria long ago. It's being read by Sunburst to the princesses, as he believes it's a clue to the disappearance of these legends around the time they fought and sealed away the Pony of Shadows. Twilight and the others spend a while trying to read through his old notes, finding the location of Ponehenge, and accidentally producing a projection of these pillars as they fought against the Pony of Shadows. They connect this to the artifacts each of the ponies used in their legends, splitting up to retrieve each of them. Applejack retrieves Rockhoof's shovel from an excavation site after pushing away a large boulder. Rarity travels to Mistbane's garden, pruning some of the overgrown plants to beautify it again, and getting her flower in exchange. Rainbow Dash and Spike find Flash Magnus's shield in the hands of Garble and trick him out of it. Fluttershy gets Meadowbrook's mask in exchange for doing a favor for Cattail, and Pinkie Pie helps Daring Do to excavate Somnambula's blindfold from the pit it was lost in. They return these artifacts to Ponehenge, which is a weird name devoid of the context of stones, and they cast a spell to unseal the pillars from the realm in which they sealed away the Pony of Darkness. Only for Star Swirl to explain in horror, this means they've also unsealed the villain as well. Now free, the Pony of Shadows destroys Ponehenge and Star Swirl's journal before attacking the others, but they're saved by Twilight and Starlight working together. As he retreats, the rest of the ponies try to find a way to seal the Pony of Shadows once again by returning to the seed of magic planted by the pillars long ago, the one that grew into the Tree of Harmony and later became the castle itself. This means the current elements of harmony were spawned from the original elements the pillars represented, but not exactly, because as time has gone on and the elements were adopted by other ponies, they have changed to a degree. The pillars all represented some positive trait, but they all represented a selfish or personal version of that trait. The newer versions of the elements of harmony are variants that are less personal and more fit to serve and support. What was once the element of strength is now the element of honesty or personal strength. It's not just enough to be strong, but to let others be strong with you. Healing has become generosity, not only to repair physical wounds, but to aid in repairing emotional ones too. Bravery is now loyalty, not to fight the bad guys, but to help the victims of these bad guys fight for themselves too. Hope has become laughter, not to simply wish the world would be better, but to make it that way. And sorcery has become friendship, which is what the rest of the episode touches on. Twilight comes up with the idea that will allow them to use modern magic to seal the Pony of Shadows only, not needing to give up the elements of harmony or steal away the pillars again to do so. Star Swirl doubts that this magic will be effective though, and explains the history of the Pony of Shadows. He was once Stygian, a scholar who united the original pillars to defend the realm, only to betray them by trying to steal their artifacts for himself. Twilight agrees to use Star Swirl's methods, though Starlight starts to suspect that there's another way, as she sees comparisons between herself and Stygian. This is reinforced when the friendship map points them to a place known as Hollow Shades. Since the friendship map usually only points them to friendship problems, she believes Stygian's evil might be solvable with the power of talking it out, instead of simply using magic to banish the problem. They arrive in an underground chamber where the Pony of Shadows has been gathering energy. His previous attempts to find a dark place to regain strength have all failed, because the old dark places are now full of life and light. Again, changing just like the magic has. The gathered ponies use their elements to fight the Pony of Shadows and seal him again when Twilight notices Stygian inside the shadow, trying to rush in to help him. Here, Stygian tells her the truth. He didn't betray the pillars, he wanted to be like them, and to copy some of their powers for himself. Since they misinterpreted the spread of their abilities as theft, they banished him. This is tied to the evolution of the elements. The original elements were personal strength, so the pillars couldn't understand uplifting others, just saving the day and leaving. Stygian rejects Twilight's offer to save him, embracing the darkness because that's the only way to get power in lieu of the pillars sharing theirs. But Starlight enters the shadow, explaining that she was once in a similar position only to accept the help of the elements of harmony and become greater as a result. The rest of the elements, new and old, change strategies and work together to pull Stygian out of the shadows, saving the day by spreading their elements instead of just using them. Princess Celestia offers Star Swirl the chance to stay in Canterlot to continue teaching magic, but he turns it down, saying he'd prefer to travel the world to see all the changes he was blind to before. School days. Okay, so I had to look up what they were talking about at the start of the episode, learning there's a movie between seasons 7 and 8 being referenced here. I thought for a while maybe they were talking about events from the comic books, or maybe the episode started as a flash forward and the rest of the season would build up to it, but it turns out I just have to watch all the movies, something I was planning on doing alongside the other side works and supplemental material, including the Equestria Girls series in a separate video. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like that's all necessary, as the real reason this is brought up is to move forward with the construction and foundation of the School of Friendship. Spreading their ideology outside of Equestria would take more than just the main 6, so they're trying to recruit others for help. After getting approval from the head of the Equestria Education Association, Maurice LaMarche doing his Orson Welles voice, the school opens, not just to the ponies of Equestria, but to every sentient creature. The episode then introduces an alternative main 6 consisting of Gallus the Griffin, Sandbard the Earth Pony, Ocellus the Changeling, Silverstream the Sea Pony, Yona the Yak, and Smolder the Dragon, all brought by delegates from their respective kingdoms across the area of Equestria. Lessons go well at first until Twilight realizes they aren't following the official EEA guidebooks, which demands fewer hands-on lessons and more textbooks and note-taking lessons. This bores the student body and they begin fighting amongst themselves, a bad look for a school meant to teach friendship. The students eventually lose interest in the school entirely, skipping class to hang out at the lake, where almost immediately they begin to respect one another and their different cultures. But Chancellor Naysay, head of the EEA, makes a surprise visit to the school where he learns of the students possibly playing hooky. Twilight attempts to distract him from discovering there's anything wrong during Friends and Family Day, but when the students return suddenly and in weird forms, everybody, not just ponies, there are no longer just ponies, panics, and the school's damaged. When Naysay learns that it was the result of not just students but non-pony students, he shuts the school down, claiming Twilight broke the EEA rules when she allowed other races to learn friendship. Twilight's depressed over her failure to get the school accredited, and the main 6 fails to cheer her up from the slump. But Starlight's able to motivate her to begin again, not by trying to seek out accreditation, but writing her own rulebook. It's not an EEA school she's running, but a friendship school after all. She announces that the school is going to reopen, though the rest of the main 6 are hesitant to join her as they disagreed with the way she ran it before. Twilight says it'll be better because now they can teach the lessons they want to the way their students need to be taught, and the main 6 splits up to convince the foreign leaders to send their students back to class. But they can't, as I guess the young 6 haven't returned home yet, something the elders are furious about as they blame the school for hurting their young. Now the main 6 needs to bring back the young 6 to prevent a diplomatic incident, and they have nothing to go off except the fact that they used to be friends and their own knowledge of friendship. They find Sandbar picking up snacks and follow him, assuming this will lead them to the rest of the students, confirmed when they find them camping out in the castle of the 2 sisters. They save the students from an attack by Puckwudgies, which are like evil hedgehogs, which impresses the students because they didn't realize that their lessons could have such practical applications. The students agree to return, convincing the elders that they want to go back to school. All seems to be going well until Neisei comes back, mad that Twilight's trying to open a new school. She cites the fact that this school isn't like the others, and of course she's the Princess of Friendship, so this is more her domain than his, to reopen the school, something the support of so many different races assures her won't cause the incidents the Chancellor warns her about. With every obstacle out of the way and the new course material approved by Twilight, the School of Friendship opens its doors to every pony, or everybody. Ponies have bodies too. The Maud Couple. While planning her sister's surprise birthday party, Pinkie runs into Mudbriar, who speaks slowly and illiterally, and immediately dislikes the guy because he made her wait extra long to get a cake. She then finds her sister and is shocked to learn Maud Pie's in like with Mudbriar. The two are now dating. Mudbriar and Maud bond over their love of sticks and rocks respectively, which Pinkie Pie doesn't understand. What she does understand, though, is that she needs to throw a surprise party for her sister, so she asks for Mudbriar's help in hosting it in an attempt to get to know the guy better. Thus far, this episode's mirrored the first introduction episode of Maud. Instead of the rest of the main six trying to find out what they have in common with her, they accept that Pinkie Pie likes her, and that's good enough. So Pinkie is trying to do the same thing, only to end up fighting more, as Mudbriar is convinced that Maud hates surprise parties, straining their relationship even more when Pinkie learns that Mudbriar is right. Maud only likes surprise parties because she likes seeing how excited Pinkie is to throw them. With the plan failing, she returns home to the rock farm to visit with her other sisters and ask for help. Limestone and Marble show her a geode, explaining that Mudbriar's like a geode, shiny on the inside even if you can't see it from the outside. Pinkie Pie then returns to Ponyville, still visibly disliking Mudbriar, but realizing that Maud likes him and that matters more. Much in the same way that Maud only likes surprise parties because Pinkie does, Pinkie only likes Mudbriar because Maud does. They compromise on the surprise party by throwing a fake one for a fake Maud, so Pinkie gets to be happy, and Maud doesn't need to go to a crowded place. Fake it till you make it. Rarity is behind schedule for a Canterlot fashion show and needs to pull all of her assistants to meet the deadline. As this will leave her Canterlot location unstaffed during the busiest shopping season, she recruits Fluttershy to use some of her newfound inner strength to run the store in her stead. As Fluttershy is too nervous to run the store, she takes some of Rarity's advice to don new clothing and a new persona to fake that she fits in. This persona works, but only for some of the customers. When she encounters new customers with different tastes, she has the raccoons working there make her a new outfit. And then another, and then soon, Fluttershy is swapping personas for every pony in the store. But her attempts to become more refined and fashion-forward end up incorporating all of the worst traits of the ponies she's imitating, and soon she's being rude to every customer and driving them all out. When Fluttershy insults the animals working with her, they rush to Ponyville to warn the others about her switching personality. Her friends try to help her out, only to be kicked out of the store too, so they have to return to Rarity herself. Fluttershy's always had plots about becoming more assertive, to the point that the show is making lampshade jokes about the fact that these lessons have never stuck. But it's not like she's not learning anything, so much as she isn't internalizing a single episode's lesson to the point where it overruns her entire personality. Her real character arc is not about becoming more assertive, but about learning that there are a lot of ways to assert yourself, not all of which mean getting in another pony's face. Rarity skips the fashion show to help her friend by firing each of her personas in turn until it's only Fluttershy left, and she confesses she adopted the personas because she didn't have confidence in her real self to handle the job. Rarity reminds her that her real self was the one coming up with the personas in the first place, and she did have the skills all along. Granny's Gone Wild. The Wild Blue Yonder, a Lost Pegasus roller coaster popular with the Wonderbolts, is about to shut down, and Rainbow Dash wants to take time off her teaching responsibilities to visit it. Applejack agrees to substitute for her class on the condition that she escort the Gold Horseshoe Gals on their trip to Lost Pegasus. Dash agrees, but AJ warns her that the grannies can't have too much fun or they'll be overwhelmed and have to leave early. Dash attempts to ferry them there as quickly as possible, and then to send them to the hotel room early so they can nap, while she sneaks out. Dash visits the coaster only to find the line too long, and when she returns, the gals are missing. Dash then corrals them around the hotel, interrupting their horseshoe game, dictating what they can and can't eat at the buffet, stopping them from dancing, and even ruining a magic act they got to take part in, all because she assumes this is what Applejack would have done while she was chaperoning. And she is right. The gold horseshoe gals complain that she's been too strict with them, just like AJ used to, and they can handle more excitement than she believes. Dash apologizes and they agree to take her on the roller coaster she wanted to, as they've been visiting the hotel for so long, they're VIP guests who can cut in line. In the end, Rainbow Dash is made an honorary gold horseshoe gal and agrees to go with them on the next trip. Surf and/or turf. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are called away on their first friendship map mission to Mount Eris. Twilight goes along to at once seek out signature from Silver Stream's parents for a permission slip, to keep an eye on the CMCs, and to have a vacation of her own, because who ever heard of a teacher proactively seeking out parental signatures? They meet Terramar, Silver Stream's brother, who swims by and offers a tour of the revitalized mountain. Of course, seeing Terra Mar's name, it's easy to see his internal conflict. His father greets them with a festival celebrating their life as hippogriffs, now that they no longer fear the Storm King, and Sweetie Belle is stricken with how nice it is up on the mountain. But Terramar's unsure whether to stay up there with his dad, or go underwater with his mom, as some of the sea ponies enjoy their home under the water too much to have ever left. He gives them a tour of Sequestria, where Scootaloo is stricken by how similar swimming is to flying around in her marketable new form. Here they see the friendship problem they need to solve. Terramar's unsure whether to stay as a sea pony with his mom or live as a hippogriff with his dad. The CMCs try to compare the two, but because they have equal pros and cons depending on who you ask, they aren't any help. Then Twilight finishes getting the permission form signed while the Sky and Sea Ponies celebrate together. The Crusaders apologize for trying to force Terramar to choose one or the other, realizing he was welcomed by both sides and could freely travel if he wanted to. There isn't too much of a solid moral in this episode. It felt like it might have been about species identity, and then later a person deciding if they are where they came from or where they're living now. Then it set up a sort of divided parents plotline, like they're going to start comparing Mount Eris to a divorce. But at the last moment drove home that the plot was neither of these. It might be for the best the show didn't go there. It's a bit too complex of a subject to cover in an episode that dedicates a metaphor to the topic instead of being upfront. I think instead it tried to set up to the audience that it might have been the metaphor, if only to have them empathize with Terramar's indecisiveness, or rather, the fact that he thought he had to be decisive. Horseplay. To celebrate Celestia's one'sversary, the 1111th year since she first raised the sun, Twilight and some of her students are putting on a play about Celestia's first time raising the sun. Celestia, usually calm and royal, breaks her demeanor to excitedly reminisce about her time as a filly, unable to act because of her studies, but always having wanted to join in on a play. It's nice for the audience to see her really relaxing in this way, even to trot around her throne room at the prospect. But when Twilight invites her to take on the lead role, the rest of the ponies are worried about having to casually act alongside a princess. Though Twilight's a princess too, and they don't really get nervous around her. This is all made worse when they learn an uncomfortable truth. Princess Celestia is a bad actor. She can't enunciate with the right volume, or remember lines, or figure out dance routines. Applejack insists on telling Princess Celestia to quit, and the rest of the ponies even convince Twilight it might be best to cancel the play outright because no pony knows it's going on. Until Dash lets the whole town know already, so they have to not only put on something, but live up to the expectations Rainbow Dash has raised. Like usual, this episode's moral is one where there's not really an antagonist, as everyone involved is acting in what they think are the best interests of those around them. Twilight's not ruining the play by keeping a bad lead actress attached, because she wants to celebrate Celestia's one'sversary in a memorable way. And of course Celestia doesn't know she's ruining the play with her acting because no ponies told her as such. She has no frame of reference for what good acting entails from the perspective of one on the stage. Eventually Twilight snaps under the pressure and yells about how bad Celestia really is in earshot of the lead actress. Celestia flees and Twilight realizes that she should have been more honest, even at the cost of temporarily hurting some ponies' feelings with the truth. They put on the play with whatever they have left over, using everyone's skills to tide over the mistakes before Celestia puts on a grand finale by raising the real sun in the middle of the night. Because what better way to celebrate some ponies' accomplishments than by showing them off directly? The Parent Map. Sunburst and Starlight are both called by the Friendship Map, excited to go on a mission of their own until learning where it is, Sire's Hollow, their old hometown. They aren't happy to be home because both of them have embarrassing parents, their grievances made more literal by the state of this town. Starlight's father, Firelight, still treats her like a child, and has created a committee to preserve the town so thoroughly, ponies aren't even allowed inside half the buildings. Stellar Flare constantly tries to push her son Sunburst into creating plans for the future, and her half of the town is modernized to the point of excess. Worse is that the parents both learn of their children's mission and attempt to solve it with brute force, creating new problems to make their kids' life easier and better respectively. The two ponies sent by the Friendship Map snap at the adults for their helicopter parenting, only to realize that the problem still isn't solved and maybe it was their relationships that they were meant to improve. Starlight tells her father to stop treating her like a kid and to let her grow up with him, while Sunburst says that no plan for adulthood will ever really make him self-sufficient if his mom outlines it for him. Non-compete clause. Fluttershy has won Teacher of the Month yet again, so a jealous Rainbow Dash and Applejack attempt to prove they are worthy of the title by taking their students on a field trip, though Twilight warns them not to argue the whole time and to focus on actually teaching. They ignore this warning and try to wow the students with activities, though Applejack insists on doing everything slow and steady, while Dash insists on rushing through these activities, resulting in disaster in their apple shed building and river racing. Twilight sees Yona nearly drowning because of their neglect and warns them that a good Teacher of the Month wouldn't care about winning the award so much as teaching well. So they become ultra agreeable to ensure that they look like good teachers, even though this mostly just gets them lost in the woods. They even refuse to try their own strategies to get the students home, insisting on the other ponies' methods instead of using any of their various flyers to do the job. In the end, their failing bridges cause Dash and AJ to almost fall into the river when their students have to work together to save them. They return to the school where Twilight asks about the field trip, to which the students praise their teachers for teaching them with bad examples to show them what not to do. Twilight recognizes that this wasn't intentional, and the episode ends on the two teachers fighting once again. The Breakup Breakdown. It's Hearts and Who's Day, and after summoning Discord to speed along the baking of a pie for Sugarbelle, Spike makes a bet with the Draconiquist about whether the season of love is real or if it's a holiday invented by greeting card companies. They do this by spying on a meeting between Big Mac and Sugarbelle, unaware that a mix-up in the post office has led to his pie being delivered to Sweetie Belle instead. They overhear Sugar talking about some news she needs to break to Big Mac and assume it's about a breakup due to parts of it involving him not visiting her anymore. As Big Mac is heartbroken, the other two guys take him around in an attempt to cheer him up. These all fail, so to win the bet, Discord convinces him to break up with Sugarbelle first. He does so, and Sugarbelle leaves town depressed. Meanwhile, the CMCs have been trying to figure out why Sweetie Belle got a heart-shaped pie, guessing that she has a secret admirer. They search Ponyville for the identity of this admirer, only for Big Mac to yell at her for wasting his time with questions before apologizing. Now understanding that it wasn't worth it to break Sugarbelle's heart, Big Mac rushes out to catch her, which he only does because her heart broke a wheel. He confesses, and the two of them clear up the confusion. Sugarbelle is going to be taking baking classes in Ponyville, so he doesn't have to go visit her anymore. Meanwhile, the Crusaders decide to simply eat the heart pie, where they find the letter inside and learn of the mix-up. They laugh it off as Sweetie thanks her friends for spending the day looking with her, the other two being her Hearts and Who's Day friends. Spike and Discord wrap up their bet when Discord confesses he was the one who broke the wheel, reuniting the lovers, and they play Ogres and Ooblettes together. Molt Down. Spike begins to develop itchy scales, drowsiness, loss of control of the volume of his voice, and powerful fiery belches. So, symptoms of puberty with a bit of a dragon coating. He hides out in Friendship School for a time before encountering Smolder, who teaches him about molting, a time in a dragon's life where yada yada puberty metaphor. One symptom of molting, however, is the fact that dragons are typically kicked out by their parents during this time, and Spike begins to fear his symptoms will make Twilight force him to leave the nest, so to speak. So he goes to Zecora to get a remedy, hiding from Rarity as she is there for a temporary loss of hearing before his molting affects the rock, ROC, rock, that wants to eat the pubescent dragon. They flee from this beast for a while as it grabs Rarity and Zecora, with Twilight fighting it off. Then Spike is encased in stone, bursting out with new wings. He flies up to distract the rock, blasting it with fire and saving his kidnapped friends. In the end, he explains to Twilight that it's time for him to leave the nest, but she says that's just a dragon tradition, not a pony one, and allows him and his wings to stay longer. The My Little Pony intended audience is likely at the stage in their life where a lengthy puberty metaphor would be important to explain, but it's not like the show hasn't already had Cutie Mark episodes with the same general concept. The difference is that this episode focuses more on the physical changes of puberty and the psychological effects that these might have on the one experiencing them. Spike is worried because he's gone through similar changes before, kidnapping Rarity and becoming a monster, but everybody has some reason to fear impending change, especially when the path to get there is so itchy. Marks for effort. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are spying on the School of Friendship, hoping to learn more about it and eventually deciding they want to enroll. But Twilight shoots down this offer, claiming that they already know everything about friendship they need to. The Crusaders really want to join the school anyway, so they fake friendship issues to convince the other ponies they still have a lot to learn. This sort of makes sense since the point of higher education is that even the professors are still studying their fields. Knowing a lot about a subject doesn't mean you can't learn any more. But then they meet a filly named Cozy Glow, a student at Twilight's friendship school who's sad that she's struggling with her friendship lessons. So the CMCs offer to help her out, showing her a few things about friendship and even volunteering to tutor her in a few of the ways of the main six. Cozy Glow has a friendship test later on that she fails, with Twilight calling the others in and yelling at them for pranking their new friend by teaching her wrong on purpose. The Crusaders are dejected about this until Cozy confesses the truth to Starlight. She failed on purpose so the Crusaders would look bad enough to get accepted, following in the footsteps of their original plan. Once the truth is out, the main six gather the Crusaders back at school to give them honorary degrees and positions as full-time tutors. The Mean Six. Posing as a photographer, Queen Chrysalis steals a hair from each of the main six and takes them to the Everfree Forest where she plans to use a spell to copy their forms so she can steal the elements of harmony. Meanwhile, the real main six are in the forest on a camping trip, traveling together in spite of a few minor disagreements between them. Queen Chrysalis has her Mean Six searching the woods for the location of the elements, while the Mean Twilight realizes they would be better off without the Changeling Queen bossing them around. They all end up separated, with the main six searching for one another and finding their mean counterparts, getting frustrated as they exhibit opposite personalities than usual. The mean personalities are close to the behaviors they showed at the start of Season 2, when Discord took over and flipped their personalities. It's a bit charming to see them all regress to these older forms. It makes you appreciate the characters even more when you see what they can't be. Sometimes in writing, the best way to explore a character is to create an opposite of that character, then explore what they do, how, and why. After brief encounters with their opposites, the main seven are angry and frustrated with one another, arguing for a moment that comes to a head when Twilight silences them. She says that, regardless of whether they're upset with one another at the moment, they're still friends and should give a little bit of leeway for uncharacteristic bouts of anger. It's normally infuriating to watch a show and see an imposter character act rude, then have to have every other character immediately turn on someone who they've allegedly known for years. And while this is the case in this episode, the real moral is about judging your friends based on what you know about them instead of ignoring a decade of friendship because of one bad camping trip. Meanwhile, the Mean Six make it to the Tree of Harmony, where the Mean Twilight attempts to take power for herself. But due to not embodying the elements they're supposed to, the fake ponies simply revert back to the wood they were made from, as Queen Chrysalis retreats into the night, the main seven unaware she was ever involved. A matter of principles. Twilight is called away from preparations about a scavenger hunt because the main six's cutie marks are all calling them away at once. Since there are no teachers left in the school, Twilight puts Starlight in charge for the indeterminate future, and she begins to worry she isn't ready to take on that level of responsibility. It's kind of a build-up from her arc 2 episodes ago, where she was feeling left out, as very few of the students ever need her as a guidance counselor. Now, thrust into the extra responsibility she wanted, she realizes she isn't ready for this either. And what she really isn't ready for is Discord, who shows up on campus ranting about how he's never been invited to the school since it opened, and deciding to change a few things about the building to satisfy his whims. This includes hiring new, unqualified teachers, and when Starlight shoots this idea down, he decides to take and then disrupt the classes himself. Starlight gets fed up with this plea for attention and banishes him from the campus, though this doesn't stop Discord from continuing to cause, well, discord around the school by ruining the scavenger hunt and endangering the kids. Eventually, Starlight realizes that Discord's only acting up for attention, and apologizes for not listening to her friend, which is a bit of a one-sided issue, as Discord endangering students is certainly worse than Starlight yelling at him for endangering the students. But she offers him a position as vice principal so he won't feel so left out. As someone who's had a lot of family in education and has been the sympathetic ear to their woes before, I can say that this position is more of a punishment than a prize. It doesn't matter though, as the main 6 returns from what they realized was a fake mission created by Discord to get them out of the school, as the rest of the students celebrate things are back to normal. I've mentioned before how My Little Pony often introduces new characters as a means to retread character growth and to enable the writers to reuse morals with slight changes without making it feel like the cast isn't growing. This episode has examples of this through Starlight having shown all the things she's internalized from before, but it also has an example of this same trope being done poorly, Discord acting the way he more or less always has. The fact that he's been in the show longer and still seems to need the friendship lessons more than Starlight, who is now teaching them, is a sign of a frustratingly stagnant character. The Hearts-Warming Club. It's the night before winter break, and the School of Friendship's decorated for Hearts-Warming Eve as the students are about to be sent away. But somebody pulls a prank on the tree, covering it in purple goo, before escaping in the direction of the dorms. Twilight and Rainbow Dash try to get to the bottom of who pulled this prank, taking the young 6 apart as they're the only ones in that building, and questioning them one by one as the other 5 are forced to clean the room. If none of them confesses, then they'll all have to stay over the holidays for extra lessons. As they're being questioned, each of the remaining students discusses what kind of hearts-warming traditions they have back at home, or at least the similar holidays they celebrate. The changelings have a misinterpretation of hearts-warming based on literally reading Twilight's writings about the pony traditions. The yaks mostly smash things, but they do it together. The dragons exchange stories, with the best story winning a hoard of jewels, and the sea ponies have several days of familiar festivities. Who does not have a way to celebrate is Gallus of the Griffins, as he doesn't have a family of his own to spend the holidays with. After hearing all the other stories, he confesses his plan to get them all in trouble so he could spend Hearts-Warming Eve with his close friends in the extra lessons, but he no longer wants to hold them back from their celebrations. Hearing this, Twilight decides that only Gallus has to stay back, but the rest of the young 6 volunteer to stay and clean with him. Realizing they don't need friendship lessons after all, Twilight allows them to spend the entire holiday together. After they clean up the mess, that is. Friendship University. After reading a few postcards from Star Swirl's independent friendship research, Cozy Glow shows Twilight a flyer for Friendship University, a university that offers friendship lessons. Duh. But that explicitly says it's better than Twilight School. She and Rarity investigate this FU, maybe a different name, where they learn it's run by the Flim Flam brothers. Twilight wants to call it out as a fake school, but it gets accredited by Naysay after he learns Star Swirl himself is enrolled, as are plenty of other ponies, because enrollment is free. Twilight is insistent that there's a scam in there somewhere, so she and Rarity don disguises of varying convinciveness and enroll in the free university. Rarity quickly rises to the top of the student body as she's already a friendship expert, while Twilight snoops around, only to find the lesson plans are completely legitimate. Worse, the Flim Flam brothers get a picture of her snooping around and threaten to make her look jealous instead of friendly, threatening the foundation of her competing school. Twilight is confident there's still a scam though, and when she's talking to Rarity about it, she finds out what it is. Enrollment is free, but advancing through classes is not, and they charge for the worksheets. Ostensibly, the fees are meant to pay for the school's maintenance itself, which wouldn't be a problem, but the best scams are ones that take legitimate needs and arguments and simply exaggerate demand for some things. The actual stockpiled fees are going towards expansions of the Flim Flam hotel chain. When they show Star Swirl this fact, he threatens to withdraw his support of the university unless they return the money they lied to get. In the end, Star Swirl recommends Twilight School to the former students, as Twilight and Rarity wonder how the Flim Flam brothers got their hooves on the friendship worksheets. The End in Friend. Twilight uses Rarity and Rainbow Dash as an example of two ponies with very little in common who are friends anyway, but when the students ask them to prove it, they struggle to show tangible evidence of their friendship. This is made worse when they're followed on a day out, with Rarity ruining Dash's buckball game while Dash is audibly bored while Rarity is shopping. This introduces a difficulty with the concept of a friendship school, that being friends with some pony isn't something that you can prove, nor is there an objective way to show whether two individuals are friends or acquaintances or co-workers who tolerate one another. Friendship's a subjective concept. There's been about 8 seasons of lessons on it thus far, so it has to be. So the idea of teaching friendship through anything other than experience is an impossible task, only done because it's not a concept that gets thought about too often. Friendship School works for a kids show, but it stops working if you try to work out the logistics. So instead of attempting to avoid the conversation, this episode gets in front of it. As it turns out, Rarity and Rainbow Dash can't prove they're friends when put on the spot, but it's likely very few can. They attempt to support the argument by pointing out times they've saved the world together or specific episode plots, but the students just keep asking and pressing the issue until the ponies realize maybe they aren't friends. Realizing there's a friendship problem, Starlight teleports away and returns with an urgent warning about a stolen artifact that Rarity and Rainbow Dash have to track down together. They head out on a journey using their respective strengths, saving the day without really thinking about why such a conveniently timed problem had to be solved by them alone. It's revealed the artifact was never missing, and their trail to it led to a secret room of the school, with the students watching the entire thing unfold as they finally understand why the two are friends. This, in spite of the fact that they were told the two had worked together before. Nothing ever changed, but the students seeing it in person. Yakety Sax. Pinkie Pie has found a new love in the ovidophone, a yak instrument she plays so badly the other ponies confuse it for a dying animal. Despite her lack of skill, they agree she is new to the instrument, so they ought to be supportive as she's learning the basics. But after a few days, Pinkie hasn't improved at all. Worse is that her playing is so bad, it's beginning to disrupt the lives of every pony in Ponyville, ruining crops and keeping animals up at night. Remembering the issue with Celestia's bad acting and the issues caused by refusing to speak up, they confront Pinkie Pie and, in spite of a few difficulties like who's actually going to break the news, they ask her to stop playing the ovidophone near them. Pinkie Pie gives up the instrument and starts moping around, depressed with no color in her mane. So the other ponies attempt to cheer her up with all the other things she enjoys, failing to get her to smile even as they throw a party for her. They find out from Maud that Pinkie Pie has decided to move out of Ponyville and live with the Yaks so she can at least listen to the instrument being played well. They follow her to Yak-Yakistan, where they find a depressed Pinkie Pie sulking in a bar. But once she gets to touch a ovidophone, she cheers up, and the rest of the main 6 realizes the only way to get her to cheer up is to play the instrument badly again. At least that's what they assume, until the Yaks loudly cheer her performance, not because of the quality, but her enthusiasm. This episode explicitly calls attention to earlier morals, that it's better to temporarily disappoint your friends with harsh honesty than to let a situation continuously get worse by refusing to mention when you're being harmed. It then expands on this earlier lesson in both ways, firstly by having the main 6 confront Pinkie Pie immediately, only for this to backfire as she winds up hurt by their honesty too much. Then, it confronts that lesson from Pinkie herself, who would rather pack up everything and move away from Ponyville than to tell her friends how much the ovidophone meant to her. It's hypocritical that she would expect her friends to be honest with her and then refuse to open up to them, acting instead of being open like they did. Almost as bad as failing to recognize when they're uncomfortable, despite the amount of sacrifice they've made to accommodate her practice time. Friendship needs to go both ways. When your friends make space for you to be annoying, you also need to make sure you don't take advantage of that kindness. Pinkie Pie made her friends tolerate her ovidophone hobby, but refused to tolerate their want of silence. On the road to friendship. After a great magic performance by Trixie and Starlight, the duo is approached by a saddle Arabian named Hufar, who offers them the chance to take their show on the road. He also offers to trade wagons with Trixie, as hers isn't fit for such a long journey. But Trixie has too much sentimental attachment to give it up, offering her assistant the opportunity to ride together in the cramped space. In spite of a few issues, the two happily sing about what great friends they are on their journey. In a Crosby and Hope pastiche, this audience probably recognizes more from the Family Guy parodies. But once they make it to Somnambula, their disagreements begin to pile on more noticeably, with arguments arising over their lack of funding and the fact that they can't find a place to eat or sleep, forced into the cramped caravan Trixie brought. Their next show is a disaster due to their arguing, and soon, Starlight has enough, and trades Trixie's wagon to Hufar without asking. This is the last straw, and they separate, though as Starlight retraces their old steps, she realizes that the dangerous road was a lot more fun to travel with a friend. Eventually, she turns around and offers to trade back, apologizing to Trixie for selling it without asking. It's a little contrived, but Hufar only agrees to trade back if they can prove they're friends again, something he's only convinced of when they awkwardly attempt to recreate Twilight and Cadence's Ladybug song. The two ponies return home with the argument behind them, understanding that just because you get along with some pony doesn't mean you'll still get along after living and traveling with them. The Washouts. While snooping on her own fan club meeting, Rainbow Dash is shocked to see Scootaloo change allegiances to the Washouts, a new stunt organization running opposite the Wonderbolts. Rainbow Dash is upset that her number one fan is no longer exclusively a fan of hers, so they go to see a washout performance live. Although Dash is, at first, impressed by their dangerous show, she begins to lose respect for the group when she learns they're led by Lightning Dust, as well as all of them being former Wonderbolt hopefuls who washed out of the auditions. The two begin to feud, with Lightning Dust eventually inviting Scootaloo back to potentially join them later on, as she says she can be a washout even though she can't fly. These are the two core issues of the episode. Scootaloo's enthusiasm is being exploited by the washouts to get her to perform a dangerous stunt, as the group is concerned more with showing up their former allies than common sense. The other is that Rainbow Dash is trying to help Scootaloo, not because she cares for her safety, but because she cares about her fan club. On one hand, Dash certainly ought to support her basically sibling in anything she wants to do, but on the other, she has to stop her from being exploited. It's a conflict between a pony who wants to do the right thing for the wrong reasons versus a pony who encourages the filly to follow her dreams, but only if those dreams support her flight show. When the day of the washouts performance arrives, Scootaloo begins to second guess if it's a good idea, but Lightning Dust tells her that testing for safety is a waste of time, then she pushes the filly onto a rocket stunt. Rainbow Dash flies by and saves her at the last second, as Lightning is caught in the trick due to lax safety, flying into the sky where presumably she ends up in a full-body wing and hoof cast, drinking through a straw. A rock hoof and a hard place. The pillar Rockhoof is back in his hometown, which is now an archaeological dig, struggling to contribute because he keeps telling them the tales of the objects instead of carefully cataloging them. So Twilight is asked to find another job for him, and she puts him to teaching. Though once again, Rockhoof struggles to fit in, literally because he keeps breaking things with his size. The students love the professor, but his inability to adapt to the new world means he can't stay in friendship school forever. So the main six decide to address this friendship problem by showing off Rockhoof's old friends, hoping that seeing them adapt will help him with his own problem. Flash Magnus has become a drill sergeant for the Canterlot Royal Guard. Mistmane is the head gardener of the Crystal Empire. Somnambula is a motivational speaker. Meadowbrook is back at home running her pharmacy, and Stygian is a best-selling author, and Star Swirl is still traveling Equestria, studying friendship. This only makes Rockhoof feel worse, as he's the only one of the pillars who hasn't adapted to the new time period. So he asks Twilight to turn him into a statue, just like Discord once was, so he can be a literal relic and not just a spiritual one. But before Twilight can cast the spell, Yona approaches, one of the students who loved him the most, and she encourages Rockhoof to tell one of his stories one last time. Seeing the huge crowd that gathered to watch the man speak, Twilight has the idea to make him the official lore keeper, traveling Equestria to tell old stories and keep history alive. What lies beneath? The young six are struggling to learn about Ponyville's history, specifically about the Tree of Harmony and its influence on current events. But Sandbar, due to coming from Ponyville, knows most of this already, and offers to teach the rest of his friends about it in a study group. Cozy Glow sees them studying and begins to imply that the non-pony students are at an academic disadvantage due to not being ponies, ruining the vibe of the group. Cozy Glow's cutie mark is a chess piece, and she's yet to be seen playing chess or any other sort of board game, not to mention how she keeps poking around whenever something suspicious is going on. Between trying to infiltrate some of the inner circles of the school and how she's implied to have given Flim and Flam Twilight's notes, the fact that now she's parroting some of Naysay's pony supremacy makes her look suspicious, but then again, I don't earn any points for acknowledging that the character in a kid's show who keeps having minor key musical stings play whenever she's around is suspicious. Anyway, the young six notice a glowing grate in the library and crawl inside to investigate, where a glowing Twilight tells them it's unacceptable not to believe in friendship before banishing them each to separate rooms. Each of them then has to face their worst fears. Gal is trapped in a room that keeps shrinking, Silverstream seeing shadows of the Storm King terrorizing an empty Mount Eris, Yona trapped in a room full of spiders, Smolder stuck in a maze with ponies who want to dress her up, Ocellus forced to confront changeling history in the form of Chrysalis, and Sandbar asked to go on a friendship mission with his heroes who want him to leave his friends behind. Gallus is able to escape by noticing a pattern in the light, where he meets with Smolder, who accepted the makeover the other ponies gave her. But rather than leaving, they turn around to make sure the rest of their group is okay, showing Silverstream that the Storm King is just a shadow on the wall, dispelled by not being afraid of him. They tell Ocellus that, even if the changelings have a bad history, their future is still hers to decide. Yona returns with a swarm of spiders that she befriended, and they all meet Sandbar as he tells off the fake main six for forcing him to abandon his friends. In the end, they escape to the surface, though they're too tired to take the test now. Cozy Glow offers to cover for their lateness and give them an extension on the condition that they don't mention the grate to the other ponies, and the episode ends on her glowing ominously. Sounds of Silence. The friendship map sends Fluttershy and Applejack to the Peaks of Peril, a rarely visited area inhabited by the kind and gentle Kieran, as well as the cruel and evil Nerik. They head out, briefly diverted by Fluttershy trying to help out some squirrels, who show them a shortcut to the Kieran village. They arrive to meet with the Kieran, though the Kieran don't talk, simply answering yes-no questions asked by the other two. Applejack assumes that the Kieran won't speak, and tries various things to trick them into talking, while Fluttershy assumes that they can't speak and attempts to learn more about them. The two split up, and Applejack soon meets with Autumn Blaze, an incredibly talkative Kieran who lives alone in the forest, singing her feelings because she's excited to meet another creature to talk to. Her song, which I think is one of the better ones in My Little Pony, despite not usually being a song-enjoying type, explains that the Kieran and the Nerik are the same species, and they transform based on their emotions. After burning down their entire village in a rage, they were ordered to bathe in the stream of silence, eliminating not just their voices, but personalities as well. Autumn was one of the only Kieran to want her voice back, something she achieved after stumbling into a field of false breath flowers which restored voices. For being able to speak, she was banished, unable to convince any of the others to get their emotions back. Applejack takes this news to Fluttershy, who learned the same thing, but she sympathizes with the silent Kieran, as she doesn't want the forest to be hurt again. The two disagree on what is best to do about the Kieran, so the Kieran, seeing them argue, carry the two to the stream of silence to stop them from fighting. They are saved by Autumn in her Nerik form, using her anger to overpower the others, not in a blind rage, but to save them from the same fate. The moral of the episode is pretty simple. It's better to take the good and bad emotions together because it's never worth losing both. The way this lesson is taught is by explaining how emotions, even ones like anger, aren't inherently negative. It's what you do with the emotion that matters. Anger, when righteous, can be used as a force for good, like Fluttershy getting angry at Applejack for not paying attention to the squirrels at the start of the episode, the same squirrels who, at the end, show the ponies where to find more false breath to save the village. The rest of the village is moved by the display of the two friends arguing without burning anything down, and they agree to have the gift of speech again, this time with more self-control instead of magical restrictions. Father Knows Beast. Spike is struggling with his flying lessons until Smolder comes by and shows him that the pony techniques he's learning won't work with a dragon's non-feathered wings. After thanking him for teaching him about being a real dragon, Spike and Smolder see something fall from the sky, revealed as Sludge, a new dragon who injures himself in the fall. Sludge insists that he doesn't need any help recovering, but Spike insists on taking him to the castle to heal anyway, where over a montage, Sludge enjoys the comforts of the castle. He's about to leave when Sludge overhears that Spike is an orphan, and then admits he is Spike's long-lost father. Spike asks about how he was lost as a child, and Sludge gives him a story about a traveling mother with some dragon hunters. Despite the rest of the ponies poking some holes in this story, Spike believes it, and is happy to finally meet his family. Sludge then declares he and Spike are going to make up for lost time, but they mostly do pony-like activities because that's all Spike really knows how to do. So Sludge offers to teach him to be more dragon-like, throwing away all the creature comforts at the castle to live in the wilderness nearby, as Sludge lives in luxury like dragons are supposed to. Smolder catches Spike sleeping in a bush and asks why he's doing this, not believing Spike when he says he's just doing what dragons do, because Smolder knows better. Smolder and Spike are both dragons, though neither of them has an especially normal life. Spike was raised by ponies and knows little of his culture. Smolder is living with various creatures in a friendship school, something Ember says dragons basically have never done before. And yet, Spike is still able to learn to be more dragon-like from Smolder, as Smolder is adapting to her current lifestyle with Spike's help, the two becoming better from the assistance of a creature who isn't dragon-like at all. The truth is that the ideal of a dragon is something no dragon can really live up to, just something they can try to live up to. The truth is that a dragon is as a dragon does. Spike and Smolder are dragons, so whatever they do is dragon-like. And a creature who tries to dictate how to be more like a real dragon is only out to take advantage of you. Sludge tells Spike to serve him and give up all of his stuff, exploiting the desire to improve his dragonness to live a better life at Spike's expense. They tell Sludge that they're going to live in an uncomfortable cave, and Sludge finally admits that he hypocritically wants to stay in the castle, eventually giving up the ruse and admitting he isn't actually Spike's father, just a passing dragon who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Spike accepts himself regardless of how dragon-y he really is, because it's best to come up with a personality first, then to label it, than it is to come up with the label first and then change your personality to fit in. The only creatures who want that are those who want to change you, not to accept you. School Raise. During a field trip to Cloudsdale, Starlight's magic spell to keep the students afloat fails, and they fall. When they warn Twilight of this, her magic begins to fail too, and they soon learn that most of the unicorns of Equestria are beginning to lose their abilities. They're called to meet with Princess Celestia to make a plan on what to do, worried as Star Swirl writes to them that all magic in Equestria will be gone within 3 days. They leave Starlight in charge of the school as they leave, much to the annoyance of Cozy Glow, who prepped all 7 of them for the journey. They head to Tartarus, assuming Tyrek is responsible for draining magic like he did before. They managed to make it the whole way to Tartarus without the use of any magic save for a one-use artifact that unseals the door. But when they reach the Centaur, they discover he is still weak and imprisoned, revealing it wasn't him who's draining the magic but his pen pal back in Ponyville. The next day, Cozy's in charge of the school, mentioning that Starlight left a letter behind saying she's in charge. In spite of these students wondering why Starlight wouldn't tell them in person, Cozy proceeds to run the school with multiple distractions, giving the students whatever they want so they don't think too hard about the magic running out, or all the adults being absent. All the adults except for Naysay, who's declared himself in charge in the absence of any pony else as he begins to expel the non-pony students. Sandbar is tied up with the others, pretending to agree with Naysay's anti-pony ideology so he can escape and warn the Cutie Mark Crusaders of the takeover. But they soon learn it wasn't Naysay who took over the school, but Cozy herself, having bound Starlight with the school's artifacts while she's draining the magic. The main 6, 7 counting Spike, which I assume they do as he has little to do for the rest of the two-parter, realize they're trapped inside Tartarus with Tyrek, all according to his end of the plan. What he did not plan for was the fact that he's trapped in Tartarus with them too, and Pinkie Pie is set to the task of annoying him into compliance as they attempt to use the latent magic inside all the creatures there to make enough magic to open the door from the inside, only to succeed then realize they're too late. Back at the school, Cozy Glow plots to use these students for her purposes of eliminating Naysay from his position in charge of this school. Once they overthrow him, Cozy reveals her plan to eliminate all the magic and get the head ponies out of her way, so she can run the school in such a way as to weaponize the power of friendship, something she's already shown she can do by manipulating every pony else into attacking her enemies or locking themselves in Tartarus. The Cutie Mark Crusaders free the Student 6 from their arrest. Then they distract Cozy long enough for the others to free Head Mare Naysay, who agrees to use the remaining magic in his amulet to warn the princesses about the takeover. The rest of the students return to the roots of the Tree of Harmony so they can free Starlight from her prison. But Cozy brings the student body into the room and tricks them into believing the Student 6 are attacking the school out of jealousy that magic ponies have. The student body attacks them, only to be confused when the Student 6 sacrifices themselves in a last-ditch effort to save their teacher. The tree recognizes this sacrifice and frees them from the prison so they can safely remove the artifact based on their history lessons from Twilight's class. Seeing the Tree of Harmony granting friendship powers to non-ponies of the Student 6, the rest of the students turn against Cozy Glow in time for everyone else in charge to use their now available magic to surround her. In the end, the Student 6 preps for graduation, though they admit there's still a lot of friendship they don't know yet. Naysay agrees that Twilight's been a good teacher, and Cozy Glow is put into Tartarus with her pen pal, where she plots to use friendship for evil yet again. Central to this season's overarching plot was Chancellor Naysay's belief that teaching non-ponies the magic of friendship would lead to the destruction of Equestria. But then it was another pony who used the magic for ill purposes, as the non-ponies teamed up to save the day, even willing to sacrifice themselves to do so. His idea was based on the fact that non-ponies were never taught friendship and thus never taught how to safely wield it, like friendship is a weapon that requires a degree of trigger discipline to use the right way. The school did in fact teach the right way to use this power, as shown by the crowd of ponies near the end. They tried to help out their friend Cozy Glow, but eventually realized through her actions and not her words that she didn't have their best interests at heart, after she refused to do anything about magic draining away. So why don't non-ponies know about the magic of friendship? Well, because no pony teaches it to them. The Equestria Education Association forbids teaching it to non-ponies, then uses their lack of knowledge as justification for why they shouldn't be allowed to study it. Prejudice is often the cause of prejudice. Cozy Glow's plan was to rule using the power of friendship to manipulate others into doing her bidding, eliminating any of the potential checks to that power, be they through mechanics like artifacts, or ponies like the main 6, who could otherwise teach friendship the right way. Taking over the school was an important part of her plan, and the fact that she didn't do it earlier was part of her undoing. Because the students didn't just learn about the magic of friendship, but the friendship part as well. They learned to do kind things not because you wanted ponies to owe you a favor, but because kindness is the right thing to do. Even as the student body is going after them for opening the portal draining all the magic, they still focus not on making themselves look innocent, but solving the problem. It's a villain plan that was doomed to fail from the start, just like Tyrek being trapped in Tartarus with the ponies he can't stand. Cozy Glow eventually would have lost the friendship of the other ponies once they realized she didn't have their best interest in mind. She used to have the Cutie Mark Crusaders, Naysay, the Student 6, and even the Head Mare on her side, but slowly betrayed each of them. When your MO is to backstab your way to the front of the line, eventually you end up with nothing but enemies behind you. The beginning of the end. Twilight and the others are called to Canterlot for an emergency meeting to let them know there's no emergency. And there hasn't been a major emergency since, like, the end of the last episode, meaning Equestria is in an unprecedented era of peace. As such, Celestia and Luna plan to retire, passing their leadership to Twilight, who immediately panics because she isn't convinced she's ready for this responsibility. Meanwhile, Grogar has resurrected and summoned all the major villains of Equestria thus far to his lair, where he points out all their collective failures to defeat Twilight and her power of friendship. He suggests that they borrow the idea, to work together to defeat the main 6, then rule as a team. But Sombra rejects this, saying he can attack the Crystal Empire without the others, and rule without their help too. Twilight is busy trying to tie up all the loose ends before she gives up everything but the throne. When she attempts to pass on the school to Starlight, Starlight acts like Twilight and mirrors her anxieties. Twilight calms her down with the words she herself would want to hear, but this doesn't work to assuage all her fears. And then she learns of Sombra's invasion of the Crystal Empire. When Twilight calls the others together to resist Sombra's invasion, Discord joins them, and Twilight asks him to simply use chaos magic to fix everything, but he insists that it's their responsibility to solve the problem, so Twilight does it alone, or rather with the main six and the elements of harmony. They arrive at a crystal empire that's already fallen, though the main six quickly overcome their fears long enough for Spike to free the royals, who take back the heart and drive away Sombra for good. Or so they think. When they return the elements of harmony, the elements shatter, with Sombra appearing before them laughing at his real success. The main six fret over the loss of the elements, unable to fight back against Sombra's magic as he imprisons them and sets out to conquer Ponyville. They only sulk for a while. Ultimately, they decide that they can't sit around and wait for all their loved ones to be mind-controlled. They dig their way out and return to the fight again, but this attempt, predictably, fails because they don't have the elements to back them up. This doesn't stop them from resisting, though, noticing that without the Tree of Harmony around, the Everfree Forest is beginning to take over Ponyville. They fight it back as long as they can, relieved only when Star Swirl and the princesses show up to help them out, so they can free Canterlot, the real target of Sombra's plan. They struggle to get past the brainwashed armies of their former friends in a scene that exists to show off all the ponies they've met and befriended in the last 8 seasons. This is the final season. It was likely clear to the folks working on the show this would be the final season as well. This is why all the villains are coming together under the banner of an antagonist from the original series, something I only know because it was a statement from the show, actually, in what feels like a finale due to just how many callbacks the showrunners have made. Twilight teleports them past all the ponies as they can't fight their friends without hurting them. Then they're accosted by the brainwashed Royal Guard. Unable to overpower these ponies, Twilight breaks down and finally asks Discord to dispose of them for her, which, after some prodding, he does. They enter Sombra's throne room with Discord taking out all his attacks with ease, until one is launched at Fluttershy that knocks him out. With no creature left to depend on, Twilight and the others have to fight Sombra on their own, which they do because, alluding to what Star Swirl said before, the elements of harmony were simply the result of seeds that Pillars planted to become the tree. That's a lot of proper nouns and callbacks. This really is a final season. They defeat Sombra with a friendship laser beam. I don't know why the power of friendship always manifests as a big laser beam, and he evaporates into light. The princesses come back to the throne room to see the ponies nursing Discord back to health. They admit they're not really going to step down because there are still too many threats, and Twilight's not ready yet, though a part of her testing to see if she is ready included seeing whether Twilight was capable of asking for help when she needed it. Although she failed at this, she's humble enough to recognize that she failed. Discord admits that he was never really hurt, mirroring Starlight Glimmer's earlier gambit to lure Twilight's inner feelings out. Back at Grogar's cavern, he shows them Sombra's failure to further convince the rest of the villains that they ought to work together. Uprooted. The Student Six have a collective dream/nightmare involving Twilight in the form of the Tree of Harmony, asking for help. They rush back to the school outside of the school year to ask Twilight about this tree, which she's shocked to hear about because it was recently destroyed. Upon confirming it is indeed destroyed, they vow to do something about it, leaving to get permission from their guardians before returning to see an empty cave. Sandbars removed all the old pieces of tree so they could plant a new one together, which they're annoyed by as they all have different ideas on what the tree meant when it asked for help. Gallus wanted it to be a museum, albeit he makes a tacky one that exaggerates the actual story of the tree to be more appealing to tourists. Silverstream paints the cave walls to express how she felt about learning it was destroyed. Smolder wants to make a statue commemorating the tree. And Ocellus wants it to be a meditation area to reflect on what the tree meant, though she drops her fountain while moving it, setting off a Rube Goldberg machine that destroys everyone else's idea. Looking at the ruins of their projects, the plot then rehashes the conflict from Castle Sweet Castle, where each of the main six argued over what they ought to do with Twilight's castle before deciding on something together. This time, their plan is to rebuild the tree from the crystalline remains into a tree house, like a house made of a tree. After a second montage, the treehouse grows into a treehouse, but like a different kind, and the Student Six enters their own playset, made from the remains of the Tree of Harmony, but transformed into something better adapted to the new cast. On one hand, I get what this episode is going for thematically. Things don't last forever no matter how much you want them to. The best way to honor the past is not by mindlessly recreating it, but by trying to figure out why these things were so honored in the first place and to live the way they would want. The Tree of Harmony was the sign of the friendship of the holders of the elements, and while this is certainly what's being built up to, it has to be built up to it, not simply maintained. On the other hand, the main 6 had 5 seasons of build-up to become the new Elements of Harmony before they got their playset. The Student 6 have had less than a season, of which only a few of them have really gotten to be the focus of an episode. It's one thing to show that time is moving on and new souls take the positions of the old ones, but this plot only works if you guess what the writers are going for and interpret it that way. There isn't a lot of textual evidence that the Student 6 actually embodies anything because we don't have the time with them yet. Sparkles 7. Shining Armor challenges Twilight to the Sibling Supreme Contest, one they've been having since they were young, with the contest being about testing the security of the Canterlot Castle for any holes Sombra might exploit. Twilight gets her friends together for a plot where each of them has a role fitting their specialties, but Shining Armor sends a letter taunting her with the exact plan. So they decide to make a different one that the castle can't predict because they'll each be having a role performed by some pony unfit for it. They swap positions around and perform semi-randomly, getting close to the castle but making little progress and ending up lost as they reconnect in the courtyard. Seeing their failure, Twilight decides that the real unpredictable plan would be to do the original plan despite Shining Armor predicting it. This gets them into the throne room where the Sibling Supreme crown is waiting, though Shining Armor and the princesses emerge from behind the throne, stopping Twilight and friends at the last second. What they don't predict, though, is that Luna would simply give the crown to Spike, with Spike winning the contest. In his own words, Spike always secretly wished he could be treated like a regular sibling, as he was raised with the rest of the family but never got that recognition as the youngest brother. But the fact that he was always ignored in these contests is how he was able to find a hole in the castle's defenses. Luna is treated by Celestia the same way Spike used to be treated by Twilight. Not necessarily ignored, just overlooked and underestimated. Spike reveals that he bonded with Luna over this, and she worked with him to allow the others into the castle, from getting Celestia out of the way at first, to putting Zephyr Breeze in charge of security. Shining Armor and Twilight agree that Spike deserves the crown. Being the younger brother they always knew he could be. As a bit of a side note, I like the expressions in this season, that the characters are more frequently looking silly when they're excited. It adds a lot more to their personalities to see the extremes in their emotions, even when the extremes aren't always friendly faces. The Point of No Return. Twilight finds an old book and some of the things Celestia sent back from Canterlot, freaking out as it's an unreturned library book. Spike convinces her to face her shame and return it, in spite of the fact that it will mean losing her perfect returning streak. But when she finally works up the courage to bring back the overdue book, she learns it's so overdue she has to talk to a specialist who's out to lunch. Spike and Twilight find this specialist while she's dining with Moondancer, where they explain that the old head librarian lost her job over the fact that a single book wasn't returned on time. So Twilight changes plans to track down Dusty Pages, so she can get her perfect record back too. Her motivation is as much about Twilight's pursuit of perfection as it is the librarian's. She values being flawless and assumes other ponies will as well. It takes some searching, but they find her in a retirement home with a packed schedule, sending them all over the place, winding up in a food fight where Twilight finally confesses the truth. But Dusty Pages doesn't care for her old job back at the library, saying that when she learned of the overdue book and how it ruined her perfect streak, she felt liberated rather than terrified. She, like Twilight, was so focused on being perfect, she forgot to do anything else with her life. Losing her librarian job is what gave her the permission to finally try other things. This is something that Twilight herself has already learned, she just never internalized it. She didn't even know she had lost her perfect record until it was already long gone, because she was spending too much time enjoying her life to care. Twilight returns the book. Ironically, it was one about why being perfect is pointless, and learns that late fees are capped at a single month, as well as the fact that they've already replaced the book with a newer edition, so she can keep the old one. Common Ground. Appaloosa has built a new Buckball Stadium due to the rising popularity of the game, with the Ponyville team and friends being sent over. While at the museum pre-match, Rainbow Dash meets with Quibblepants, who's pretending to be a sport pony in order to impress Windsprint, the daughter of Clear Sky, a pony he's dating. Dash agrees to help Quibble look like more of an athlete to impress his potential stepdaughter, but he's so unathletic he fails in every lesson. So Rainbow Dash, not wanting to admit she failed at something, brings Quibblepants and his family onto the field for a halftime exhibition match against the Ponyville team. Wind is impressed by this, but not so much when Quibble's constant failures come into play, made worse when he attempts to rules lawyer his way into continuing the match. Eventually he goes back to the stands in failure, only for his knowledge of a Buckball Almanac to come in handy in explaining the mechanics of the game to Windsprint. They finally bond over the statistical side of the game. She's all yak. Twilight is bringing a Ponyville traditional dance to the School of Friendship, renaming it to the Amity Ball, as it's no longer just for ponies. Sandbar asks Yona to the dance and she accepts, only to realize she doesn't know how to act pony-like. When she sees Rarity prepping for the ball, she asks for help, and Rarity spends a montage getting her to behave more like a pony. Rarity recruits the help of most of the rest of the main six to teach her how to better fit in with pony high society and undo all her Yakistani habits. After a second montage, Eliza Doolittle, Yona, is more pony-esque and ready for the ball. Sandbar is taken aback by this transformation as it was Yona he asked out, not the pony who showed up. The ball begins and Yona trips over her dress because she never practiced the pony lessons all at once, knocking over the decorations and fleeing in embarrassment. On one hand, it's pretty easy to predict the plot and moral of this episode in advance. Twilight basically says as much at the start of it. It's about being yourself because that's the version of you want to be. But to Yona, it's not about impressing Sandbar by being a different creature, but about not embarrassing him in front of the rest of the ponies. She was transforming mostly to have the confidence to focus on spending time with Sandbar, rather than second-guessing everything she did during the party. Of course, it's impossible to prevent overthinking by thinking even more, so she ends up making mistakes due to trying to be a pony when she isn't. Sandbar finds Yona at the treehouse, pouting that she ruined the party when Sandbar says he doesn't care about that, but about her. The rest of the Student Six escorts her back to the room, where Twilight gives the couple a trophy for being best friends at the event. And then Yona teaches the rest of the party how to dance like a yak rather than the slow cotillion they were doing before. Frenemies. Grogar's angels, Tirek, Chrysalis, and Cozy Glow, are being ordered to work together to better support his evil plans to destroy Twilight and her friends, though each of them wants to be in charge themselves, refusing to cooperate. Cozy Glow attempts to teach them teamwork to be more effective, but this song and lesson doesn't stick because they still believe they ought to be in charge. Grogar then sends them on an errand to retrieve his old bell atop Mount Everhoof, where most of his old power is sealed. Despite being sent together, they each go their separate ways to try and beat the other two to the peak. But none of them's able to make it up as the winds are too strong for Chrysalis, the pony living near its base refuses to be manipulated by Cozy, and Tirek recognizes that it's impossible, sitting back to watch the others fail first so he can gloat. But once they regroup at the base of the mountain, they begin talking about their failures to defeat the main six, laughing over how great it was during the brief moments where they had succeeded. After sharing this laugh, they agree to try to scale the mountain again, this time coordinating their efforts and passing up the opportunities to betray one another so they can grab this powerful bell. They decide to not just take out Twilight and the others, but to go after Grogar, as he's more powerful than the three of them individually. They pretend like they failed to retrieve the bell, and fake like they're still loyal. It's interesting to see the bad guys of the show working together, embodying the morals that the main characters typically reserve for reformed antagonists and each other. The power of friendship is capable of solving any problem, but what if the problem is how to destroy the main six and their pony friends? It's one thing to show Grogar blasting a laser and destroying something with his power, but the audience has seen 8 seasons of guys who shoot lasers being defeated, and likely won't feel intimidated by a villain who can do that. It's showing the bad guys using the same powers as the ones they fight that really sells the intimidation factor, but it also shows a potential hole in their long-term strategy too. Sweet and Smoky. Smolder takes time off school to visit her brother in the Dragonlands as he's been depressed lately, with Spike coming along so it'll count as a friendship lesson. Fluttershy joins them as she's learned that Ember's having trouble overseeing the hatching of dragon eggs, and because she wants to be surrounded by the dragon babies. They arrive in the Dragonlands where Spike's cheer-up kit is made fun of by Garble, who Spike is horrified to learn is Smolder's brother, Spike and Smolder attempt to cheer up Garble anyway, though he not only refuses to admit anything's wrong, but he also keeps making fun of Spike for trying, constantly testing Spike's temper. Eventually, Spike gives up on spending time around a dragon who keeps teasing him for caring, returning to Fluttershy and Ember as they struggle to figure out why the eggs are shaking. Spike quickly learns it's because the lava pool beneath the hatching grounds has been drained by Garble's friends to surf, and it's too late to fix the pool. Fluttershy attempts to take over for Spike, finding Garble when she follows the sound of bongos, where she learns the dragon is actually a very sensitive slam poet. He simply makes fun of others in an attempt to look tough in public. They're all called back to the hatching grounds as Ember's ordering them to breathe fire on the eggs to make enough heat to hatch them, though they're still short. Garble's always been depicted as an antagonistic sort of dragon who embodies all the stereotypes of his race, but this episode manages to explain why he acts this way, and why every dragon acts the way they do. It isn't like he's a bad guy, he just uses that behavior to appear like the others. It's a self-fulfilling cycle of anger and hatred to cover for a lack of it. Every dragon is pent up, pretending they're someone they're not, and so they end up acting even softer in private to compensate, which makes them feel guilty for doing so then they act out even more in public to feel like they fit in. It's Smolder and Spike who set an example of what they could live like if they didn't care so much what others thought about them. But instead of realizing that they don't actually need to be so miserable all the time, they double down, making fun of those who they ought to be looking up to. Because no one wants to be the first one to stop fitting in, and thus the only one not fitting in. Seeing the dragon eggs freezing, Garble decides to stop being afraid of himself, and he pulls out his bongos, speaking some poetry out loud so the other dragons will make fun of him, their laughter heating up their breath, saving the babies. For this, Garble is considered a hero because he opened himself up to being made fun of, just like Spike was doing before, and Ember orders them to be more like him in the future, something the dragons are happy to do now that the stigma's gone. Going to seed. Sweet Apple Acres is undergoing the Great Confluence, when all the apples are ripe to be plucked at once. Since they'll be busy for the next few days, Granny Smith invites help from Goldie Delicious, though she fills Apple Bloom's head with stories of harvest aiding great seedlings, and the family becomes obsessed with laying traps for this cryptid instead of helping with the massive harvest. On the second day of the harvest, there's a mysterious pattern of apples in a field, which the older women attribute to the great seedling. Applejack suspects them of having placed the apples in this pattern overnight, though they deny it. It does, however, convince Apple Bloom to continue setting traps, most of which catch the sleepy and exhausted Big Mac instead of a beast. When Applejack tries to tell her sister to work instead of play, it's revealed that she was once just as excited about the great seedling as Apple Bloom, only to have spent an entire day in one of her own traps, while every pony else had to work harder because of her absence. The issue here is that Apple Bloom is trying to have fun chasing legends, while Applejack is trying to be pragmatic and hardworking. There's nothing wrong with having fun dreaming about the great seedling, as long as the work still gets done. But there might be a problem with working so hard, there's no time to allow a filly to be imaginative. Applejack dislikes that Apple Bloom is chasing the seedling, not solely because it's a waste of harvesting time, but a waste of energy that should be spent overworking oneself. And it's overworking that ends up being the cause of the mysterious events around the farm. Applejack and Apple Bloom spend the night camped out together to look for the great seedling, eventually waking up when they hear their traps going off. After a brief chase through the farm, they discover that the great seedling was actually a sleepwalking Big Mac, too tired from being overworked. Realizing this, they decide to go back to work, though Apple Bloom still gets to keep her childlike sense of wonder, while Applejack enjoyed the nostalgic nights staying up. Student Council. Starlight has a bracelet connected to her office's door, letting her know to teleport back whenever a student needs help. As the main six are busy with preparations for the spring solstice, which is supposed to be the spring equinox, I guess that lacks the alliterative appeal, Starlight is stuck handling every problem every creature has, mostly Silverstream asking for help with tiny tasks. This drives a wedge between Trixie and Starlight, as Starlight has been blowing off preparations for Maud and Mudbrier's own equinox party that they agreed to help with. Trixie ends up having to do all the work herself, with Starlight lamenting that she missed out on an opportunity to spend time with her friend because she was busy with work. It's a problem where both sides of the issue are understandable. On one hand, Starlight has an obligation to her students at her counseling job and can't simply ignore their needs. On the other, she's made an obligation to her friends and herself to have fun and throw a party, one that she's ignoring for other work. It's not like any of these is more important than the other, and her issue is trying to find a balance between her students and her friends. She decides to remove the bracelet and have a party with her friends, only for Terramar to urgently need to get her attention as his sister's gone missing, having not returned home for spring break like she was supposed to. Blaming herself for not being there for a student, Starlight rushes over to find her, discovering to her horror that Silverstream may have gone into the Everfree Forest to study cockatrices alone. The group heads out to find her, with Mudbriar getting turned to stone when they're attacked by a swarm of the creatures, something Maudpie doesn't mind. They eventually find Silverstream in the treehouse, having tamed a cockatrice that she named Edith. Edith reverts Mudbriar, and they go back to the party, with Starlight deciding to set office hours so she can have a proper boundary between her work and home lives. Because the solution was never about being forced to choose between the two, or even to decide how much effort to put into one or the other, but setting a predefined line and making sure every creature knows your boundaries. The Last Crusade. While being watched by her aunts Holiday and Lofty, Scootaloo receives a letter saying that her birth parents are finally returning home to Ponyville after being missing for 9 seasons. They visit her at school, where the Jane Goodall and Steve Irwin XPs wow the other students with their collection of exotic animals from around the globe, and the important research they're doing. Research that was too dangerous to bring their daughter along on, hence why they were never around. Although Scootaloo is excited to reunite with her parents, they bring bad news. They're starting new jobs, and they want their daughter to travel the world with them. While Snap Shudder and Maine Allgood view this as an opportunity for the families to stick together, Scootaloo's upset that she'll have to leave the Cutie Mark Crusaders and the work they've done together. From here, it kinda seems like the episode's about to set up a decision between her birth family and the family that raised her, but it doesn't really make it sound like a choice. Instead, CMCs make an effort to trick the explorers into staying in Ponyville with costumes of rare creatures and potions that tie their hooves. With these plans all failing, Scootaloo runs to her aunts to live with them instead, only to see they've made a quilt inspired by the CMCs that reminds them of why they can't split up. Instead, the Crusaders make a plan to show off how useful their work is to Ponyville. And when Mayor Mare gives them a key to the city, Scootaloo's parents realize that their daughter's work is just as important as theirs, and it would be hypocritical to separate her from all of that. I think that if this episode had come up in an earlier season, it would have had a different message than it does. But after being gone for 9 seasons and having so many implications that Scootaloo was basically orphaned, having her parents suddenly appear to try and act like they have their daughter's best interest in mind makes the issue in this episode more one-sided. It feels less like they're doing what they think is best, and more like they're completely oblivious to who their daughter is, to the point of hurting her through negligence even while they're around. I could understand their point of view if they were introduced in, like, Season 2 or 3, but by this point the accomplishments of Scootaloo feel like things done not in absence of her parents, but in spite of them. Between Dark and Dawn. The main 6 and Spike are dealing with a giant turtle when the 2 princesses arrive to help, even though the problem was already taken care of. After they help to solve so many other solved problems, the rest of the main 6 discusses with them a soft retirement. Celestia and Luna will travel around the world doing things that aren't princessy, as Twilight and the others get practice running Equestria. They each head their separate ways, with the princesses enjoying several touristy things, but there's some friction as Luna is fascinated by the mundane, quiet moments, as Celestia is seeking thrills. They split apart as they assume they'll have more fun separate than together, but without their sister around, they begin to feel lonely, as well as noticing all the little things their sister used to do to keep the vacation manageable. Luna and Celestia end up in the same spot, realizing they still share one thing in common, the desire to spend time together, and they watch Twilight struggle to keep the sun and moon balanced without them around. This is because during the B-plot, where the main 6 are put in charge of a ceremony for Castle Swans, Twilight ignores the lesson she learned before about delegating responsibility and asking for help, turning away the planning committee to do everything on her own. The main 6 soon realizes they're in over their heads because of the amount of work it takes to manage the kingdom, when they hear from the committee that the princesses never did the actual work, simply delegating responsibility to other ponies. This is a criticism I've seen online of the princesses. They don't do enough for the kingdom, but I'd argue that that's missing the point. When there is some threat to Equestria, Princess Celestia doesn't fight it herself, she instead sends Twilight and her friends to do it, basically delegating the responsibility of saving the kingdom to 6 very powerful magical ponies with the power of friendship, which, in this setting, is an incredibly strong force. Good leadership isn't about doing the right thing all the time, but finding some pony who can do one thing right for each thing that needs to be done. The quality of a leader is equal to the quality of those who work for the leader. Celestia and Luna are nothing without their kingdom and its creatures, even if this does get boring for them from time to time. The Last Laugh. The rest of the main six has all achieved great things since the start of the show, except Pinkie Pie, who's beginning to worry she has no purpose to her life. So to find one, she's planning on accepting an invitation to Cheese Sandwich's Laugh Factory to learn the secret of comedy success from him. She arrives for a brief tour by the factory's manager, Sand Smirk, where she makes several improvements to the mass-produced gags on the floor. Then she gets to Cheese Sandwich's office, where she learns to their horror that he has lost the ability to laugh. Mr. Sandwich explains that he continued to tour Equestria spreading laughter to others after his last appearance, trying to put humor into the hooves of as many ponies as possible. But to do this, he started to become separated from the actual laughter, losing his ability to laugh because he hasn't seen another pony laugh in years. Pinkie Pie tries several gags to get him to laugh or smile, but none of these work, even though both Sans and Cheese agree the jokes are objectively funny. But when Sans smirks laments the old days where Cheese Sandwich was more involved in comedy, Pinkie realizes that it isn't about making ponies laugh, but seeing ponies laugh. She gets him to tell some jokes to the factory's employees and is soon able to do an entire musical number, because if you have Weird Al, you're gonna get him to show off. And soon Cheese Sandwich has found his purpose in life again, one that Pinkie Pie shares as she gets back to the others. 2, 4, 6, great. Rainbow Dash is excited to help the School of Friendship's Buckball team prepare for a game against Celestia School, only to learn her responsibility is to train the cheerleaders for a routine. Each of the cheer squad has their own motivations for cheering, but Rainbow Dash ignores them and their talents to watch the practices from the sidelines because she doesn't really care about the squad. After they confront her about their lack of improvement, Rainbow Dash tries different ways to delegate the responsibilities, like asking her friends for help or even putting some pony else in charge. None of this works, though Rainbow Dash isn't observant enough to notice, until she's confronted by Smolder who, despite admitting she's only on the team because her friends are, calls her out for not caring. Rainbow Dash's lack of care about the sport of cheerleading isn't what the cheerleaders are picking up on, but rather, they interpret her disinterest as a lack of care about them. It's interesting that Rainbow Dash's reaction to being the head cheerleader was to rely on old morals and lessons from other episodes. She doesn't know much about cheer, so she delegates. She asks her friends for help. And none of these strategies works because Dash, from the beginning, didn't care if they worked. Rainbow Dash tries again, this time making a better interest in her students as she fixes their individual issues while letting their strengths shine. The routine is a success and the Friendship School's team, well, they don't win, but Dash doesn't care. The cheerleaders had a good time and the audience was cheering along, the only things that matter. Not because she wanted the cheer team to do well, but because she wanted the creatures on the cheer team to do well. A Trivial Pursuit. Twilight is hoping to win the Trivia Trot for the third time in a row, having made elaborate plans for every contingency that could occur during the contest. The only thing she hasn't planned for is Pinkie Pie joining in and then becoming her randomly assigned teammate. Twilight attempts to ignore her worries and focus on carrying the team, but Pinkie's too excitable and keeps ringing in the wrong answers first. So Twilight tries multiple new strategies to distract her, and when these don't work, begins arguing over pedantic rule interpretations to disqualify the other team's points. Eventually, she gives up on Pinkie and disqualifies her own partner, working together with Sunburst as he has a high winning percentage and his partner was disqualified by Twilight before. The two of them make a comeback, though this is in spite of Twilight's efforts, as Sunburst is the more talented of the two. Realizing he is treating her the same way she was treating Pinkie, Twilight apologizes and accepts Pinkie Pie back on her team, sacrificing all her points to do so. In the end, the Pinkie and Twilight team loses, but they have fun doing so. This is a predictable enough plot that the summary's hardly necessary. It even falls into the same pitfalls that the more predictable episodes have. Of course, Twilight forgets her friendship lessons because she is too competitive for her own good, and of course, she relearns the lesson to bring Pinkie back on her team. Twilight even says as much during the episode, that she really should have known better, but that's not the point of this episode. The trivia questions are all things that viewers would be able to answer, as they're all based on descriptions of earlier plots and their elements. I actually got a few of the questions right before the characters did, even made the Tyrek mistake Twilight made too. This episode not only makes a series of callbacks in this way, but shows off the expressiveness of each character while keeping these exaggerated faces in line with how they act before. Dash and AJ have brought back an old rivalry. Fan favorites Maud and Mudbriar are teamed together, and Sunburst, acting very Twilight-esque, allows her own behavior to be put in perspective. Sure, it's a trivia contest that's for the fans of the show, but being a fan isn't a contest. You're not trying to one-up other fans, but share in what you love to do. The Summer Sun Setback. Grogar's angels used the opportunity of him leaving to brainstorm ways to unlock the power of his bell, deciding they need to break into the Canterlot Library to do research. They attempt to use the cover of the preparations for the Summer Sun Festival to sneak in while the ponies are all too busy. And by the ponies, this means Twilight, who's finally managed to internalize her earlier lessons to delegate responsibility for planning the festival to other ponies, instead of freaking out over minor details. This goes directly contrary to the previous episode, where Twilight had one of her most animated freakouts over a low-stakes game of trivia. But I'm willing to forgive this due to the difference in tone between the episodes. Twilight is willing to let herself go mad over something silly and simple, because it's something silly and simple. There's nothing really at stake other than a short argument with a friend if she snaps. Here, she's planning a massive party, so she understands to repress a few of her worst personality traits to focus on the mission in front of her. Self-control isn't about changing who you are 100% of the time, it's about knowing when and when not to try. When she learns that the princesses plan to announce their retirements at the festival, she adds a few minor changes to the plan, then sends the main 6 on their separate ways to handle these. But unbeknownst to them, Grogar's angels have been causing havoc behind the scenes to serve as distractions as they make their way closer to the library. And after checking up on these tasks, the main 6 realize the festival's turning into a disaster. They don't want Twilight to have another freakout, so they attempt to solve the problems without letting her know about them, only to make things worse because they understand they're not able to fix these issues easily. Twilight finally learns the truth of the preparations, but doesn't freak out. Instead, she starts to delegate tasks and brainstorm solutions, proving that she really has managed some of her more neurotic tendencies. Everything is fixed in time for the festival, and Twilight announces the retirement of the princesses, replacing the Summer Sun Festival with a new holiday celebrating their reign. The main 6 celebrates that they can handle any problem coming their way before the episode cuts back to a big problem coming their way. Grogar's angels not only unlocking the bell's power, but realizing it was easy to turn the ponies of Equestria against each other. She talks to Angel. Angel keeps interrupting Fluttershy as she attempts to get through her packed daily schedule at the animal sanctuary. So the two of them go to Zecora's to work out their differences at her offer. Angel is upset because he used to be one of only a few animals and got most of Fluttershy's attention, but now she has so many others to take care of, Angel's just one of many. Zecora gives them a potion to help them understand one another, which is pretty obviously a setup to have them swap bodies magically. The switch happens and Angel, as Fluttershy, immediately begins wandering around getting into trouble. Fluttershy, as Angel, implores him to at least finish off her chores while she returns to the chorus to ask for a remedy. But Fluttershy struggles to make it through the ever-free forest alone, and she can't ask for help. And Angel rushes through Fluttershy's chores as he doesn't get why she wastes so much time with little things. Fluttershy makes it to Zecora's hut, where she says the only cure is for both of them to apologize at the same time. And by the time she finally makes the trek back to the sanctuary, she's exhausted and collapses. Of all the villains to redeem, it's interesting that Angel gets his own episode of this season. It's not that the psychopathic rabbit has some tragic backstory, or that even the audience is meant to sympathize with him at all. He's just kind of a jerk who's used to taking advantage of Fluttershy's kindness. It's not until seeing what happens when they try to swap that he appreciates all she does, not only for him, but for so many others. Angel tries to help, and makes things worse. Just having a neutral relationship with Fluttershy is something he ought to be grateful for. Because Angel had such a bad job managing the sanctuary, he's unprepared to deal with the emergency situation of Fluttershy collapsing without all the animals working together, something they refuse to do for Angel's sake. So Angel finally asks them not to help him, but to help Fluttershy, and they agree to work together to get her some carrot extract to recover. In this, Angel's basically admitting he's too unlikable for any creature to want to help, except for Fluttershy herself. Once Fluttershy's cured, the two swap back, with Dr. Fauna asking Zecora to never do that again. Dragon dropped. Rarity tries to recruit Spike for an excursion to pick up gemstones like they always do, but Spike is preoccupied with his friend Gabby, a pen pal who's been visiting Ponyville more frequently lately. Realizing that her pack mule is no longer willing to follow her around, Rarity starts trying to figure out where she went wrong, going so far as to apologize as she assumes she must have offended him in some way. When Spike is unsure why she's apologizing, Rarity tries to make Spike's time with her more appealing by doing all the stuff he likes to do instead of following her interests, and the two spend several days together without Gabby present. Gabby eventually sees Spike playing O&O and he wrote saying he was too tired to, and she stops hanging out with Spike, who starts sulking. As early as episode 1, Spike has been characterized as having an unrequited crush on Rarity, though not an unnoticed one. Most of the time the two spend together involves Spike serving Rarity in some way that began escalating until soon their relationship appeared as one side taking advantage of the other. This isn't just Rarity slowly becoming manipulative, but rather a result of flanderization of their relationship, an inevitability of any show that runs for a long time. Spike is obsessed with Rarity, and Rarity uses this obsession to make him do chores while he's paid by getting time near her. But to have this play out over and over would get old, so the writers have to escalate or else not include this character beat at all. At a point, the relationship either gets toxic or gets cut off for the sake of tone, and this episode is about the latter, as Rarity apologizes for the former. Eventually, Rarity feels upset at seeing Gabby sulking the same way she was when Spike stopped following her. She apologizes, this time to Gabby, and when Spike sees her doing this, the confusion is cleared up, with the two agreeing to spend a normal amount of time together. Even if Spike no longer has a crush on Rarity, they can still be friends. Relationships change over time, but a small change is no reason to give up entirely. A horseshoe in. Since Twilight's about to become a princess, she hands over the school to Starlight Glimmer, and since Starlight is worried about this responsibility, she decides to use the power of friendship to delegate responsibility. This means she needs a vice head mare, and Trixie assumes she'll get the job because she's Starlight's best friend. Starlight insists on hosting an actual group interview instead of just giving away the position. Several ponies sign up for this position, including Trixie, and Starlight begins to walk them through some of their responsibilities to see how they react. Filthy Rich is cut after she tries to turn a classroom into a sales pitch for her book. Big Mac is cut because his vocabulary is too small to properly explain things during a student-teacher conference. And eventually Trixie's also cut after she accidentally teleports dangerous fauna into the classroom on a reverse field trip. After a shouting match, Starlight laments that she's going to have to fire her best friend because she's a bad fit for the job, but her real regret is that she didn't say anything sooner because she knew early on Trixie wouldn't cut it, and she strung along a friend because of nepotism. But Twilight visits, reminding her that just because a friend isn't a good fit for one part of your life doesn't mean they can't be included elsewhere. Citing a moment where she yelled at a neglectful parent on behalf of Gallus, Starlight gives Trixie a different offer as student counselor, because she cares about the kids. Daring Doubt. Fluttershy's recently gotten into the Daring Do franchise, showing off the latest book, not written by Yearling, but a competing author, George Groom QQ Martingale. This book is a take on events that makes her rival Cabaleron look more sympathetic, shortly revealed to be written by Cabaleron in a disguise as he's once again trying to make his rival look bad. Dash attempts to come up with a plan to thwart him, but Fluttershy just wants to understand which side of the events is the more authentic one. For her kindness and attempt at understanding, Cabaleron offers to let Fluttershy join his crew as they seek out a truth-telling amulet. Season 9's been all about redeeming each of the villains who are open to redemption, going back through the list of bad guys and examining potential avenues to explain that they're not really bad folks at all, just misunderstood or whatever. This episode goes back and forth a bit on whether Cabaleron is really just trying to keep his museum open, or if he's just after the money. And by the end of the episode, it's clear that it's both. He's motivated by money, sure, not just to keep the museum open, but to get rich doing it. There are a lot of other ways he could have made money, and if he can share knowledge with the world in the process, that's an added bonus. In fact, none of the ponies in this episode are really evil in the sense that a simple kid's story would have presented them, like the Daring Do franchise itself. When they all make it to the temple with the amulet, they in turn explain their motivations. Even the guardian of the amulet is just doing his job in protecting the rainforest, a job each of the other ponies thinks they can do better. In the end, Yearling and Martingale team up to write a more authentic account of events, only to lose to the newest rising author, Ahuizotl and his memoirs. Growing up is hard to do. While lamenting that the adults in their life are too busy with other responsibilities to take them to the Appaloosa County Fair, the Cutie Mark Crusaders accidentally wish upon a strange flower Fluttershy and Twilight are studying. They glow a bit and then become older. Now that they're adults, they assume they can do whatever they want to, boarding the train and celebrating that everything they do is now right, before accidentally missing their stop, winding up in a swamp. They struggle to get through the swamp for a while, coming out near two younger ponies, Spur and Biscuit, who are debating whether to take their pet Bloofy to the fair or if it can handle crowds. Spur spent more time with the pet and thinks he can't deal with the crowd, but Biscuit wants to have fun at the fair, and the CMCs take his side because they also want to go out. This proves to be a bad idea, as the CMCs ignore the ponies they're supposed to be watching after, as well as Bloofy, who starts to grow mad at the attention after he's entered into an animal show. This episode highlights the difference between growing up and growing older, that just because some pony looks older doesn't mean they're going to act that way. It's the experience that comes with a life fully lived that makes you an adult, not your age. This is why none of the adults the CMCs knew would have helped them before. They had responsibilities and couldn't drop everything to go have fun for a day. The Crusaders didn't understand that. They put themselves into the position that they wanted the other ponies to get into, then failed at the challenges presented by that out of a lack of maturity. Fluttershy and Twilight eventually figure out that the flower was a wish-granting one that loses its petals after each wish to prevent it from being a plot hole later on, and they head to the fair to find the fillies. They see the disaster unfolding, and Fluttershy encourages Spur to calm her pet down. Her pet, because she's the one who did the hard work to watch him. Bloofy calms himself, and the day is saved by a younger pony who acts more mature than the adults, who are supposed to be helping, as the CMCs learn their lesson. You can't rush growing up, because the time it takes to mature is part of maturity. The Big Mac Question. The episode is framed as Spike, Discord, the Cutie Mark Crusaders, and Mrs. Cake speaking confessionals to the camera, as they explain that, in spite of their good intentions, they managed to accidentally ruin everything, and then it cuts to that everything told in two stories. The first is about Spike and Discord discovering that Big Mac's about to propose to Sugarbelle, and he has asked his friends to help with the proposal. But Sugarbelle missed the hints they've dropped, rushing by and forcing Discord and Spike to improvise solutions that wind up burning Miss Cake's baked goods and bringing a bunch of apples to life to deliver the message, who then morph into a gigantic apple after terrorizing Ponyville. The other half of the episode sees the CMCs and Miss Cake helping Sugarbelle with her own proposal, rushing by the hints Discord's dropping to try to preserve the secret. In their attempts to find Big Mac for the message, they end up luring the giant mutant apple to Ponyville after Discord tries to teleport it away to get rid of it. And then the secrets are both out as the proposals clash, making everything worse. But Big Mac and Sugarbelle leave the others, returning to the farm to propose simply, because that's what they both wanted. Even though things have gone wrong, things usually do, and it's how easily they recover that determines how strong the relationship will be, just as the apples and pears had overcome adversity before. The wedding begins with the characters from the intro revealed to be catching up Applejack on everything that led up to the wedding, as Big Mac and Sugarbelle are finally wed. The ending of the end. Twilight's coronation is coming up, and she's surprisingly relaxed about it, confident that her friends will handle any issues that come up. As they're making their preparations, they notice strange behavior from the ponies of Equestria, like how they refuse to talk directly to any pony or let Applejack walk around unescorted. The main six attributes this to pre-coronation jitters and attempts to continue planning when Discord walks up to them, walking, not teleporting as usual. As it turns out, Grogar's angels are not Grogar's angels, but Discord's. He's disguised himself as Grogar to gather the others in what he was planning to be a confidence-building exercise. Unfortunately, since they actually managed to obtain Grogar's bell, they drained his magic and stored it inside, leaving him without the ability to serve as the safety net for the impending invasion. Twilight fears that all the world saving she's done in the last season was all faked, but doesn't try to dwell on it as she orders many of her allies out to defend Equestria. But the pillars are no match for an enhanced Tyrek, who defeats them all and absorbs their magic. Starlight is taken out by Chrysalis while the Friendship School was being evacuated into the school's basement, and Cozy Glow arrives in the throne room to fight the princesses, absorbing their magic into the bell before nearly being defeated by the main six working together. But Tyrix and Chrysalis rejoin Cozy to save her, overpowering the rest of the ponies, who work together to hold off the attack as Discord references Lord of the Rings, ordering Twilight to flee the throne room to get help. The three villains have all the protagonist ponies locked away as they argue over what to do next, each assuming they'll be in charge after Twilight's defeated. Discord apologizes to the others and makes it up to them by rage-baiting the other three into fighting over his power sealed away inside the bell and too chaotic and weird for any one creature to control. Tyrek shoots him and he deflects it using pieces of the magic-blocking throne inside the castle to break Starlight out, who then frees the others. The main six searches for Twilight, trying to meet up with her to learn of her plan to save the world again. But everywhere they go, they see the same story. The Earth Ponies, Pegasi, and Unicorns are all wary of one another, sheltering away and leaving the rest of Equestria to fend for themselves. Finally, they meet Twilight in the Crystal Empire, locked away in her room because she's failed to strategize a way out of the mess. The rest of her friends cheer her up, saying that even if Twilight doesn't believe in herself, she ought to believe in them, as they believe in her. She agrees to try again, even if they still don't have much of a plan other than believing in each other. All of this as the Wendigos come back, terrorizing Equestria because of the different types of pony fighting. The main six stands up to the villains, ready to fight and coming up with a plan to take back the bell. A few friendship lasers later, they haven't succeeded in taking it, but they're shielded by a new source of power as all the creatures of Equestria have come out of hiding to support the main six at the request of the students of the School of Friendship, who have taken Twilight's lessons to heart and taught their friends and neighbors. The main takeaway from this episode is that Twilight doubts whether she's ready to rule over Equestria, and she's right when she thinks she can't solve all the problems facing her. Where she's not right is in assuming that she'll have to do it alone. A kingdom is only as strong as the creatures in the kingdom, and Twilight can draw strength from them. Tyrek, Chrysalis, and Cozy all fought over who would be in charge, even after learning about how much more powerful they were together. Because that was always their plan from the beginning, to rule over others instead of ruling with them. Their undoing was the fact that they refused to cooperate, and that they incited this same paranoia in their subjects, attempting to keep them in line with fear rather than loyalty. They could rule over their bodies, but never their hearts. At the end of the day, it was the friendship they learned from a ruler who served the creatures instead of the other way around that they went back to. Equestria is a place that can only exist because the ponies who made it worked together, and this isn't just in reference to the Wendigos threatening to destroy the land if they don't. Rulers who try to force division can never actually rule over the land of Equestria, just a barren landscape of fear and rot. Even if they had been successful in their conquest, the three villains of this episode could never rule Equestria. They would rule something else. Equestria is not the land itself. It's the creatures living there and the ideas they believe in, something that can't be blasted away by a big laser beam. Twilight and the rest of Equestria use the power of friendship to unlock the sealed powers inside the bell, draining the magic from the villains and leaving them vulnerable to being sealed away in stone as Discord once was. With everything solved, Twilight decides to postpone her coronation to put the repairs of the castle and everything else first. She then ends the episode by going back to the donut shop from the end of Season 1, spending just a little more time with her friends before the responsibilities set in. The last problem. Luster Dawn, one of the students at Twilight's School of Magic, is struggling to maintain her studies in magic and friendship, preferring to focus on the former because she doesn't see the value in the latter. So to illustrate why friendship is important, Twilight tells her the story of the day of her coronation. Twilight was nervous about moving to Canterlot because she thought that all her friends would be too busy with their business to spend any time with her, shown by each of them being too busy with preparations for the ceremony to give a proper goodbye. When Twilight confesses that she's worried about this, they agree to spend a little more time together on the train ride over, only to end up behind in their work on the coronation, causing the actual ceremony to be a disaster without them. Luster Dawn assumes this means that Twilight's friendships all ended because they had to choose between their careers and friendship, preferring the work because it meant more to them. But then each of the main 6 comes into the throne room during the present for their monthly meeting of the Friendship Council, something they created to ensure they would never be separated for long. It's a smart choice for a 3-part finale to end the series on 2 plots, the first 2 episodes being a story about all the recurring villains coming back for a final attempt at taking over that's thwarted by Twilight coming into her own as a princess of friendship, proving she really can handle the responsibility that's been building up for the last 9 seasons. And then the actual, real final episode isn't some world-ending stakes, but rather a group of friends wondering if they'll still be friends after the end credits roll. Because thematically, that is a lot more important to be told. The average viewer at home, hopefully, will never have to deal with an apocalypse that they have to defeat with the power of friendship. But worrying about how long you'll stay in contact with your friends is something we all experience at some point. Whether it's a school graduation or someone moving away or just slowly drifting apart because of diverging interests, every single friend you have right now is someone you might not be friends with forever, unless you put in the effort to stay friends with them. It's actionable advice that any pony can appreciate and therefore gets more prominence than the big friendship laser battle. Because friendships are important enough that they're worth the constant effort it takes to maintain them, efforts that Luster Dawn learns about as the series ends on a musical number that doubles as an excuse for a "Where Are They Now" montage across Equestria, so audiences can get a little bit of closure about their favorite characters, but not so much as to make a definitive end to their story. Because the stories told in the show are just a fraction of the real adventures that every pony will go on, shown as the storybook that opened the first episode closes shut. This is the end of the video, and the part where people listening in the background while doing something else ought to start looking for the next video to watch before a bunch of ads play. I'd recommend one of my own videos, but then again, I'm very biased in this regard. This video started with me asking why My Little Pony was so popular with adult men, and I also stated it was unlikely I would come to a conclusive answer, since anything that abnormal is likely going to be the result of multiple factors. Sure, some of the men showed up to a brony convention because they began watching ironically, only to find a community of similar folks who they could relate to. Community will always be a major factor in anybody's enjoyment of a hobby. Half the fun of watching a TV show is going to your friends afterwards and gushing together about each episode, and your theories for the next one. I can't recreate this, but I can at least look back onto it. I mentioned that the process of making this video would be to engage with the fandom to some degree. This was done by going through the archives of different forums to see live episode reactions other fans were having, like reading through the Reddit episodes discussions from the days after the episodes aired, as I was working on the recaps. Sure, this is kind of voyeuristic rather than properly engaging, but the My Little Pony fandom's nowhere near the size it once was. That said, this reinforces one of the things I posited during the intro section. The most ardent fans are those outside the intended demographic. Because while there aren't as many My Little Pony fans as there used to be, the folks who have stuck around are far more dedicated. This is pretty obvious. Why stick around for so many years after the show's over, unless you really enjoyed it? Now, the core of the question wasn't, why did adult men like My Little Pony, but rather, why did so many adult men like My Little Pony? And it would be anticlimactic to say, because it was good. I mean, yeah, the show was good, but if that were the sole reason for its popularity, the brony archetype would be a small percentage of the fanbase. Although maybe that isn't the case all along. Most fans of My Little Pony were not fans of My Little Pony, but rather fans of the fandom. The fact that so much fan work is still around and the communities are still active, if not as active as they once were, is enough of a sign that the show's popularity was, for lack of a better phrase, lightning in a bottle. Revivals and reimaginings have not created the same boom that Friendship is Magic did. This isn't to downplay the show's quality at all. The thing about capturing lightning in a bottle is that it has to be lightning in the first place. Sure, My Little Pony had an understated maturity to it that the other contemporary shows, well, also had. It's far from the first or last kids show that adults can enjoy too. And sure, My Little Pony would reference itself, the community, and other works encouraging this sort of engagement, but then again, it's far from the first show to do so. And sure, My Little Pony had appealing characters, not just in design, but personalities that made them relatable as they explored a setting in a world that made sense for these characters, but again, it's not the first time this has happened either. It's so many different things that contribute to this phenomenon, none of which are uncommon except when combined. My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic was a one-of-a-kind show that we'll never see the likes of again, but everything is one of a kind. Everyone is one of a kind. And the fact that we occasionally come together to acknowledge and celebrate this fact is nothing short of a miracle. The kind of miracle that comes about every single day.